All right.
Okay. Well, we got, what, 7 minutes
What do
for
we
everybody
have?
to show
That's
up?
a good point. So, hey, we got
7.
time to kill, guys. Anybody got questions? Anybody? No? Okay.
No questions.
All right.
Too late. No, you were too late.
Too late.
What's the question? My favorite episode? Ooh.
Oh, no. That's a bad
Oh.
question. Ask a different one.
Ask Devin first. I got to think about this.
Favorite running joke?
Oh, I can't tell you that one. It's actually kind of a bone of contention between these two and me.
Is
You
it
know
your
what?
cats?
No,
What is it?
the GSP. Yeah, and so we can't talk about that. What's another running joke?
No, I don't. As usual, I have no idea what he's talking
and
about.
I cannot explain it to you guys. Okay, not in front of all these people.
No, the running joke is, I would say one of them is the studio cats.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Because
Yeah.
they
Studio
like
cats.
to run, and this is exactly what it sounds like when they come into the studio.
yeah.
12-pound cats. How are they so
No,
heavy?
They're 14-pound cats. They,
That's how they're so heavy.
Yes.
yeah. Well, it's interesting. One of my cats is extremely stealthy, like a cat, and he can be extremely quiet. But for some reason, if we're about to record, he will come stomping through the room, just boom, 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 boom. I don't know why. He knows that we're recording, and he just makes a lot of noise. I don't get it. So, any other questions?
We don't.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Joe and I used to. I'll just start that over again because there was a whole lot of words that didn't make sense. Joe and I have known each other for years. We were on a dragon boat team together, paddling, and then we were out. Where was it?
Reel them in.
Well,
Reel 'em in. We were at
This
the Reel
is-
'em in.
Yeah,
having a beer,
we knew
talking.
the bartender, and he would give us a bro deal. So just so you don't think we're total barflies. Yeah.
And we were talking about a mystery which Joe still thinks to this day it's DB Cooper. I
It's
have
the
no
only
idea.
mystery he talks about, so
It's
it
true.
probably was.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a good mystery.
And Devin inserted herself into the conversation.
Kind of did.
That will surprise everyone in this room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Aye.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Oh, I'm still supposed to give you an answer about favorite mystery.
Oh.
Ooh. Still having
gonna
a
be a
tough
good
time.
episode.
Of course, I still actually am kind of following the Brandon Swanson disappearance story. But that's not going anywhere too fast, unfortunately. Let's see, what are some other ones? Of course, D.B. Cooper, but we haven't actually talked about that, so I guess that's not legitimate, right? What about you, Devin?
Where's Steve going? I don't know that I have a favorite. Oh, the Lake City Quiet Pills.
No, that was a good one. That was a very popular one.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Herbert Fuller was kind of a fun one. Did you guys hear that one? Murder at Sea? Axe Murder at Sea? That was a very recent one. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Let's just start listing our episodes and see how many people have listened to any given.
Do you have internet?
I do.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I have news. I got to meet Nancy Grace. And, hang on.
I met
Cat
her kids.
picture. Cat picture.
Fine picture.
There's me and Nancy. Yeah. Yeah. And I told her to come and see us at 3. Nancy, you here? No.
Did she just laugh in your face?
No, actually, she said, "Do you have a card?" And she took my card, so I think that means she's going to be here.
I think it means we're getting married.
What's that?
1 second. I'm just stopping.
Okay.
But they'll get to listen to the intern, so it's okay.
Yeah. Justin really kind of saved the episode.
He did all the research.
He did.
Yeah.
He wrote all the scripting.
Yeah.
He was
pretty much.
indispensable.
Yeah.
It was almost like it was a Generation Y episode.
Yeah. And then we went out and drank alcohol. Yeah. Oh, that's sorry.
You wouldn't move to town.
Sorry.
We got 2 minutes still. Any more questions? Over here.
What are your professions, or because some of you talked about different things that you have expertise, so then what would you consider your expertise?
Ooh.
Who wants to start?
Well, sure. I am in real estate, but I'm going to be a little vague about it, just because I like to be coy. But I'm not a real estate agent, just so you know. Yeah, and
So don't ask for his card.
and prior to that, I worked in IT for a number of years, and then my job was outsourced to India, and so I decided to switch professions, which is probably a good thing because I was kind of bored with the IT thing. And that's about it. So I do that, and actually, I really enjoy this job better than the other job. I got to tell you, the other job's a pretty decent job, but this is better.
Sure, I'll go next.
Yeah.
I am a designer, so I work for a tech company in Portland. So I do graphic design, industrial design, software design. So it's pretty varied, but it's all in that kind of art realm, which is why I probably get stuck with making our shirts and stuff.
That is why, yeah. I used to work on a cruise ship.
We all
If
know
you
this.
didn't know,
Didn't know.
She worked on a
but-
cruise ship for like 3 weeks, you know, and we got to
That's
hear about it.
That's all it was. I actually was just on a cruise. I'm an event planner now, so I plan events like this for my real life, which at a bar.
Criticizing like everything around you right now.
No,
Yeah, she is actually.
definitely
from a
not.
work perspective, no. In general, though, she just does that.
I have an eyelash in my eye.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm going to turn my ringer off on my phone.
Oh yeah. Good call.
Yeah, I think so.
Is yours off?
No.
No.
Turn it
on
on.
Why
this
would
thing.
you do that? Alrighty.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, it's Thinking Sideways, Team Sideways here. Devin, joined by
Steve.
and
Joe.
what do you guys want to talk about tonight?
You know, I tossed a coin and it landed on its edge, so we're kind of screwed.
Yeah,
Well, it is the 100th
Yeah.
episode.
it is. It's our 100th episode.
So we should probably do something magnificently huge, or just talk about the fact that I can't believe that we've made it this long.
Yeah, we could just
know.
phone it in.
How did we hold it together
I
this
don't
long?
know.
No, it's like 100. That's like almost.
People
2
just
years.
haven't caught it on yet. They haven't
we
caught
don't know
on.
what
That
we're
we don't know
talking
what
about?
We're doing.
Uh-huh.
We haven't figured it out.
Thank you, Wikipedia.
Yeah, they,
Well, if you guys want to talk about something magnificent or like royally magnificent,
Should we talk about this massive tome that I have in my hands?
yeah,
I want
Which
this-
is our show notes.
why don't we throw the lines open and just let people call in with their suggestions?
yeah. Let's not do that.
You know?
No?
Oh, okay, fine.
We don't have a phone
We
number.
don't have
We
a
don't have any
phone
lines.
yet.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Can't
Forget
afford it.
Yeah.
So I guess royal mystery
Mm-hmm.
tonight we're gonna tackle the death of Princess Diana.
And we're not going to talk about so much why she died or no, how she died. It's just like, who killed her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
She was
listen,
murdered.
The
Come
script
on.
that's in my hand is a good 3 times longer than normal scripts, at least.
Which, yeah.
So get excited.
Yeah.
Yep. Get your water bottles, your granola bars.
Everybody
sit
go to the
down.
bathroom.
That's
Go to the
right.
bathroom now. We're not going to wait.
Nope.
Go to the bathroom now.
Nope.
We're not going to stop.
Okay, ready?
All right.
Let's talk about Diana's personal history for a minute.
Okay, quickly.
Yeah, really quick.
Yeah.
Nothing about this is going to be quick, Joe.
Damn it. I've already got to go to the bathroom.
Diana Spencer was born the 4th child of John Spencer and Frances Kidd on July 1st, 1961. She was one of 4 children, 5, but she had a brother who died as an infant before she was born. Her father was named the 8th Earl of Spencer in 1975, which made Diana Lady Diana at the age of 14.
How cool would that be?
Right? Her family was part of the aristocracy, pretty much in any way you define it. The Spencers had been really closely allied with the royal family for a very long time. And as one of our experts put it, they were, quote, pals, but, quote, highly orchestrated pals. The Spencer family and the royal family.
What exactly does that mean?
Yeah.
It means that they,
There's a lot of planned
yeah,
interactions.
lots of planning went into the relationship between
Okay.
the two.
Wow.
Also, fun fact, Winston Churchill is apparently a blood relative of Diana.
Cool.
Yeah. Anyways, Diana had a pretty privileged and curated upbringing, as I'm sure you can imagine. Her godfather was the chairman of Christie's, which you guys know, right? Christie's auction house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her godmother was the niece of the Queen Mother.
What's I never have been able to figure that out. What exactly is the Queen Mother?
She's the Queen Mother is the mom of the reigning monarch. So she's the mom of Elizabeth, right? Elizabeth is the queen, is
Correct.
the monarch right now. So she's Elizabeth's mom.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, so much royal intrigue and how the systems are set up. It's,
Yeah, I talked to a lot of experts.
I know you did, and I read a lot of those emails,
yeah.
and it didn't help me.
Yeah, it was pretty helpful, but I was still confused.
Well, that's because I'm just a dummy about these things.
Diana was a shy child. She took an interest in music and dancing, and again, unsurprisingly, trained in classical ballet. Apparently, Diana also had an interest in children, as in raising children and taking care of children.
Schooling them,
kind of, yeah. She attended an all-girls boarding school, which I understand is typical of the monarchy, aristocracy. She's not part of, well, yeah. And it turns out she wasn't a great student. She failed her O-levels, aka ordinary levels, twice, which is kind of like failing your GED in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's basically high school education.
Equivalency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was an accomplished artist, however, and she excelled in music, and she was apparently an accomplished pianist as well. She was a talented ballerina, but
things that I never knew. 'Cause
yeah.
Frankly, I never paid attention to her when she was alive.
Right, of course you didn't. Yeah. She was also a very talented ballerina, like I said, but she was very tall, which apparently is a thing that you can be. You can be too tall to be a ballerina. I didn't realize that. I thought all ballerinas were supposed to be tall and skinny. But
maybe it's because you got to be little and petite, so the guy can pick you up and twirl you around and stuff.
I guess,
maybe.
yeah,
Is that
maybe.
maybe what it is.
I have no idea.
I could go off on this for hours, but I just won't.
You could, huh? Yeah.
When he was younger.
Yes,
Yeah.
I trained classically.
Yeah.
When she was 17, she managed to score a job as a nanny for the daughter of a major and his wife. Diana was close friends with the brother of the major's wife, so it seems that's probably how she got connected. She just knew some people.
This is always the thing that gets me when it's a lot like, did you guys ever watch that movie Spaceballs?
Yeah.
Back in the 90s?
Yeah.
I was your brother's cousin's college roommate. Like, this is always what it makes me think of. Well, I knew your brother's sister's mother's cousin. Just always so convoluted.
It's very, very connected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Connected is a better way to say it.
I wish I had these kind of connections.
Yeah. A year later, she moved into her mom's flat in London, and then on her 18th birthday, her father purchased a flat of her own for about £100,000.
Wow. Imagine getting a flat in London for £100,000 these days.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no chance.
She worked a few different jobs. Most of them were with children, and she was always noted to have had a really strong community spirit and a deep love for teaching children. In 1977, just prior to moving to London, Diana met her older sister's boyfriend, Charles.
Well, not,
Yep.
Boyfriend?
Yep.
not Prince Charles.
Yes, Prince Charles.
Oh, man. So Prince Charles, like,
Dating her older
dated both
sister.
sisters, huh?
All just two of I think there were three. In 1980, Diana happened to be at the same, quote, country weekend event, and she watched him play polo, which apparently was his thing.
Oh, yeah.
The watching of the polo. I mean, he liked to play polo, but ladies watching him play polo, that's how he met his girlfriends.
I was going to say, Devin, I know you're not old enough probably to remember this, but Joe does, is I remember seeing all kinds of footage of Charles in the 80s always playing polo. It was always, and he was on the horse, and then he was getting off the horse, and it was always polo with that guy.
Yeah.
That's the royal sport.
Yeah, polo's cool, by the way, but it looks almost impossible. It looks like harder than hockey.
Really, really hard. Yeah. I think, and I've read a few accounts that say that this is actually a better cover story than the truth of how they actually met, and they actually met drinking at a friend's apartment.
I thought they met in a bowling alley.
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
After a really brief courtship, Charles proposed to Diana. They were engaged for 5 months before their wedding.
Was he still dating her older sister?
No.
Oh,
No, they'd broken up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, they'd broken up.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yeah. According to some sources, Diana and Charles both knew the marriage was doomed pretty much from the start. For her part, Diana had found out about Camilla, who is widely accepted as Charles's first and only true love, and is, in fact, his current wife.
As of today.
She was married to someone else when he married Diana.
And we'll talk about that.
Yep. And Charles found out that Diana was, quote, a vulnerable, complicated woman already suffering from an eating disorder, unquote. So basically, he realized that she was like a real human woman, not the, quote, jolly country girl that he thought her to be.
Yeah.
That's a rude awakening for any man to realize that he's dating a real woman with feelings and things.
Yeah, I don't date women like that.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
I never understood why that had to be. Why do women have to have feelings?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's
We
weird,
got programmed weird, I
awkward.
guess.
It's always all about the feelings.
Yeah. They did go through with the marriage, however, despite both of them kind of having to be coerced into doing it. She was 22 and he was 33, and it was a huge event.
Oh, yeah.
Billions of people watched this, which these days I guess is not so big a deal, but in the 80s, that's
Yeah, it was like
a pretty huge ordeal.
Where was it? Like Westminster Cathedral or something like that? I mean,
Yeah,
Did you guys
Abby.
watch the wedding? I mean, recently.
I saw a few pictures of it, and I just thought, wow, I want to have a wedding there. I want to have my wedding there. That's really cool.
I remember seeing stuff about it when I was a kid, and then I skimmed through some of the footage, and it is so amazingly lavish.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Just
Well, did you see
wow.
the more recent wedding, way more recent wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton?
I didn't actually.
I think I remember seeing stuff
It
on that.
was-
It was the same thing.
It was huge.
Sure it was big.
It was pretty big.
Wasn't that where there was the whole scandal of big hats?
They're not
All of the royal
scandal,
ladies were
but
like
yeah.
trying to outdo each other with the bigger and bigger hats. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, there was an awesome meme where two of the ladies looked exactly like the wicked stepsisters from Cinderella. That was awesome. Yeah. Anyways, back to what the point at hand is. Diana and Charles managed to pop out two lovely princes pretty quickly. One, Prince William, that we were just talking about, and one, Prince Harry, the Dreamy. By all accounts, the boys just totally adored her, and she was a hugely successful mother. She and Charles did separate in the 90s. It seems it was mutual.
Yeah.
And they finally divorced on August 28th, 1996. Diana dated a man named Hasnat Khan, who was a British Pakistani heart surgeon, and many people close to Diana said that he was the love of her life.
But he broke up with her, right?
Well, it's unclear. They dated for 2 years, and during the inquest that we're going to talk a whole lot about in a little bit here, he was actually interviewed, and he said that she broke up with him in a park very suddenly, but a lot of friends said that she told them that he had broken up with her, and it's not quite clear why they broke up or anything like that.
I've read stuff that said that he broke it off because they dated a lot of it was kind of secret. It was a secret relationship.
Well, it was a secret because he didn't want it to be. He didn't want the paparazzi and all
Yes.
that.
Oh, hell yeah.
He didn't want the publicity, and he didn't want to deal with all of that. So it was, hey, come over and have a pizza and a beer, and we'll watch a movie, and whatever happens, happens, and we do this all the time, but I don't want to make this an official thing and be out in public because I don't want all these people bothering me.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I read.
That would drive you nuts.
Yeah.
That would drive a wedge in just about any relationship.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But apparently, most people say that he was the love of her life. So it was pretty heartbreaking when they broke up, for her at least, despite whoever broke it off with whoever. But within a month of her breakup with Khan, she began dating Dodi Fayed. And that's where we're going to leave her story for the moment.
Okay.
I think where we're going to go from here is we're going to talk about some of the players in the story.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of players, and we should probably talk about them so people have a frame of reference.
Yeah.
Because I think we've made the mistake in the past of presuming that everybody knew who everybody was, so we're going to make sure we cover the bases. First off, we have Prince Charles, who's not Chuck. His full name and title is Charles Philip Arthur George, Prince of Wales. Charles is the first and oldest son of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, both of whom we'll talk about in a minute. And like we just said, he married Diana. But Charles was born in 1948, and he is the heir apparent to the British crown. If you don't know what the heir apparent means, it is the next in line. So it's
Apparently.
yes. So it's there's the president in the United States and the vice president. The vice president is next in line. So it's same concept.
Now, is
Just a
Charles-
different term.
Yeah, is Charles still in good standing as heir apparent, though?
He is still listed when I was in the official websites for the Crown. He's still listed as the heir apparent.
Yeah.
So I have to presume that it hasn't passed on to his son.
Yeah, it's
I
him,
actually
then
thought it
Williams,
had.
then it's William's son.
Correct.
Yeah, and then so
Yes, and then their daughter, who they just recently had. So it's Charles, and then William, and then his son, and then the daughter. So that now we're 1, 2, 3, 4 levels deep.
And then it's Prince Harry.
Yes.
Yeah. He's got to be. Isn't
Okay,
he?
can we talk about
cute.
this? You absolutely have a thing about Prince Harry, because
Who
every time I
doesn't?
mentioned him in my notes, I found in parentheses "so dreamy" written next to it.
No, I wrote that.
He's dreamy. I'm sorry. I'll try very hard not to belabor that point, but
All right.
guys, he's
Now,
dreamy.
Was it Harry or was it Philip? I thought it was Harry that served in Afghanistan. Wasn't that Harry?
Recently?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the Brits
Yeah,
have
it was
troops.
Harry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
no,
Harry.
he's in. Yeah.
I believe it is,
Yeah.
yes. But
Yeah.
let's get back to Charles, because we're way off course
Oh, yeah.
already.
Oh, yeah.
We got so dreamy, and then
So
we got to get
dreamy.
back into this.
Sorry.
That's okay. Like I was saying, though, he's
Sorry.
the heir apparent.
Yeah.
He has been the heir apparent since 1952, so since he was 4 years old, when his mother, because at that time his mother took the crown. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Being heir apparent, of course, put him in the spotlight. His entire life, he's always, everybody's taking his photo and talking about Charles. One thing that the royal family really wanted was for Charles to settle down and marry.
And I've read that he made a conscious decision. He said he didn't want to get married until he was in his 30s.
I didn't
And
come across that particular, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I gather his family was not super excited about that.
Well, no, I was reading something that from the age of 21 or 22, he was getting suggestions of possible wives
Yeah.
and saying, go court this woman and try and get her hand in marriage. So this was a very big pressure for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was probably thinking, God, I'm rich, and this is like the 60s, 70s, and I'm getting lots of you-know-what.
Well, but I don't even think it's that. It's just I'm a young man, and I'd like to enjoy myself before I settle down, and he has
Yeah.
the means to do that, which is totally understandable. Of course, like I said before, he had a string of girlfriends, and we briefly talked about earlier was that one of those women was a woman named Camilla Shand, who eventually would become known as Camilla Parker Bowles. She is regarded as the love of his life. He was head over heels for her. He wanted to marry her from stuff that I've read, but he never worked up the nerve in time to propose. And by the time he did, I think he went on a voyage somewhere and he decided he was going to do it. And by the time he got back, she had already been proposed to by another man. He proposed at that point. She said, "No, I'm marrying him," and Charles lost out, and that was the end of it for him. At that point, settling isn't the right word, but he seems to have settled upon Diana as what the family said would be a good match based on what everybody was telling him.
Yeah.
She was a good-looking girl,
She was young. She was good with children. She wasn't she was humanitarian, but not particularly ambitious.
Yeah.
She came from a good family.
I'm not sure she was very smart, though.
I don't think she was.
Yeah.
I think she was an exceptional write great volumes of groundbreaking works. But
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, Charles never got over Camilla. And
God, no.
Oh, yeah.
He is reported to have, on the night before his marriage to Diana, he got cold feet.
Mm.
And he said, I can't do it. And he got pushed, and he obviously eventually went forward with it, and he did get married.
What was the quote? He was wailing. I can't go through with it.
Yes.
The night before.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And I could just see the queen just like smacking him upside the head.
With a glove.
Shut your bloody mouth.
With a glove.
Or corgi. Hitting him with
Yeah.
a corgi would be better.
The
But
corgis, no, she was hitting him with the glove. The corgis are just barking at his.
I like the idea of her
Heels.
setting the corgis on him,
Yeah.
like 3 or 4 corgis attacking him.
well, regardless, I think we've hit on this once already, but it's pretty obvious at this point that it's basically a loveless marriage.
Yeah.
And that would be the kind of the fuel for what drove their divorce.
Well, gee, you think?
Well, yeah, amongst other not so great behaviors on his part. But yeah, they
and on her part a little.
yeah, no, I'm not pointing a finger at Charles. They both agreed to this marriage. They both went in it probably with reservations in my mind. So I'm not going to say one is more guilty for its failure than the other.
Yeah, no,
But-
Charles was always painted as the bad guy by the tabloids, but, the tabloids are mostly read by women, so it's inevitable that,
No,
he
no,
would
no,
have
no,
been
no, no.
painted as the bad guy.
Charles got caught first playing the field.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about that some later. But eventually, Diana got caught too. So
Yeah.
he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar first. That's why he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
But we're going to move away from Charles for a minute.
Yeah, let's move away from Charles permanently. I don't think we need to talk about him again.
Well, we do. The next person we're going to talk about is the Queen, Queen
bad.
Elizabeth II.
Oh, her.
Yep. I think everybody kind of has a good mental picture of the Queen.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
this kindly, grandmotherly lady who, as we said before, loves gloves and corgis. And she rules over one of the largest countries in Europe when you take into account all of its overseas territories.
Yeah, the Commonwealth is pretty large.
Yeah.
It's insane. There's places on this list I didn't realize that were still technically part of Britain.
Yeah.
What is it? We've got the British Virgin Islands. Okay, that makes sense.
course, yeah.
Bermuda, Cyprus, the Cayman Islands, Gibraltar. I didn't realize all those places were still technically under the British flag, whether they're semi or fully independent or not.
Yeah, Falkland Islands.
Yeah, it's a huge list.
Is Belize
it
still
is
on the flag?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
There is a huge chunk of territory that they own. But let's go back to Elizabeth. She took the throne, as I talked about just a second ago, in 1952 when her father, King George VI, passed away. If anybody wants to know about King George VI, just watch the movie The King's Speech. Really, no, not really. Not the best documentary.
Yeah,
it's not a
no.
documentary.
Yeah.
But it's got a lot of great foul language.
It got
in British.
It got a lot of good reviews. I never bothered watching it because
Oh, it's a fun movie.
The soundtrack was phenomenal.
Yes.
Oh, really? Maybe I'll
Okay.
see it.
Yeah. Well, George VI passed away. His daughter took the throne. Officially, it was a year. I think it was a year later. She officially ascended to the throne.
Okay.
I can't remember what the wranglings were that delayed it.
They had to do a background check, I think.
Well, she did take the throne, and she is, as of today, she is the longest lived monarch in Britain. And if she lives past the 9th of September of this year, 2015, she will become the longest ruling monarch in British history.
In history.
In history.
Yeah.
This lady, she's old.
Yeah.
She's been around a while.
Yeah,
She
medical
has.
science has improved a bit since the other
Yeah.
kings were around.
She doesn't seem to be showing any signs of giving up anytime soon either.
No.
So.
Yeah.
Well, in just here's a little bit. So you're thinking, well, how old is she? She was born in 1926. That's a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
She's,
so she's 89. Yeah.
She's 89 years old.
Actually, by today's standards, that's not really that old.
But as a ruling monarch, that's the thing.
yeah.
But as you said, medical science has changed.
Yeah.
A lot
So
of, yeah.
back in the day, it was you ate a bad piece of fish and you died. You went to battle and it was a poorly planned battle. But
Yeah.
she's never gone to battle.
Queens didn't usually go to battle that much.
No.
But
No.
anyways, let's
No,
yeah.
Well, she's actually lived through 2 world wars and countless conflicts that her country has been in. So I mean, that's amazing.
And she's only been through
Or one world war. She was
yeah.
alive for 2 world wars. No, she wasn't. She was
No.
born in 26. So
Yeah,
you're right,
yeah,
because
yeah.
it was 1919. Wow, I almost completely blew that.
Yeah.
My grandma's 97, so it's fine. You're just thinking of her.
No,
there you go.
you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I know.
Because
You-
your
they get-
grandmother
they-
loves corgis. That's
Yes.
how I got them mixed
yeah,
up.
It's easy to do.
Okay. Well, Elizabeth, like I said, born in 1926. She married in 1947 Prince Philip. And besides Prince Charles, she had 3 other children who are Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, and Prince Edward. I was going to talk a little bit about the Queen, but I don't know exactly how to put this. I've heard differing accounts. Either she is sharp as a tack and she has her finger in every pie and major dealing that is going on and she knows what's happening, or she is very disconnected and she is a complete and utter figurehead at this point. I don't know which is true, but
I know.
there's always accounts both ways. But the woman's been in, she's had the throne for so long. There's so much stuff, and I will say the same thing for her as I will for Prince Philip, who we're about to talk about. It's like, well, yeah, there's so many things that you can just dig up. Well, she didn't pay attention to this, and she was deeply involved in that. So I don't know what's true and what's not.
Probably.
Luckily,
a little
that's
of both.
not the mystery we're tackling here tonight. though.
Thank God, no.
We're talking about murder, not the Queen.
Murder?
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right. Well, speaking of murder, no, not really. Let's talk about Prince Philip, whose official title is Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip.
Did we say it right, you guys? Did we say it right?
I hope
Sorry,
we did.
I'm sorry.
I hope we did.
Edinburgh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Prince Philip was born in 1921, and just like the Queen, he's got a longest-lived title. He is the longest-lived spouse of a British monarch,
Okay.
and he is also the oldest living member of the royal family because he's 92. No, he's older than that.
He would be
He's
94, right?
94, yeah,
95,
okay.
94.
I was like, that doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. No, he's 94 years old at this point. He's a little bit different because from the rest of the House of Windsor, which is what Charles and Elizabeth are, they're officially the House of Windsor. He married into the family. So he is from the royal house of Glücksborg,
Yeah.
which it's a house that has branches in Norway, Greece, and Denmark. So it's not anchored so much in the way I can understand it directly in Britain. It's more of those outlying territories.
Yeah, I never really quite kind of understood exactly how it is that royalty in Europe could like trade places. It's like, oh, we need a new king, so we're going to import a king from Germany because they got royalty and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's it. I'm not even going to try to explain it because I can't wrap my hands around it. But the thing is, he was born royalty. He was born in Greece, which at that time was in the process of a revolution, and his father was a royal there. His family was forced to leave Greece when he was a year old. So there's these stories of him as a baby in a bread basket being put on a ship with everybody else.
Of course there is.
Of course there is. Is that not great PR or what?
Great, yeah.
And of course, somebody swapped baskets. That'll be another mystery to tackle.
Yeah.
They replaced him with a vampire. Oh, no.
Wait, no.
That's no. So let's go ahead and talk about the courtship between Philip and Elizabeth. When he was courting Elizabeth, I don't know if he had to or if he voluntarily did this, but he gave up his royal titles in both Denmark and Greece, and he became a naturalized British citizen. Which makes sense because if you're going to marry a woman who's going to be the queen, you should be a naturalized citizen of that country.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You don't want that conflict of interest either.
And I know I just kind of said this a little bit about Elizabeth, but I've seen the same things about Philip, is that he is, while kind of a cranky old sod, he's really just a benevolent guy and he's an old man and everything's fine with him, to he is a conniving, manipulative, mean guy who will do whatever he wants. And the same thing, they've been on the throne for so long. I can see either way because there's just going to be so many interactions.
So
Yeah.
are you thinking that maybe he's conniving and mean enough to order the murder of a princess?
I don't.
You don't? Really?
No, no,
Okay.
that doesn't make sense to me. But we're going to get there
We'll
later.
get there, yeah.
We are going to totally get there. Let's move forward, though, to the next set of players that I'm going to talk about, because I know we're going to break up some of this so that we don't have to hear me droning on this whole time,
Yeah.
because I'm already getting bored hearing my
Yeah,
voice.
me too.
When are we talking about the corgis?
The last two players that we're going to talk about, who really, they're not direct players, but they're Diana's children. So there's Prince William, whose official title is Prince William, Duke of Cambridge. He was born in 1982. And then there is Prince Henry of Wales, and he was born in 1984. So there's about 2 years.
I'm sorry.
There's about a year and a half, 2 years between the boys. Dang you, Devin. But, I mean, people probably, as we talked about, they know William because he had a son 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and then they just had the new daughter. Just as of the time that we're recording this, that happened like a week and a half ago.
Yeah,
I mean, super, super recent.
Oh, I missed that. Again, I don't really pay attention to the British royal family at all.
When Diana died, the boys were respectively 15 and 12. So William was 15, Henry was 12. I know they walked in the royal procession with the coffin, and they don't play any direct role in our story. They're more what I think we would refer to sometimes is kind of collateral damage thing that happened, regardless of what happened.
Yeah. There's a very cute little quote, not that it pertains to our story so much.
I think I know where you're going.
It's a little story of when Diana and Charles got divorced, she was stripped of her what's called the style, which is
her title.
Her most royal highness, right? She's still Diana, Princess of Wales.
And Lady Diana would still be there.
Yeah, but she's no longer her most royal highness or her royal highness.
Oh, well, I could live without that.
And so she was stripped of that. And William, trying to comfort his mom, kind of comes over and, pats her on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry, Mom. When I'm king, I'll give it back to you."
It was
Which
Mummy.
is so cute. Oh, Mummy. I'm sorry. It's cute. I just think it's cute.
Yeah, no. It's an absolute, totally a thing that an pre-adolescent boy would say to comfort a parent.
I also think it speaks volumes of, this is their tragedy, and we don't want to belittle that in any way.
No, absolutely not. And I think that's something to point out here is that we're going to go into a lot about the family and a lot about different people. And I don't want anybody to lose sight of the fact that we understand that 3 people died, and that's a tragedy. These boys lost their mother, and that's a tragedy.
Yeah.
So we're not going to dismiss that. But we've got to get into some of these things because that's the nature of the beast.
We have to dig down and find a little justice for Di,
Yeah.
'Cause, somebody got away with murder, I think. All right, we're going to wrap up the players here. We've got 2 more people to talk about. They are the Fayeds. Dodi Fayed was the younger of the 2. He was the son of Mohammed al-Fayed. Dodi Fayed was born in 1955 in Egypt. Was the son of a billionaire named Mohammed al-Fayed. He went to fancy schools in Europe. After school, he served as an attaché at the UAE Embassy in London, UAE being United Arab Emirates. He worked as a film producer for a while. I assume bankrolling films with Dad's money, but I don't know. But some of you actually heard of some of these films. Chariots of Fire, FX, FX2, Hook, The Scarlet Letter.
Hook.
The Scarlet wasn't The Scarlet Letter the one with Demi Moore?
Oh, I don't know.
I never saw that one.
I never saw it either.
It would have been
I
the
couldn't even read
remake.
the cliff notes of that book.
Yeah.
Why would I watch the movie?
No, actually, that's one of the books that I actually managed to make it through.
Okay.
Somehow. But anyway, we're
not
off
me.
topic here. He also worked for Harrods in London. You guys have heard of Harrods, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Been there
Yeah.
many times.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. And by the way, his dad bought Harrods. So,
Did?
Yeah. Being a rich guy enabled Dodi to do really cool stuff, like hanging out on a 200-foot yacht in the Mediterranean with the Princess of Wales.
Yep.
Yeah, how cool would that be?
Very.
Yeah. Dodi actually met Prince Charles and Princess Di way back in 1986 at a polo tournament. After Chuck and Di divorced in 96, Di started dating around and eventually started dating Dodi. Which I think was about July 1997. They were only dating for I think like 47 days.
Yeah, not long at all.
Not long, yeah. And of course, Dodi died that night with Diana in the car.
They were in the car together.
Yeah. His dad, Mohammed al-Fayed, was born in Egypt in 1929 and married Samira Khashoggi, who was a sister of Adnan Khashoggi, who you guys have probably heard about. He's a big major Saudi arms dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that guy. Yeah, he did a lot of other stuff too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Dodi was the nephew of Adnan Khashoggi, I guess. Interesting, huh? But,
Yeah.
But they were only together 2 years. They only had one child. Later on, Muhammad remarried and had 4 other kids, but that was the only child by this woman.
Mm-hmm.
Al Fayed founded a shipping company in Egypt, moved it to Genoa, Italy. In the 60s, he moved to London, fell in with the Emir of Dubai, and luckily, for him, big things were happening in Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
He
when
got in
Dubai,
right. Yeah.
Isn't that when Dubai found oil? Or that region found oil, and so it suddenly started booming?
Yeah, Dubai actually doesn't have a huge amount of oil itself, but they're kind of like the Hong Kong of the Middle East, and so there's a lot of shipping through the country.
Everything comes
and
through
a lot of financial transactions take place there.
Yeah.
I knew that it was something like that.
Yeah. So they're extremely wealthy. And
Lots of imported camels, too.
Yeah. There's.
No, that's a true thing.
True? Is that true?
Really?
Steve's laughing. Yeah, they import their camels.
Yeah.
No, I'm really laughing.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So he was involved with all kinds of different business dealings. He was worth well in excess of $1 billion, and still is.
When that meant something crazy.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
still now, but when that was insane.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There weren't that many billionaires back in the way back in the
70s.
day.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and by the way, he also bought the Ritz Hotel in Paris in 1979, which is kind of where our story begins.
It does a little bit, yeah.
So, yeah, enough about
the Ritz Hotel, not in 1979.
Yeah, no.
No.
That's an odd bit of Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, at the Ritz Hotel, it all originated there. Dodi and Diana were there.
Mm-hmm. On Saturday, August 30th, 1997, so I guess a few years after.
22 years.
20 of them.
Bought the hotel. Princess Diana arrived in Paris with her then boyfriend, as we mentioned, Dodi Fayed, via private jet. As we mentioned, Al Fayed, Mohammed Al Fayed, which is Dodi's father, owns the Ritz Hotel. And Diana and Dodi planned to spend the night there. They had spent the 9 preceding days and nights together as well. Kind of just bumming around. I believe they were on a ship, right?
They were on a 190
on a yacht or something.
Freaking yacht.
A
giant
195-foot yacht. Yeah,
super yacht.
in the
A
Mediterranean.
ship.
Yeah, kind of. The head of security, Henri Paul, right?
Yeah,
We've
Henri,
seen it both ways. It's French, so I think it's Henri, but a lot of people say it's Henry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably just call him Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Henri.
Yeah. He had been instructed to drive Dodi and Diana in a rented black Mercedes-Benz from the hotel to an apartment that Al Fayed also owned in town, since the paparazzi were becoming kind of a huge issue and the couple wanted some privacy, which I think is totally understandable. I guess I just kind of ran with this. I'm ready. I had an energy drink. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm ready for it. We're talking about the crash, the overview of the crash. And
the night
death.
they died.
The night that Dodi, Diana, and Mr. Paul, Henri, died.
Okay. So we rolled out of the
So
players.
we're not talking
into
about
the
players
actual,
anymore.
We're
in the story.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm just too excited about this. I'm so sorry.
Finally, after months of research, we can tell our story.
For real, though. A decoy car left the hotel just prior to the real car, which was meant to distract most of the paparazzi.
I think it did actually lure quite a few of them away.
Many of them.
Many, most of them.
Most of them. At 12:20 a.m., so I guess it's August 31st now, Dodi and Diana departed by the rental car driven by Henri, who many report had been drinking that night, but may have been taking some prescription pills that would have impaired his ability to react quickly, like, you'd want your driver to be able to do. And we will talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, we're going to go into this really deep.
And in fairness to Henri, he actually maybe you're going to talk about this, but he actually got off duty at 7 p.m.
Yeah, and then
was basically called back by Dodi, who insisted that he be the driver.
Yeah. So it's not as though...
Yeah, I don't know that the timeline had been brought up at any point for later on. But yeah, there's a 3 3.5 hour gap between him getting off shift and suddenly being back at work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's reasonable that he could have had a drink or two,
Oh,
as
hell
you
yeah.
would want after work, probably.
Sure.
A member of the Fayed family security team named Trevor Reese Jones was also in the car. He actually survived the crash.
Yeah.
Yes.
He did.
He was in the front with Henri, and then Diana and Dodie were in the back.
Yeah.
And I've heard conflicting reports about whether or not he was wearing a seatbelt.
I have two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
But his airbag did go off, so...
His airbag did go off, and again, he may or may not have been wearing a seatbelt. It's unclear. Nobody else in the car was wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah.
So he was in the front passenger seat. Henri was driving, and Diana and Dodie were in the back seats. Despite the decoy car, many paparazzis.
It's paparazzi, plural. Paparazzo is the singular.
Yes, paparazzi were still managed to realize that this was the real car and were following this car. Reports vary, but it's possible that Diana was not, in fact, actually sitting in the seat like you would actually sit in a car seat. Some reports say that she was actually like kneeling backwards in the seat, so her knees and legs and shins would have been on the floor of the back passenger.
so her
seat,
feet were underneath
seat.
the front seat.
And that she
So
was
she's
like
facing
leaning
backwards.
over the seat where you would usually put your bottom.
Yeah.
Right? Is that a good
Yeah.
description of
Yeah.
that? And that was because of the paparazzi. She was trying to not be photographed, and I guess you would kind of feel, you kind of get wedged in there. That would feel kind of safe-ish. I don't think it was a good decision.
Well, no. I've seen people do that where they crawl into the floorboard of a car to avoid photographers, and it never fails. Somebody takes a picture of them peeking up out of the floor well, looking like a ding dong with that deer in the headlights look, and it's like, man, just sit in your seat and hold your jacket up so they
Yeah.
can't see you,
Yeah.
and be comfortable.
Yeah.
But it was also a long ways to be sitting in that position.
Yeah, it was a while. So Henri was driving pretty fast. We'll talk about this in a minute.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how fast.
We don't know how fast, but definitely faster than the suggested 35 miles an hour.
30,
that
35
the
miles
road
an hour.
A lot faster.
A
than
lot
that,
faster
yeah.
than that, definitely. At least twice as fast, probably more.
Maybe.
And right before he entered an underpass, or right as he entered an underpass, he lost control of the car. And we'll talk about why in a minute.
Yeah, somebody is coming actually out of the underpass, going the other direction in the inquest. Actually reported that he was speeding in at a high speed, and he appeared to be veering to his left. Yeah, and for unknown reasons.
Yeah, so we don't know. There's a lot about this that we don't know. So I'm just going to kind of go
Yeah, this is kind of a
Facts-
brief overview.
facts that we 100% know happened. We know he lost control of the car.
Yes.
For why, we don't know, but we know he lost control of the car. He swerved kind of into the oncoming lanes, like to his left. He didn't make it into the oncoming lanes, but he swerved towards the oncoming lanes.
Yeah.
And hit one of the support beams of the underpass. It was the 13th support beam. Ooh.
Like an underpass tunnel.
It is, yeah. It's an underpass
And there,
tunnel,
it's
sorry.
not, we have underpasses that we all drive through all the time, and there's maybe one or two pillars. There were, I think, on the order of 30 plus, maybe 40 pillars.
Yeah, it was under a large road.
And
Yeah.
they were like every 10 or 15, 20 feet. So they were,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was a very long distance.
That's the thing about
and
it.
they were
is
very closely
it's,
spaced.
It's essentially on the outer walls. It's kind of like smooth tiled
It's
walls.
just stone.
And then the
Yeah.
inner part, that separates the northbound and southbound lanes, or
Mm-hmm.
eastbound and westbound lanes, I guess, is all these columns.
Yeah.
And the tragic thing about this is that these deaths would have been very easily preventable if the city of Paris would just put a guardrail on either side of those posts.
This particular tunnel is the only tunnel that doesn't have them.
Yeah,
Still
it's,
doesn't, by the way.
Every
It still
other
doesn't.
tunnel
Yeah.
does
It still,
have that.
It
Yeah.
still doesn't, and apparently a lot of people have died in that tunnel.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
just Princess Di.
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, yeah. Back to the
Sorry.
story.
Yeah, so wow, we
He-
so easily distracted
So
today.
easy, yeah.
I mean, we got so much material to go over. And we're
So
like, whee!
the car hit one of the support beams. It was the 13th support beam, as I said. and it caused the car to spin like kind of backward. Kind of, it ran into it, and then the momentum of the back kind of kept going.
The tail
it
spun around
so,
a 180.
So the car is now facing backwards, and it kept going and came to crash on the left side of the car up against the wall of the underpass tunnel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It was the driver's side.
So Dye and Company not only had this big impact on the front that was deadly, but then they got
Then a
flung
whip
around on the
around.
inside, and they're getting
And then
their
a
heads
smash.
beaten against steer, all kinds
Yeah,
of
and,
stuff.
and to try to visualize this a little bit for folks to put into words and maybe help, because it was confusing. Every description I read made it confusing. Is if you're in the States, you're driving on the right-hand side of the road and you have a left-hand lane next to you, and those are both the same direction of travel. Car in the left-hand lane hits something, and it does a 180. So this is, to me, is a very simple way to describe it. I mean, you hit the car in the left-hand lane, hits something head-on, does a 180-degree spin, and then continues to skid backwards so that it is now facing, was originally traffic moving in the same direction, is now oncoming traffic.
The impression I had actually was that it attempted to do a 360, but
it
ran
hit
into
the wall.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why I'm calling it a 180, because it spun because of that impact. It bounced from what was the left lane, the left edge of the left lane, to the right edge of the right lane.
And
Yeah.
it's now facing the opposite direction.
Yes, and now it's facing the direction it came from.
Honestly, just look up pictures.
Yeah,
like
one reason it spun is that it didn't hit dead on center.
No, it did not hit
on the,
square.
It hit on the driver's side, and
Well,
so that's
the only
it
reason
spun
the guy
around.
who survived is if that thing had hit square on,
Yeah.
there would have been no survivors for any amount of time.
Well, there would have been if they'd all been wearing their seatbelts, possibly.
Based on the situation,
Yeah.
none of them would have survived.
No.
Yeah.
But again, I've drawn us off track. I apologize.
Yeah. So the photographers, paparazzi, that had been following the car, they were a bit behind because they weren't driving as fast as Henri.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't.
Because they couldn't.
They were pretty much all on motorcycles,
I
right?
think, yeah. But when they arrived, many of them ran to the crash to help victims. Some who are truly just human garbage did not, and decided that they would just take some pictures of the accident instead.
In defense of those guys, though, I mean, there's only so many people that can reach in there and take people's pulses and stuff like that. So you might as well be taking pictures, I guess.
I don't think
Yeah.
I think that, that was one of the reasons that this was such a huge scandal, is because there was such a huge capitalization on a giant tragedy. If you're the first person on a scene like this, the fact that you're like, well, I can't help, so I may as well make a whole buttload of money, just makes me think that you are one of the worst kind of human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
But some of them actually did administer first aid.
Some of them did try to help.
They
That's
did
true.
try.
Both men on the left side of the car, which was driver Henri Paul, and then the rear passenger, Dodi Fayed, were dead. I think pretty much on impact.
On the impact with the pole.
Yeah.
Or the column.
There's a whole list of their injuries, but it's safe to say they were super dead. Responders first responders, medical responders, did apparently try to resuscitate Dodi, but I think that was probably more for Diana's sake than anything else.
Why do you say that? Because I know Diana didn't die right away, but why was it for her sake?
Well, so one of the reasons that you would administer CPR, by and large, I don't know if people know this or not, but by and large, CPR does not successfully resuscitate people. Sometimes it happens.
Very rarely.
But very rarely does it actually happen. 9 times out of 10, if a first responder is performing that, it's to calm the people who are bystanders or loved ones. So if you have a woman who is ostensibly in love with a guy, whether or not that's true, right, cares about this person, is probably in shock, massive shock, probably has huge injuries. The last thing you want her doing is also freaking the crap out.
Why are you not helping?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I see where you're heading.
That's my opinion. That's not something that, people say around, but in my opinion, they would be more trying to do that just to kind of calm her down a little bit.
Well, yeah, no, that makes sense. And I've read the research on how ineffective CPR is in most situations, because CPR is for getting the respiratory process going and getting the pulmonary process going. But most things that people fall down dead from are not bad.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
doesn't stimulate anything because those aren't the causes.
Well, it doesn't restart. It just helps
Yeah.
circulate until you can restart.
Correct.
So.
I got it. Okay.
Anyways, as Diana, as I said, was reported to have been kneeling in the back seat, and reports do differ. Either she was still in that position with her, back to the road, or sitting in the back seat with her head rested on the back of the front passenger seat. So depending on what position she had been in the crash. Most reports are that Diana had no serious outward injuries, which has been a big reason for a lot of conspiracy theories, especially the more sinister ones. She was conscious. She was rumored to have been murmuring, "Oh my God," and "leave me alone." One photographer who was trying to help said that she was sitting on the seat with her head rested on the front of the seat with blood coming out of her nose and ears, and that her feet were stuck, that he had tried to help her out of the car.
Her feet
and
were stuck underneath
under
the front seat.
Yeah. He said that he told her that help was on the way, and she just blinked and didn't say anything. And as a side note, there are photos of her after the accident
I know.
sitting in a car.
Some of those guys did take pictures, yeah.
There's one very iconic photo of like people kind of standing around her, and she's just sitting there totally unaffected, totally fine. From a lot of stuff that I've read, and I'm inclined to believe it, that's actually a photo from earlier in the night when she was getting into the car.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, there was paparazzi around when they got into the car leaving the hotel.
Yeah, and if you kind of look closely at that picture, it doesn't look like the car's trashed really. And it's a super zoom in. There are photos that are probably her of, you can kind of just see the top of her head, and like the car is super trashed, and I'm inclined to believe that that's her, but I don't think that one picture. I've read a couple things that said that's actually a picture from early in the night, and I'm definitely inclined to believe it.
I think you'd be able to tell because the car. I mean, if you've seen pictures of the car, and I'm sure you guys have, it was destroyed.
Oh, and then they had to cut the top off with the jaws of life to get people. Like that car was completely blitzed once they were done with it.
Oh, yeah.
After the accident and after the recovery.
Oh yeah.
And the pictures that I do believe, it's after the jaws of life. You can see Diana's little blonde head sitting there in the seat.
Little blonde head.
I mean, that's what it's.
She had a little blonde head.
A little blonde head. But the one that is apparently that people say, oh look, she's not injured at all. It's from earlier in the night. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah. Trevor. Remember Trevor?
Yeah, Trevor Reese Jones.
Yep, the other guy.
He was conscious, but he sustained really serious facial injuries because the airbag had deployed. Again, no good reports on if he had a seatbelt or not. I don't think he probably did.
I've heard he was the only one who had a seatbelt.
I've heard that
That's what I've heard too.
But I've also heard that he didn't have a seatbelt.
That's so.
It's hard to tell. I think what is important to note is he hit his head really hard. And I kept asking the question. I actually asked you guys this question just right before we started recording. I was like, yeah, there was a survivor. How come he can't tell us what happened? And it's like, oh, yeah, he hit his head really hard. He probably lost his memories from hours, days, weeks before.
Yeah.
I have known people that have been in serious accidents, and they say they have no memory of it.
Yeah, no memory whatsoever.
I've been in car accidents where the airbag went off, and I remember the airbag going off, but that's it. Like, I don't remember minutes prior or minutes after because it's just such a wallop to the noggin.
Yeah, I was in a car accident recently, and I didn't even hit my head. And the minute before
shock.
impact, I'm just like, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah. So let's talk about the timeline of emergency responders, real quick.
Yeah, this really sets some people up.
It sets me up a little bit. Some red flags here for me. The first emergency officials to arrive on the scene were 2 police officers, and they arrived around 12:30 a.m. 2 more officers arrived at 12:32 a.m. Dr. Jean-Marc Martino, a specialist in anesthetics and intensive care treatment, who was the doctor in charge of an ambulance, arrived around 12:40 a.m. The princess was removed from the car at 1 a.m. Jaws of life take a while. You want to safely remove somebody from a car, make sure their neck is stabilized.
You don't just open the door and yank them out.
No.
Well, some people do. And if the car is on fire, do that.
Yes, but otherwise, don't do that.
Don't move them. No, you'll get sued.
She went into cardiac arrest, and following external cardiopulmonary resuscitation, so CPR. She was resuscitated, I guess. She was moved to the ambulance at 1:18 a.m., and then the ambulance departed the crash scene at 1:41 a.m. and arrived at the hospital at 2. The journey was about a 30-minute long drive from the scene to the closest hospital.
Yeah.
Or not, I'm sorry, not the closest hospital. We should clarify, there was a hospital that was closer, but it was a very small hospital,
not
and
well set
the
up,
doctor in the ambulance decided, we're going to have to move her if we take her to this one. We may as well just take her straight to this other one that's way more equipped to deal with all of the injuries she's dealing with and not have to, get her kind of stable and then move her.
Well, and one thing I want to address is a lot of people freak out about this time so long for the ambulance to leave. And what they don't think about is the fact that she went into cardiac arrest and they needed to stabilize her. And a moving vehicle is a vibrating object with it stops and starts, which is going to have an impact on the health of somebody whose heart rate is unstable already.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons that they didn't just, as you see in the TV shows, flip the flashing lights and, gun on the gas pedal and rocket down the road. They couldn't do that.
Yeah.
It does make it a little more difficult.
It does.
Yeah.
It is, it seems like a long time. I think, half of me wants to say, that's a long, 20 minutes in between all those things, that's a long time. The other part of me that's, first aid trained and things like that wants to say, no, that's totally reasonable.
Yeah.
So I'm on the fence on that one.
I side with the doctors and medical professionals in this one because you don't just go bouncing people around who have just gone through all that.
And besides which, if these guys had really wanted to kill her by slow boating the whole process of getting her to the hospital, you don't really need to do that. Rush her to the hospital, which looks better, and then later on you smother her with a pillow. It's not hard.
Or rush her to the hospital knowing that that's going to make things worse. It's going to exacerbate the situation.
Yeah. So once she made it to the hospital, it was discovered that her injuries were just incredibly severe. Her heart had been displaced to the right side of her body.
That sounds kind of serious.
Yeah, which of course tore the pulmonary vein and also the heart of her wall. Surprise, surprise.
The wall of her heart?
The wall of her heart, not the heart of her wall.
Okay.
Whichever, Extensive attempts were made to resuscitate her, including internal heart massage, right? Which I think you can probably figure out what that is.
Somebody with their hand in her chest.
Yep.
Yeah, they cracked her open and gave it a squeeze or two.
Yep. But at 4 a.m., she was pronounced dead.
Yep.
At 2 p.m. the next day, Prince Charles and Diana's 2 older sisters arrived in Paris to collect her body and took it directly back to London. And this is another thing that kind of set some people off. She was actually embalmed before she was taken back to London.
Yep.
There was an autopsy done, although I don't think it was.
It's very cursory.
It was really cursory. I mean, when somebody's heart has been displaced to the other side of their body, I think people kind of say, yeah, that probably did it.
You probably don't need to go into great depth.
Yeah, why would you pull out every organ and weigh them and check them and run all this blood? Yeah. It's very obvious that what happened is everything from the left shifted to the right.
Yeah. And the other consideration, I think, and this is probably fair, is that they didn't think that her loved ones needed to see her in the state that she would have had to have been in had they done all that extensive stuff. They kind of just did the things they needed to do and sewed her up and got her cleaned up and sent her on her way, which I think is fair, but that does set a lot of people off, which I think is also fair.
Yeah, that raises alarms.
Both things, yeah. There's some weird stuff in the crash that we should go back and address real quick. Mm-hmm. One of those things is that there may have been, and probably was, and by probably was, I mean I'm 99.9% sure there was, another car involved. The French police issued a search warrant for a white Fiat Uno.
Which is...
It's
basically
like
it's a small hatchback.
It's a little dinky car, about a 1,500-pound car.
Yeah, they weigh nothing.
Yeah.
It's like the cheapest hatchback car in the world. Mm-hmm. That's what it is.
Yeah,
and apparently the way they figured it was a white Uno is they found further up the roadway where the Mercedes had been before it crashed. They found a broken taillight from an Uno.
Yeah,
and then found white paint.
Mm-hmm.
On
the side
Mercedes.
of the car, and they figured out he must have sideswiped a Fiat Uno.
Yeah.
And that maybe caused the accident, or
Yeah.
certainly couldn't have helped things.
And let's be very clear here. Despite some of the accusations that have been thrown around that we are going to say later in the show, this car has never been found and identified. The driver has never been identified.
Yeah.
Yes.
We do not know who was driving this car or why or what they were doing there.
And police did look at
They looked.
thousands of Unos.
They looked at thousands of them. Yeah. Another weird thing is a bit of reporting about the Benz. Initially, it was reported that the car had been doing 120 miles an hour, which is 190 kilometers per hour.
Which is insanely fast.
Really, really fast. And that the speedometer had jammed in place when the impact first took place. Later, investigators corrected that and said, no, the car was doing like 60, 70 miles an hour, and that the speedometer was digital, so it couldn't have been jammed in place. But the manufacturer of the Mercedes-Benz actually said that the speedometer in this model, and this is corroborated by all of the literature about these cars, this make and model.
Yep.
Is,
which I've read through a lot of that.
Yeah, that the speedometer is actually computer-controlled analog, and though the car was certainly traveling faster than it should have been, the speedometer automatically resets to 0 when a crash occurs, which you would expect because it hit something and went to 0. So it's not moving anymore, so the speedometer is going to say, 0.
Yeah.
You're doing 0 miles an hour right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that 120 miles an hour is a bit of an exaggeration, though.
I agree.
I'm sorry, but I've driven at those kind of speeds.
It's insane.
And it's on a flat piece of road. It's fine. I couldn't imagine trying to do that speed on a road that's got curves and humps and underpasses. Like, if you're doing that, that's insane. I mean, I've done it in short bits, but not anything like a regular surface road.
Well, Henri had
training.
extensive training on I think this is why Doty was like, actually, hey, I know you're off duty, but can you come drive us for a minute?
Yeah,
Because
Henri, he had, with Mercedes-Benz specifically, he had done several driver training courses for anti-kidnapping and anti-terrorist situations, which, for anybody who doesn't know, I mean, there's high-speed driver training like what cops do, where you're in an urban environment and you're on the gas, on the brake, learn how to control the car, and then there's evasion tactics and how to control a vehicle when it gets hit.
Yeah.
These are the things, and this is specifically in Mercedes-Benz vehicles is what he got trained in.
In this specific vehicle.
Yes.
Not this exact one, but this make and model.
Yes. So, as a general statement, most brands of vehicles, all cars in that brand are going to operate essentially the same. So if I'm in a Ford Focus and then I jump into the Ford Sedan, which is the next size up, they're going to operate essentially the same. And that's kind of the idea.
It's just going to be a different kind of weight behind you.
Yeah.
But I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah, the guy he would have known what he was doing in these cars, in these high-speed, possible, unpredictable road conditions.
Yeah. Do anything else about the crash before we move on to theories?
Oh, geez, what about the crash? Let me think. Now, after the spot where they found the Fiat taillight, they found 106 feet of skid marks. Veering to the left and into the 13th column. And then it appears that after the car hit the 13th column and swung, sort of half bounced off, swung around and came to rest up against the outer wall of the tunnel, it appears that the Fiat Uno must have driven past him on his left-hand side and left the tunnel.
Yeah.
Which suggests to me that maybe the guy in the Uno was either felt he was at fault, or maybe he was drunk.
Or suspended or something.
And he just didn't dare stick around. And
here's something we haven't talked about this whole thing yet that we should probably bring up now. Europe is chock full of CCTV cameras.
Oh, yeah.
There is no footage of this chunk of the road into that tunnel.
Yeah.
Because the cameras weren't on.
Yeah.
No, I think
there's multiple reasons. I mean, I've heard that they were down for maintenance. I've heard that they only run during rush hour times. I mean, I don't know exactly. I never got a clear picture of why they weren't running.
Yeah.
Well, there are cameras at the entrances of this tunnel, and I got this from the British inquest about this thing, and they were not taped. They were just monitored in an office, basically, and the office closed at 11 p.m. And so that's why there's no video or anything like that.
That's insane to me that if you can pull recordable footage, why you wouldn't at least pull it and put it on a loop. So that you could 10 hours later go, oh, we really need the 2 o'clock this afternoon crash.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I agree, but
Well, yeah, I mean, this is 1997. This was
that's
18 years ago. So, and most of the CCTVs that were along the route were not even turned towards the road.
Oh, weren't they?
No, a lot of they're all, Mohammed
thought there
Al-Fayed
was-
made a huge stink about that, but it turns out they identified, I don't know what, maybe 10, 14 cameras along that
But there
route that
were
they took.
some that were pointed towards the entry of the underpass, and that's.
I don't think so.
I
Most
thought there
of
was
the-
at
most of
least
the
one or
ones-
two.
Most of the ones that they drove past were actually privately owned, and they were actually directed more towards security, so they were actually pointed at the fronts
Oh,
of
so they weren't
buildings.
actually road cameras.
Yeah, no. They weren't.
Oh, okay.
You know, in '97, I don't think highway cams were as
See,
ubiquitous as
I
they are
understood
today.
this as they were highway cams, so
No.
that's why I brought it up.
No, they weren't.
Okay, well
Yeah.
then never mind. I'm completely off base on that one.
yeah, the only other thing I want to mention just briefly before we get into theories is that some eyewitnesses reported seeing a bright flash as the car entered the tunnel
yeah.
underpass.
Yeah.
I say that in an annoyed monotone, and we'll talk about it in a minute, I'm pretty sure. But, I guess we have to mention it.
We have to mention, and it does
It will.
play into
Yep.
this next theory, which is the first theory
Great.
that we need to talk about.
Okay.
Theory number one, the paparazzi.
They did it. They murdered her.
Well, they were responsible.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do a little bit of a little bit of info. We've covered some of this briefly, but let me just kind of run into some of this. It's interesting. It's obvious why they were interested in her.
Yeah.
She's Lady Diana. She is the ex-wife of Prince Charles, who is heir apparent to the throne of England.
She's the mother of the future king of England.
Correct. And then there's Dodi. His dad is this giantly rich man who has his fingers in so many pies. I mean, it makes sense why they would be interested in both of them, though mostly I'm pretty sure they were interested in Diana.
Yeah.
In the 90s, people may not know this. I mean, I think people are used to this now, but this was kind of record-breaking at the time. Is in the 90s, several photographs of celebrities started selling for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars to tabloids. A huge money-making industry.
Oh, yeah.
And while I personally don't think that it is a profession, it was a job that could make you a very rich individual if you got the right shot.
Yeah. Though, the right shot being a picture of two people in a car.
Yeah, if you got the picture of them doing the nasty when they shouldn't have been, that's one thing.
Making out on the beach or the yacht, sure.
Yes, but
Traveling
in a
by car?
not so interesting.
Yeah, I know. It really wasn't all that necessary to drive fast. I mean, Christ's sakes. I mean, unless they were trying to lose them, which they weren't
were.
about to do.
I think they were trying to lose them. They didn't want to know they didn't want them to know where the apartment was.
Because the
Yeah.
idea was they're swarming the Ritz. Let's get away from the Ritz. Let's go to the apartment so that they don't know where we're at.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the paparazzi, specifically the ones who were chasing them. There were 9 of them who were charged with manslaughter in France based on the accident because they were deemed to have been in some way responsible for the accident.
Yeah.
Those charges were thrown out in 2002.
Which makes sense when you think about it.
I don't think they were there. So yeah, that makes sense. There were 3 of them who were convicted of invasion of privacy for taking pictures of the couple. And this is so weird.
So dumb.
They were fined in 2006 €1 a piece.
I suspect
Symbolic.
that's about what they sold their photos for.
I really don't understand how you can make any money taking pictures of Diana because everybody was doing it.
Yeah,
There's
you'd have to
some
get a really
kind of a-
compromising photo.
Yeah, you would.
And the guys that took the photos at the crash site probably could have sold them for a lot of money, but there's a lot of scuffle about that. But let's just let's move into the actual theory portion here. So people believe that the paparazzi are responsible for the crash in two different ways.
Okay.
As we've just briefly touched on, the first is that they were responsible because they were chasing the couple. Because as we talked about, they sent the decoy car out, and then a little bit later, most of the paparazzi chased the decoy car, but not all of them took the bait, and some of them figured out that they were still there, and they chased the car from the back of the hotel where they actually left from. Of course, then that meant that it's their fault that they were driving so fast and so erratically to try to escape them. I do want to point out, and we touched on this earlier, is that the paparazzi were on motorcycles, a.k.a. mopeds.
Like Vespas.
Like a Vespa. So one guy driving, one guy on the back. So two dudes on a Vespa, which doesn't have a high speed. It's super maneuverable, so you can get in and out and get your photos and get out. But you cannot keep up with a Mercedes-Benz S280. That thing has a V8 engine in it.
Yeah, and it was being driven pretty quickly.
It's a high-power car. It's going to be able to escape them quickly. But the point is, it's theorized that if they had just not done their job so well, is a way to say it, then, of course, Henri wouldn't have had to drive so fast to try to escape them or evade them, that then this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
although I would argue that if I were their lawyer, I'd argue that hey, these people were trying to escape my clients. They should have found more creative ways to escape my clients than driving at breakneck
Really,
speeds
really
through
fast.
the middle of Paris.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, that's a absolutely valid point.
Yeah, I think that these guys just need to get creative about evading paparazzi. I think they need to hire me. I would help them figure it out.
Well, the easy answer is blacked out windows. But hey, what do I know?
You can do that.
The other version of the theory is that they caused the crash directly. This is kind of an outside theory, but it is one thing. It's one of the theories that Mohammed Al-Fayed really, really gets in bed with.
Gosh, one of the hundreds.
Oh, that guy, what was it, like 70 or 80 theories he purported to the Inquisition saying
I
this.
heard it was more like 175.
Yeah, it's some absurd number.
It could have been this. It could have been that. It could have been this. It could have been
Yes.
that.
I mean, it's almost as if he sat down for 3 months and wrote down every idea that could have been possible and then submitted those. But what he says is, or what the theory is, and Joe talked about this earlier, is there's the bright flash.
I mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, or it was you. Okay, thank you. If this theory is right, the bright flash was caused by the flash from a camera. So there is a photographer trying to take a photo, and they take a photo, and the flash blinds Henri to the point that he can't see, so that he loses control of the vehicle. People who saw the Mercedes enter the tunnel didn't say that they saw the paparazzi with them. So
Yeah.
that makes me think that they had evaded them. So therefore, the whole flash thing seems a little weird. But we've also talked about the white Fiat, the Uno.
Yeah.
There are theories that say that when the Mercedes was going into the tunnel, there was the Uno and 3 motorcycles. The first theory is that there's the Mercedes. Directly in front of and to the right of it is the Fiat.
Trying to slow it down.
Trying to slow it down, and behind it is the motorcycles. Or the Uno is next to the Mercedes, and then the motorcycles are behind both vehicles. This theory runs that the Uno was trying to get in front of, to slow down the Mercedes so that the photographers on the motorcycles could get their photos, which I can see, but it doesn't work for me. or that the Fiat was trying to get up next to the Mercedes and take a picture. Both of these are saying that in some way somebody with a super bright flash on their camera was getting next to the car and there was interference, and that bright flash is what then blinds Henri so that he loses control.
But that would take an amazing intelligence network to come up with their route ahead of time, to position a Fiat ahead of them on their
I
route.
call that blind luck
Yeah.
to have been, holy crap, we're on the same route as Diana and Dottie. Oh my gosh, how could that be? But there's also this, and the witness accounts of everything going into the tunnel and out of the tunnel, they're unreliable at best. We've talked about witness statements before.
As always,
Yeah.
there's some conflicts. They're not all the same. Nobody reported, for example, I read a number of different accounts that people who saw the Mercedes go into the tunnel, they were like coming out of the tunnel the other way, for example, and they didn't say anything about a white Fiat.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I have seen stuff about reports of seeing coming out of that tunnel another black or possibly white Mercedes that did in fact go in with them and speed out of the tunnel without them and disappear into the night.
A different kind of Mercedes?
A different Mercedes vehicle. So 2 Mercedes went in, 1 came out. But the color of that second Mercedes changes from dramatically white to black, depending on what you see.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
mean,
if it was black, it could have been a decoy, and Diana and Dodie are still alive.
That's
somewhere.
probably what it is.
Probably with Tupac.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
I
There was
don't think so, but
and I know there was at least one other car ahead of them in the tunnel too, because they also the driver of that car reported the white flash also.
correct. And I
that
know
was-
we're going to go into some of that
Yeah,
in
we'll
detail.
talk about that a little
but yeah,
later,
no.
but-
So it's hard because there's so many differing accounts.
Yeah.
Of so many, at least 2 to 3 vehicles.
Yeah.
Not counting the motorcycles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It's.
I'm not sure where I land.
I don't
on this
know.
one.
Yeah, I don't.
I think the paparazzi are scumbags, but I don't think that per se it's their fault.
I agree.
No. And obviously they didn't deliberately do it because
Yeah.
they don't want to kill Diana.
No.
Exactly.
Like,
They're
I
cash
need the
cow?
money.
No.
Yeah.
What a way to kill your paycheck.
Yeah,
I
for
know.
real.
Well, let's move on to our next theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the fun one.
Man, there is so much on this one.
Just so you guys know, prepare, take your potty break now if you need to. Joe has written an entire episode's worth of information on this next theory.
Yeah, we're going to be talking fast, so
Yeah.
stay on your toes. So the next theory is that the royal family, along with MI6 and SAS, got together and murdered Di and Dodie.
What's the SIS? SAS.
Yeah, SAS is Special Air Service, but what I meant was Special Service, which
They're
is
the Special Air Service is the special service.
Yeah, Special
right?
Service
Yeah.
encompasses
They just happen to
the whole
be-
ball of wax, like
Yeah.
MI6, MI5. MI5 is counterintelligence, and then MI6 is overseas spying,
Yep.
that kind of thing. You don't.
If you've
understand all
seen
that
a James
stuff.
Bond movie, you know.
Yeah, exactly. This theory is put forward by Mohammed Al Fayed.
Shocking.
I know.
One of the 170.
Yeah, he's put together quite a bit of cool conspiracy theories here. I actually have a theory about Al Fayed, which is that he's really proud of the fact that his son was dating Princess Di, and he just wants to keep reminding people about it.
We can talk a lot about Al Fayed in a little bit.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy.
He is.
So why did they do this? Why did the royal family want to murder Di? Because, according to Al Fayed, Di was pregnant with his child.
With Dodie's child, not
Dodie's child.
not Al Fayed's child.
Yeah, not Muhammad's child. And apparently they were on the brink of announcing their engagement.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Do you know how infuriating tabloids are? There's a baby bump. No, it's called a human woman who has a normal belly.
Yeah.
in a one-piece bathing suit,
Well, but it
and she
wasn't-
has an abdomen.
But it wasn't
wasn't
the
the
it wasn't the
tabloids.
tabloids that were putting this out, though.
Well, no, but the tabloids put out photos of Di's baby bump and stuff like that. It's like, oh my gosh, you guys cut it out. She's just a person.
She's just been guzzling a lot of beer.
Well,
She's got a gut.
It's particularly frustrating in this point. We haven't actually talked much about this, but people may or may not know Diana was severely bulimic for a good portion of her life. Extra frustrating to know that she had those body issues and to hear, the tabloids were like, oh, it's a baby bump for her. It's like, oh, she's gaining some healthy weight that she
has
should be
10
gaining.
pounds of extra weight on. She must be preggers.
Yeah, no.
Annoying.
Anyways.
Well, it was the whole Diana thing was annoying, frankly. I think Diana would have considered me her ideal fan because I
agree.
didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
And I wasn't
Yeah.
interested at all.
So,
Yeah.
Di was pregnant.
So
And they were gonna announce their
pregnant
engagement.
with Dodie's child. They were going to, and so Prince Philip, not Princess Philip, Prince Philip, gave the order to rub her out because they obviously didn't want to have, like a Muslim child in the royal family. Islamic child. But and the service has apparently used a plan that was similar to one, surprisingly, that had been cooked up in 1992 to assassinate Slobodan Milosevic.
Which involved a bright flash. With a bright flash, you guys. Bright flash.
With a bright flash.
Yeah.
And bright flashes can do a lot, actually. You actually can, with a bright enough flash, you can actually stun people.
Yeah.
Actually cause them to conk out temporarily. You can disorient them hugely. But anyway, let's go ahead with this. Al-Fayed said, this is again Mohammed, that Henri Paul was working for an intelligence service and that he was somehow instrumental in the plan to kill Di and Doe.
Which is funny because, he
Killed himself.
Well, no, he employed Henri.
Henri, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
He was his deputy head of security. So.
Yeah, of course. At the time, he didn't know this. He found this out later. I'll tell you his source. Somehow he was part of this plan, knowingly or not. He might have just been a cat's paw. But he also said that James Ondenson, who was a photographer, was also working for an intelligence service, and that he was present at the accident.
He was present at the accident, wasn't he?
Not
the photographer.
James Anderson, no. But of course, this is just the accusations of Mohammed Al-Fayed.
Okay.
He says that Anderson was working for an intelligence service. He was at the accident. Anderson, he claimed, owned a white Fiat Uno, which he had used somehow to cause the accident. His Fiat Uno was later examined by the French police and found to be the one that left white paint on the Mercedes, on the fender of the Mercedes. Anderson died in May 2000 in suspicious circumstances in a car fire, which was ruled as a suicide. But Al-Fayed said that the unusual circumstances of the fire indicated that he was murdered by the security services, although he allowed that perhaps Anderson had just committed suicide out of guilt over murdering Di and Dodie. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, let's keep running with this one because I do like this.
I
theory a
like
lot.
this, but there's red flags for me or things that I'm like, wait a
Well,
second. But I know we're going to get to it, so
sure, yeah, no worries.
I'm going to hold my tongue.
this was this was something that was extensively investigated. It's not like he just made these accusations and nobody looked at
There's
it.
the Inquisition, Operation Pag.
The inquest.
Yeah, what was it? Operation Paget?
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 I thought it was Paget, but I could be
Paget?
wrong. I don't know.
Probably. Anyways,
I don't know.
it's what?
It's one of those
800
million things we mispronounce.
Yeah.
850 pages
It's
long or something
rough.
like that.
I think it's 832 pages.
I
And
think we
I
all
read
read parts of it at least.
Parts of it, yeah.
I actually, I got to tell you, I read hundreds of pages of
Yeah?
that, and I didn't finish it by a
No.
long ways, but I read a lot of it.
But this was one of the things they investigated in that, isn't it? This
oh yeah,
claim?
oh, yeah. They
Well, that's how
investigated
his
this
section was
whole-
so long. He
they-
copy pasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They had a whole chapter on the whole MI6 royal family accusation. There were other accusations that were also kind of suspicious. There was a guy in the British Embassy named Richard Spearman who apparently was supposedly MI6, and he showed up in Paris just like a few days before the accident, coincidentally speaking. Another guy named Nicholas Langman, also with MI6 supposedly in the Paris Embassy, arrived in Paris, he said, a week before the accident and left a week after.
This is Mohammed Al-Fayed said this.
That's just what he said. Although some versions of this say that he actually arrived a couple of years earlier, and he was on a 4-year posting, and then he was pulled out like a week after the murders, which is like unprecedented because when you post somebody to a country, they have to go through all kinds of training specific to that country. They have to go through language training and all kinds of stuff there's a big investment.
Yeah.
So if you pull somebody out 2 years into
That's
the
a
four-year posting,
huge loss.
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah. So how to explain that Nicholas Langman was suddenly jerked back to London just like a week after?
Mm-hmm.
So that's that. Yeah. There were also 2 British photographers present at the Ritz on that night. They both were overheard to be speaking English. Nobody had seen them before, and the paparazzi all knew each other.
Right.
Everybody knew everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
So
you're
these guys were
always-
strangers.
Yeah,
and
you're
so-
always hanging out at the same places. You're going to get to know each other.
Oh yeah, and so these 2 strangers were hanging out there. Well, what's that all about?
Well, maybe because
Yeah.
there's a foreigner.
Maybe because there's a big crowd, and then
Yeah.
people are saying, "Hey, Princess Di is here."
Maybe.
No, well, that's crazy talk. Yeah.
Crazy insanity.
So almost all these claims originated with a guy named Richard Tomlinson, who was an MI6 officer from apparently 1991 to 1995, when he was dismissed under, quote, acrimonious circumstances, unquote.
I don't
Yeah.
know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, apparently, it was not a good term.
So a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of like that.
They didn't like him.
Yeah, Tomlinson published a book about his time in the Special Service in 2001, which was called The Big Breach. In the book, he details an encounter with a coworker. This coworker says one day, "Hey, take a look at this memo. Tell me what you think." The memo outlines basically 3 ways to kill Slobodan Milosevic, who we've all heard of. If you haven't, do a Google on him. The memo basically was about half in just justifying the assassination of Slobodan.
Like you'd have to.
Yeah, exactly. And then the rest of it was like kind of a how-to. How do we do this? And so
One.
there was one. Yeah.
Bullet point number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullet point 1, PowerPoint presentation 1. One
Slide.
would be that Special Service commandos just assassinate him
Yeah,
directly.
sniper rifle.
Yeah.
Sure.
Another one, option 2, is that Special Service recruits local militiamen to do it, which is kind of a nice way to do it.
Clean, nice,
Yeah. And third one was as Special Service does it, but instead of using guns, they just kill him by causing his limo to crash. And the specific plan in this case was by using a blinding flash to blind his limo driver, preferably in a tunnel.
Oh, that's right. That's why I was being an idiot earlier and thinking that this was a real thing.
Yeah.
This is a big story.
It is.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's
There are a
there's
lot of loose ends to tie together.
A lot of details here. But when Tomlinson first heard about the circumstances of Di's car crash, and he heard about that blinding flash, his memory was jolted, and he suddenly went back to 92 when he saw this memo.
Convenient.
All of these details about this plot were in his book that he published in 2001. He also talked about how in 1992 he was working on an operation to recover weapons. And this actually, I'm not sure if this was in his book or not, but this is some information that he passed along to Mohammed Al-Fayed. He was working on an operation in 92 to recover high-tech weapons from the former Soviet Union. And by the way, this operation was found to have actually existed, so he wasn't completely lying about this stuff.
Yeah, this guy was full of hot air at times, but not everything was bogus.
Not everything was bogus.
That's
yeah.
so hard. That's like more frustrating to me than anything else, because it's like, well, some of what you're saying is true, and it makes sense that people would try and cover up the other stuff that you're saying. So is it true, or are you making it up?
But that's the thing of, is he really a spy gone rogue and been kicked out? Or is he actually, his mission is a plant to do these other things, to spin these other lies? That's the
So hard.
total deep cover. Are
Yeah.
you really deep cover? Or are you just a jerk who lost his job and is spouting off?
Yeah, there's more interesting
The
stuff
whole-
about this, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's not done.
Nope.
Yeah, oh, no. He's put out a lot of stuff, and almost everything, like I said, that Mohammed came up with, he got from this guy. Anyway, back to that operation in the former Soviet Union. It was in collaboration with a big-time arms dealer who, maybe that was Adnan Khashoggi, I don't know. But it turns out he was in frequent contact with none other than Mohammed Al-Fayed.
So
Remember
there you
him?
go.
Yeah, I know. And this is all by his memory, of course, of reading these files. The informant who reported these contacts had a code name, so Tomlinson didn't know what his real name was, but he was able to figure out from going through the files that it was a French guy who was head of security at the Ritz Hotel in Paris.
That, yeah.
No, Henri was the deputy head.
No. I know it's not. I know we're not saying
Okay.
that's Henri,
Okay, good.
but they give people code names and they hold back a lot of information to protect those people. So
Yeah,
if this guy is just like, oh, dude, totally figured that out. That was just a word jumble. I
Yeah.
question his
Sure.
credibility a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's really no point in assigning somebody a code name to protect his identity and then just like leaving information in there that obviously indicates where he works and what his job is.
Yeah.
Which makes it so easy.
He
I know.
works on Fifth Street and Llewellyn
He works at
at
the
the
food cart,
local
and-
insurance company, but nobody will figure that out. So we'll just write that in the report. I mean,
Somewhere between floors 5 and 7.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll talk more about that. Tomlinson also heard while he was at Special Service that there was a member of the paparazzi who was with MI6, or at least an informant for MI6, who followed Diana on a regular basis. Yeah. Okay, the Brits put together an inquest called Operation Paget, which we mentioned,
we mentioned,
a few minutes ago, which was a court of inquiry into all of these allegations.
which this thing has been beaten.
They
It got so abused in the media.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So many things got called out as weird and awkward and odd. And I don't think we're going to go into any of
Not everything.
that logistical parliamentary process just to get people who have read up on this or watched certain documentaries, because I watched a bunch of the documentaries
I did
just
too.
to try to find some of this stuff. Be warned, we're not going in to this operation.
Also, be warned, I guess people may or may not know. I know Steve went in knowing this, but many of the documentaries about this have been produced by Al-Fayed.
A number
good
of
number
them.
of them. Yeah.
There are some that are independently produced and some that are influenced or monetarily or politically by him.
Back to Operation Paget.
Oh, yeah.
Hope I'm not mispronouncing that. They contacted us, Special Service first, and they were given access to their databases and other documentation. And of course, they didn't let just anybody look at that stuff. They had to be people with the appropriate security clearances.
Which most of the people who were investigating this were, though. I mean, it was a high-level investigation.
Yeah.
Inquest.
Yeah. So, first of all, the assassination memo. After Tomlinson left Special Service, he began to the Special Service was not really keen on this. They instigated civil proceedings against him in 1996 to stop him publishing his book. He was ordered to turn over his manuscript. Chapter 8 of the manuscript talks about the assassination memo, and in that version of the manuscript, it only discussed using a drive-by shooting to kill Milosevic.
That's a little different.
That was in 1996. In October 1997, after the deaths, Tomlinson was arrested for Official Secrets Acts offenses. His manuscript was seized again. Chapter 8 again had a mention of the memo in there, but no mention of a plan to use blinding lights in tunnels to kill people. And then in May the following year, 1998, Tomlinson first met Mohammed Al-Fayed. And then in August 1998, Tomlinson changed his story.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
Shifting
actually...
sands.
Yeah. The Operation Paget actually was able to find that memo. It was written in 1993, and it did discuss the possible assassination of a certain Balkan extremist who was not Milosevic, but it didn't actually talk about it. It was only a justification for it as a way to prevent genocide and ethnic cleansing and stuff like that.
The sort of thing you want to prevent.
Yeah, exactly. Although actually the guy who wrote it got in a little bit of trouble for it, but that was
Shocking.
that was about it. He talked about the justification for doing it, but he didn't actually touch on any methods at all for doing any assassination.
So was there any support for a bright flash of light anywhere?
Using a bright flash of light? No, Tomlinson claimed that he was shown lights, the special strobes that were used by Special Service to blind people in helicopters or whatever, and Special Services says no. And they also point out that, by the way, you can get powerful strobes just about anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely you can.
Yeah. Tomlinson apparently was shown this memo, and he recognized it and realized that was the one.
Oh.
And then he did a lot of this, actually. He did a lot of, sort of backpedaling. Shown the memo by Operation Paget, he sort of says, yeah, this is the one. I must have misremembered that part about the blinding, flashing lights that kill people in tunnels. And so he...
Not to my
away.
recollection.
Yeah. Again, the blinding white flash. Most people don't recall seeing the blinding white flash. It's not that well supported. That one of the witnesses who saw it was a guy named Francois Levistre, who was in a car with his wife in the underpass ahead of the Mercedes, and he claimed to have seen a white flash in his rearview mirror. His wife did not.
Well,
Passengers don't look at the rearview mirror.
yeah, but I also think that, when I'm driving at night, if there's lights, sometimes the light will catch the mirror in a weird way and reflect into my eyes, and I get really angry. I'm like, who's the jerk with the brights on behind me? And I'm like, oh, no, it was just, they were going over a bump. If the car was losing control and veering weirdly,
yes,
there's certainly a number of circumstances.
It's going to be a wide arc, both horizontally and vertically, that the headlights.
It would have been really easy for it to just go real quick, and it would have flashed into his face, easily explained as headlights, right?
Yeah.
And also there were paparazzi in there.
Yeah, paparazzi with flash bulbs going off.
Weird.
So who knows?
Maybe.
I know. So that's about it for the white flash. I mean, I think a few other people reported it too, but it's still not that conclusive of a thing to begin with. As far as the two suspicious MI6 guys at the British Embassy in Paris, remember we talked about those a minute ago? Richard Spearman actually did arrive in Paris to begin a 4-year posting on August 26th, 1997, so just 4 days before Diane Doe showed up in Paris. But he had been appointed that position in August 1996, which was almost a year before Diane Doe started dating. And also on August 26th, when he arrived, nobody knew that Di and Dodie were going to be showing up in Paris anyway.
I don't think anybody really knew. I don't know that they necessarily planned it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there was.
There was talk that there were calls to the paparazzi when they were on their yacht, but that doesn't mean that there were calls to the rest of the world to tell everybody, hey, this is where we're going, instead of, hey, we're here, this is where we're at.
Yeah, especially if you have private security.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you're going to probably want to keep most of your movements secret just for less hassle factor. But let's remember the other shadowy diplomat who came and went quickly before and after the assignment. His name was Nicholas Langman.
Yeah.
He was recalled to London right after the accident. He was only halfway through his 4-year posting. But actually he began his posting in 1994. Yeah, and he didn't go back to England until August 1998 after serving, 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so August 1998. So he didn't leave the week after. He left a year after.
So,
And
yeah,
also-
that sort of
There's
shoots
a
a hole
huge
in that.
difference.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's move on to Henri Paul. Was he an MI6 informant? And, no. Searches of the Special Service databases and telegram communications found no mention of him. And they had ways, when they were going through this stuff, they had ways to figure out if information was being withheld from them. This is, again, Operation Paget. For example, the telegrams were all numbered sequentially, and the sequence was unbroken.
Okay.
And so that's how they knew that nothing was being withheld. And they found no mention of Henri Paul except for one telegram dated November 18th, 97, which was after his death.
After, yeah.
Yeah, and that was it.
And you would maybe mention that.
Yeah, you'd think.
Seems.
Yeah.
I could see his name coming up after the fact. Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Makes sense. As for the files that Tomlinson found, that the head of security at the Ritz was an informant. As I mentioned previously, the operation that Tomlinson described actually did exist, and he was actually part of that. But Operation Paget, went through the files and found no reference to anybody working at the Ritz. Yeah. So
Again, I think we've we already discredited that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So how about James Ondenson, the photographer, the paparazzi? Although, I should say out of fairness that Ondenson was not a full-time paparazzi. He actually did
He moonlighted.
He did all kinds of stuff.
Paparazzo.
Yeah, paparazzo, you're right. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Yeah.
But he did like to go down, in August, he would go down to the south of France and hang out there because there was money to be made, taking pictures of celebrities.
Also, not a
Princess Di.
bad place to hang out.
No, not at all. Did James Ondenson work for the Special Service?
Did he?
I don't know. Did he use his white Fiat Uno to cause the crash?
Did he have a white Fiat Uno?
As a matter of fact, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, turns out.
All right.
Was he murdered by the Special Service?
I mean, it's suspicious.
Because he died in suspicious circumstances. Also, Ondenson worked for a photography agency called SIPA, a SIPA press agency, based in Paris, which was raided by masked gunmen several weeks after his death, and they took away all of his electronic equipment, laptops and stuff like that. And the French police, to top it off, didn't investigate the raid at all.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I mean, that is a little weird.
Yeah, it's all very suspicious.
In
But
fairness.
this is all good. Again, stuff put out there by Mohammed Al-Fayed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're still. I was gonna say. Wait, we need to warn people. Joe is just flipped back into purported theory section. One of 175 possible theories.
This is
1001 Arabian Nights. We just jumped back into.
This is what's being said. But we'll talk about the truth or not of it. Operation Paget looked into Anderson, excuse me, and at first of all, they went to the database at Special Service and found nothing. Nothing in the files. He lived on a farm with his kids and his wife in Ligna. It looks like it's spelled like Lignieres, but it's actually pronounced Ligna.
Yeah, because it's French.
Yeah, it's French. It's 177 miles south of Paris, as the crow flies. He returned from the south of France to the family farm on August 28th, according to his diary and also according to what his wife said. And then on the 30th, he was at home and went to bed early because he had to get up early to catch a flight to Corsica for a photography assignment. His wife documented this. She corroborated it. He had to drive up to Orly Airport. His drive up was on toll roads, so it was documented because he paid by credit card.
Right.
He entered the toll road at Bourges near his home and then exited the road at 5:48 a.m., about 30 miles from Orly Airport, and then bought a plane ticket to Corsica at 6:23 a.m.
Okay.
So conceivably, he could have used he was driving a BMW. He wasn't driving the Fiat
The
anymore.
Uno.
Yeah, the Uno was in bad shape, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say the Uno was a hunk of junk.
I heard it was like undrivable.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a garbage car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he could have, conceivably driven it up to Paris, caused the wreck, driven back down all the way to home, picked up his Beamer, and then driven back north again. That'd make for a long night.
Also, his wife would have been a really, really heavy sleeper.
But yeah, she would have had to
Or
have
lying.
been. Yeah.
Yeah, to not notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of emphasis placed on Ondenson in these theories.
Yeah.
He's an easy scapegoat, though.
Especially since he's dead now.
And he died under what people call suspicious circumstances,
Let's
which
be fair, it's
I don't think
suspicious.
are.
You don't?
No,
I do.
I don't think. Doing the research, don't think they're exactly suspicious.
No. I mean, if you look on the wiki page, it looks pretty hinky.
Mm-hmm.
But I found out the wiki page is all wrong.
Yeah.
Big time wrong. Yeah.
Yes, this is why I love Wikipedia, but it's not the end-all, be-all.
Yeah. All right, so there's one stake through the heart there of, one nail in the coffin. That's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
One nail in the coffin is that he can pretty much document that he was not in Paris that night. I think through the toll road receipts and all that stuff, and his wife's testimony. Also, all the paparazzi at the Ritz did not remember seeing him there.
Again, it's a close-knit group.
Yeah.
You would think they would know.
Yeah.
One of the photographers, a guy named Pham Van Soo, of paparazzi, told Paget that, quote, "If Anderson had been working in Paris that night, I would have known. He is not the kind of person to go unnoticed."
Yeah.
Apparently Ondenson, was a well-known photographer. Also, they went through the closed-circuit TV footage of the crowd in front of the hotel.
And he didn't show up at all.
Yeah, it wasn't there. So,
but the white Uno.
The white Uno. Let's talk about it. It's kind of like the white rhino. Yeah, or the white buffalo. Yeah, the white Uno. There was a guy who was in the underpass or the tunnel, if you like it. Not the guy I talked about before we saw the blinding white flash, named Georges Dazon. He was in a car in the underpass, and he apparently, I don't know if he was passed. I guess he was overtaken by the Uno.
He was going in the same direction. And he
going in
got
the same
passed
direction.
by.
Yeah, the Uno was swerving and driving slowly and kind of driving erratically, which would make sense if you've just been in this near-deadly crash and you've just also, hit and run. You've left the scene of a serious accident.
Yeah, you're on the run.
Yeah, so
panicked.
Passing the car, saw the driver. The driver was white male, short brown hair, and there was a large dog in the rear seat, maybe an Alsatian or a black lab.
Yeah, but okay, butt in there. The Fiat couldn't have been already involved in the crash, right? If these people were reporting this, because then they would have stopped to help with the crash.
This is after the crash.
This is after the crash.
It's after the crash?
This is after the crash.
In a different
These people
underground
reported seeing this car after the crash.
Oh, after.
coming out of the
Coming
tunnel.
out of the
They were
underpass.
coming up and out of the tunnel, and
Got
they
it.
saw this car, and yeah, I know.
The
It's
timeline is a
confusing.
little wonky for me, but okay.
It
yeah.
is a little wonky. I
Well, that's
agree.
the problem. Again, we've talked about
The
this. and
timeline's odd.
The timeline is hard to hang on to.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, large dog in the back.
Yeah, large dog on the back. His wife Sabine tells it a little differently. She says they were overtaken by the white Uno, which was swerving and nearly hit them. And then it slowed down, and then they passed the car, which actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. They got past the wreck, and they were jetting out of there, and then and in the meantime, driver's looking in his rearview mirror, seeing what's going on behind him. And then it realizes, oh, I'm going too fast, and hits the brakes and slows way down.
Yeah,
So-
I don't want to draw attention to myself.
Yeah, exactly. So he panics and then gets it under control. So they passed him again, and again she noticed that too. Her description of the driver was a little different, but she also noticed there was a big dog in the back with a long nose, and she's thinking maybe a German Shepherd. But the Andersons, James Anderson did have a dog, a golden lab, which is probably the same as what we call a yellow lab.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, which he never took on assignments.
Wait, a goldie has longer hair than a yellow, but basically the same thing.
Yeah. So, if there was an Uno in the tunnel, and apparently there was, it does not appear to have been James Anderson's Uno.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, as befits any vehicle that's used in the hit of the century, the Fiat Uno that the Anderson family owned was traded in on another car rather than being sent to the bottom of a river.
Right, because obviously it was involved.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, their son, James Anderson Jr., needed a car, and a local Fiat dealer was offering 5,000 francs for any Fiat trade-in.
Any?
Even a total piece of junk.
Weird.
They would, yeah, exactly. And so they thought, hey, we've got this piece of crap in our barnyard, in our farmyard.
It's not worth 5,000 francs, but let's do it.
Yeah, it barely ran. They mostly used it to haul trash from the house up to the gate of the farm, which was about a quarter mile away, and that was because it was all thrashed on the inside.
Right.
What a terrible car to learn to drive in.
I know.
Hey James, go take the trash down the road.
Trash car.
But Dad, I don't know how to drive. Well, you can't hurt the Fiat.
Yeah.
Just take that
You're gonna
car.
learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Dad, years later, is like, God, you're such a terrible driver. Well, look what you taught me in.
Trash car.
I know. So back to Anderson and his farm and his car. The French police, somebody dropped a dime on James Anderson in February 1998. They got an anonymous tip that James Anderson was secretly a Yeti. And also that
Come on, Joe.
you don't
Cut
want
it
to-
out.
All right. The police in February 1998 received an anonymous tip that Anderson was
The owner of a...
the owner of
Yeah.
a white Fiat
Yeah.
Uno.
which is suspicious, apparently.
Yeah. Confronted by police, Anderson was evasive and sneaky and told them that he traded the car in and where he traded it in.
Yeah, super sneaky.
Yeah,
That looked took like no time at all.
Yeah. It's telling that it took him like 15 seconds to wring
probably.
the truth out of him. Yeah. They tracked it to the garage where it had been traded in, and notably they hadn't sold it yet because they weren't about to sell it.
Because it was a piece of
junk.
crap.
Weird.
Yeah, and they were able to examine it. It was in very poor condition, which was confirmed by the Anderson family and also their neighbors, who confirmed that the car was a piece of crap. They checked out closely the left rear of the car. It was mostly pretty much undamaged. So if they had been sideswiped by the Mercedes, it would have been a really, really light sideswipe, enough to leave some paint traces, but not enough to actually crunch anything in.
Sure.
That's a lucky grazing, because if anybody who's been in a vehicle collision,
Yeah.
that is like going at 1 mile an hour through a parking lot speed to just barely scrape paint.
That's oops, I accidentally didn't turn the wheel hard
Yeah.
enough when I was parking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not I'm doing 70 and I just went next to you.
Yeah,
and never knew it.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing about it is let's not forget the left taillight was broken in the tunnel, which I don't see how you can whisk by somebody and just barely touch them, leave a little paint, and still break the taillight.
Well, Diana obviously had a hammer in her
Yeah,
hand
she
while
laid out,
leaning out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screw you!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diana had a well-known hatred of Fiat.
She did.
Yeah,
And taillights.
I know.
Yeah.
The taillight had been replaced, although it was not a new replacement. It hadn't been done recently at all. Also, it appeared that back fender, from the look of it, had not been replaced. Apparently, there are telltale marks if you replace an entire fender of a car. The marks are left in place. I have no idea
Yeah.
what, but yeah.
Well,
No, that's-
most body panels on older cars were pre-painted
Yeah,
before they were installed.
yeah.
So it's not old paint. So when you use the screws and the bolts to lock it in, that's going to leave an impression in that new paint.
Uh-huh.
I've actually done this. I pulled a body panel off of a car, and the paint, you could actually see where it had been impressed by the washers
Yeah.
and stuff. So
Yeah.
that makes total sense to me.
Yeah, yeah, and so it had been repainted, but at some point, but scratches and wear indicated that it was repainted a long time before August 1997.
Probably rattle can paint job.
Yeah. And according to the original French police report, the paint sample they took from the Uno did not actually correspond to the white paint found on the Mercedes. Although at the
From
same time,
from Anderson's.
from the
Uno.
Andensons,
Anderson, sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify.
So it wasn't exactly a strictly from their analysis indicated it wasn't strictly a factory
Okay.
It
paint.
wasn't factory paint.
Yeah. Although another outfit called LGC Forensics reviewed the evidence, and they came to the conclusion that they can't tell one way or another. So
They came to the conclusion that it was inconclusive.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. Dramatic.
Cool. Yeah.
And also, Anderson appeared apparently in a 1995 TV documentary, behind the wheel of his white Uno. And I don't know what the point of the I guess you talked about how he'd gotten so many miles out of his.
Oh,
Uno.
yeah, like a propaganda.
But he
thing.
drove the
Yeah.
holy living
Yeah.
crap out
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Like one does with a Subaru these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a Subaru commercial with 300 billion miles.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
So the Fiat Uno. My conclusion is it makes nothing but good sense to use your own car registered in your own name, in which you appeared in the documentary as part of an assassination plot.
That might be sarcasm for our listeners who have been
I think
missing.
that's a lot of
The listeners that
sarcasm.
have been missing our sarcasm,
Yeah.
please understand that was sarcasm.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason that Joe is bringing this particular instance up, though, is because the world went crazy about him later on.
Oh yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah.
he died.
Yeah.
he did die later on. We'll talk about
Yeah.
that in a minute.
But the Uno, there were like more than 8 million of those things
Yeah, almost
sold,
9
right?
million of these things made.
Yeah, made.
It's like the Ford Pinto of
Yeah.
Europe.
Uh-huh.
And in that time, white cars were pretty popular.
Yeah. Also, the Uno is a really tiny car. If you're thinking of going out and like running a big Mercedes sedan off the road, it probably wouldn't be your first choice, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Lightweight vehicle hitting a super heavy vehicle makes no sense
Not at all.
whatsoever.
Yeah, yeah. And let's not forget the presence of the black dog that was in the real Uno that was seen at the scene. You know.
But
Where
it's
did
the
that come
dog's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
It was the dog. It was too
Yeah,
cute.
and let's not forget just
Stupid
the
dog.
general unlikelihood that Anderson could possibly have known that they were going to be coming down through that underpass, that tunnel at that
Yeah.
particular time.
I think it's bunk.
Yeah, it's all bunk. But there's more. There's more suspicious.
Of course there is.
There's more suspicious stuff. He died in May 2000 in a car fire. The police ruled that it was a suicide based on evidence and on statements that he'd made to various people about how he'd kill himself under certain circumstances. And gasoline had been poured into the interior of the car and lit. The fire was so intense that his head separated from the rest of his body.
Boy.
Yeah, I know. There was a hole in his skull that appeared to be from a bullet.
Yeah.
And most mysteriously of all, the car was locked, but the keys were nowhere to be found.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know.
Oh, wait. Is that
Yeah.
the Wikipedia bunk that we're...
And yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, Muhammad
okay.
Al-Fayed actually cited this mysterious death as a reason to believe there was a conspiracy to kill Diane Doty, that he was either murdered to shut him up or he killed himself because he was just guilty. As far as the keys not being anywhere in evidence, well, I couldn't find any evidence that that's true. It's not in the inquest report. And even Muhammad Al-Fayed didn't say that. So that tells you something right there.
Yeah.
So somebody tacked this one on a mystery.
Even
Yeah.
Al-Fayed didn't say.
Yeah.
Also, our keys are metal.
He
And
drove the car there.
Yeah.
Well, no, Al-Fayed brought this up because he drove the car to the location, and then the keys weren't there. So he's using that as evidence to say, obviously he didn't drive himself there, and somebody who staged this forgot to leave the keys in the car.
I was just going to say keys are metal, and like metal melts in fire or whatever.
Or, I'm sorry, I know we're going to go into this, but if somebody's standing outside the car and they're having a bad day and they're thinking about ending everything, and we've all seen people do this, they get mad and they throw something, which happens to be the damn car keys, and they land in a bush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then no wonder they're not located.
Yeah, let's talk about the bullet hole.
Well,
though.
actually, it also could be that he was just there and he lost his car keys. He got back to the car, which is unlocked mercifully, but he couldn't start the car, so he decided to kill himself.
I actually do not believe that's the case based on everything we've got here, Bob.
So bullet hole though?
Yeah, the hole. Well, there was a decent sized hole in his skull, but it wasn't bullet shaped or round or anything like that. And actually, the medical examiner didn't find any slug, no bullet in his skull or anywhere in his body, and none was found in the car itself either. And also, there are natural processes by which this could happen. Due to the intense heat, you get pressure buildup inside the skull, and it can actually.
I'm guessing the hole was in the temple.
Yeah,
The temple region, which is thin bone.
Yeah. Suicide by immolation, I think, is a bit unusual.
Yeah, I agree.
If I were going to
especially in a car.
Yeah, I mean, if I were going to kill myself, I would probably duct tape a grenade to my head and pull the pin.
And then
go
through.
Nope.
Dude. Nope.
We're done.
We're not going to go there. Sorry.
Okay. But still themselves in all kinds of interesting ways.
They do.
Yeah. They and the medical examiner found no signs of violence. There were no tire tracks in the area besides Ondenson's BMW's tire tracks. His credit card was used that afternoon at a gas station nearby to buy 608 francs worth of fuel, which police concluded that was more than was necessary to fill the tank of the car. So it looks like he filled up maybe a fuel tank. Or a fuel,
couple of gas cans.
A fuel can or a couple of gas cans. A witness who had seen him in the area said they saw him in the car. They didn't see anybody but him in the car.
Sure.
When he left home that day, he left behind things that normally he would have taken, like his cell phone, his watch, his wallet, his attaché case. And that same day, he posted a letter to his employer, Cypher Press, asking that all of his photographic royalties be put in his wife's name.
Sounds like a suicide to
Sounds
me.
kind of suicidal to me. And I'm not going to go into great detail, but fellow photographers and friends had told stories about how he had said, God, if something happened to my family, I would kill myself by pouring gas all over myself. Another one said, I'd blow myself up in my car. And so there were a lot of people who testified that he talked about suicide. He talked a lot.
And that this was his choice.
Yeah. And this is another thing that Wikipedia kind of gets wrong. He says that his wife and kids don't believe his death was suicide to this day, and no, that's not true. I mean,
Sure.
I read in the inquest, they at least his wife accepts that he killed himself. She seems to believe it. And lastly, the last mysterious thing that happened that suggests special services was involved is, of course, as I said, he was affiliated with Cypher Press Agency in Paris. 6 weeks after the death, there was an armed robbery there with 3 men in masks who went through the offices and stole all the electronic equipment that Ondenson kept there. Again, as I said, the French police declined to investigate. Yeah. Suspicious?
It's a bit suspicious, though. That bit...
That accusation is a little bit suspicious. Absolutely.
Is that real?
Yeah, no, it's totally true. If by didn't investigate, you mean as did investigate and arrested 3 people. So, yeah, they investigated. These guys committed serial robberies like this. Also, Ondenson didn't keep anything at Cypher except for some archived photographs. He didn't leave his laptop or anything else there.
Wow.
And so none of that was stolen.
All right.
Yeah, they stole a bunch of other laptops, but nothing that belonged to Ondenson. And the owner of the company told CBS News some years later that he thought the real purpose of the robbery is to find compromising photos of a French celebrity who he declined to name. I assume it's Johnny Depp.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
It's always Johnny Depp.
Always Johnny Depp,
he thinks that was the main focus and that the rest was just a crime of opportunity.
Okay, there you go.
Well, so anyway, that's pretty much it for the royal family. To sum it up, the whole royal family had her murdered theory in all its many, many aspects.
It's a bit silly, isn't it?
It doesn't quite hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's enough of. Yeah, I think
Enough
that.
of the royal family.
Yeah,
I
they
think,
kinda-
Yeah.
I think we've exonerated the royal family, or at least in special service and MI6 and all that stuff. Yeah.
The next theory that we're going to go into, which is probably the most popular theory, is that Henri Paul was drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although when
Makes
I wrote
sense.
this out, I put a question mark at the end of that statement because
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, we're both we kind of tag teamed this one.
We really did.
And we'll continue to tag team it, but I think we're both on the same page of question mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because according to all the official documents, Henri was super drunk.
Yeah.
And,
Super drunk
on
on
that
booze
night. On-
and prescription drugs,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
And that's why he crashed the car, so he's completely at fault.
Well, when you Google the death of Princess Diana, the first thing comes up is manslaughter by negligent driving, Henri Paul.
Yep.
That's the official verdict is that he murdered them.
And according go ahead.
Well, we're going to go into all this. He was sort of he was off duty, as we said earlier. It's
Yeah.
like I don't really blame the guy, even if he had been drinking. Because
Well, but I also question a lot of it because of the timeline. But let's
Yeah,
go
let's
into
go
some
into
of the
it.
official doctrine here. According to the French investigation, the blood samples that were taken from his body showed a BAC, a blood alcohol content, of 0.17.
Legal limit in America is like 0.04, isn't it?
Oh no,
No.
0.08.
0.08.
Actually,
yeah,
it's,
sorry.
I think it's lower in some places,
Yeah,
higher in a few.
Oh,
but
I think
0.08 is
07
more
to
typical.
08 is kind of typical.
I would so that's more than twice the legal limit in
France,
America.
that's 3 times the
Great.
limit.
Cool.
So I think 0.6 or 0.06 is the limit there.
Okay.
So yeah, that's 3 times the drunk.
Yeah.
And have either of you known anybody who was pulled over and got the "you're over the limit"?
No.
Joe?
Yeah.
I have. I've seen friends who left and then got pulled over, and they were piss drunk, completely stagger, fall down drunk, and they were at the limit. So this is saying that he was, I use uppercase letters for this, super drunk.
Super drunk.
Yeah.
Absolutely obscenely drunk. I have problems with that.
Yeah, me too. But let's keep going.
We'll leave that be for the moment. We'll get into it in a minute. The other thing that they find when they do his blood screen or blood tox is they also find it's an extremely and unusually high amount of carbon monoxide in his blood, which is weird and really kind of hard to pin down.
They initially attributed it to a number of factors. One, they said he was in an underground tunnel, which is the dumbest thing I ever heard because he died on impact.
Yes.
But a lot of other people say, he lived in a densely populated area.
So it was pollution.
Right, but that's also dumb because then everybody else who lives in Paris should have the same carbon monoxide level in their blood, and then it shouldn't be above average.
His should be a little higher, though, because he smokes cigars.
He did, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
And,
But that wouldn't put him at an unusually high for the average median. If he lives in an urban setting, Paris,
yeah.
so everybody there should have approximately the same level. So that's the baseline. He should be a little above, not extremely high.
Did they
Yeah.
do blood work on anybody else in the car?
No.
Not that I ever saw. I mean, he was the driver, so he was the
Obviously,
prime
he would
candidate.
be. He would be, but it'd be interesting to see what the carbon monoxide levels were for everybody else in the car.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
With Diana being embalmed, you lose all that
Yep.
blood sample, and then Dodie, I don't know what they ever did with him, and then
Yeah,
it would
yeah.
seem that they should have tested Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor
His
Reese Jones, or
but
whatever his
I
name is.
don't think they ever did.
Well, these things are never brought forward,
Right.
of course. But again, these are the
But-
things that are to be focused upon. This is the thing that gets jumped on, and everybody says, "But he had." But, well, the other people were looked at, but
Yeah.
those don't get reported.
Sure.
And, of course, then, you know, the Operation Paget doesn't say anything about it because it was just so inconsequential. I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
But let's, for a minute, talk about Henri. He'd worked for the Fayette family for over 10 years. So he had been doing private security for them. He eventually did such a good job that he got promoted to deputy head of security.
Yep.
He also, on the side, was a private pilot.
Yeah.
So he liked to fly planes. That was one of the things. He kind of had this thing of, I like to fly. I do my job, but flying is kind of what I love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he did his job well, apparently. He got tipped handsomely by the super rich estate.
Yeah, no, there was.
Which helped to subsidize
I
his,
never saw anything that said that he was sloppy.
No.
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 It was,
He wouldn't have
yeah.
been promoted like that. if he
No,
was.
Yeah.
exactly.
And actually, he actually had kind of a sweet job, you know, because these rich people would like tip him really handsomely.
To just kind of hang out and make sure that paparazzi didn't.
Yeah, stuff like
bother
that.
them.
So they're tipping him like 500 pounds,
Yeah.
1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, very,
yeah.
very
No.
sweet deal.
Which is why when he died, they found a lot of money in his bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like we said, he liked to fly.
Yeah.
He had 3 days prior to the accident, he had to go take, and subsequently he passed, his private pilot's physical. At the time, it wasn't the standard practice like it is now to take blood work and to do what I would call a rigorous physical examination of somebody.
Yeah.
But he still passed the test. Most of it was just question and answer. But he still passed it, and there was no question from the doctor of, well, maybe this isn't right. So that seems okay.
Yeah, and the inquest that we talked about, they did an autopsy on Henri's body, and they explicitly said that Paul's liver was found to be normal. And that, he had been taking these pills. We're going to talk about in a minute all of the different things that he had been taking. But his doctor had said that she didn't think that he had a drinking problem, but that he had the personality that he could develop one if he became depressed or anything like that. He was a bit depressed, it seems.
He was a 40-something-year-old man.
He was, and he had
and
just
men
gone through...
in their mid-40s tend to get a bit of a drinking
Yeah,
problem.
and he had just gone through a big breakup from a long-term relationship and, sort of things that might attribute to that. So she had prescribed some things, but she said he didn't drink regularly, and when he did, it was never beyond the bounds of a normal kind of person relaxing. So like one or two.
Well, but he also...
But
he's
this is-
worried about it.
Well, see, this is the thing. I mean, when you talk to your doctor and your doctor says, how much do you drink? It's kind of like when a cop asks you, you don't tell them the truth, right?
That's true, but
Yeah.
I
The
think...
irony is when I signed up for my health insurance this year, I had this very same thing. Do I tell them the truth or
Nah.
do I not?
Yeah.
Like, how much do you reveal because you don't want to be pigeonholed?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have this many beers once a week. Well, that means I get pigeonholed, or that means I've got a booze problem, or the fact that I do drink anything at all could mean that, according to this doctor. I mean, it's a really weird conundrum that it can put a guy in.
Absolutely. It can
And
put
so-
any person in. But I think the impression that I had is that he did have that concern of, I could become an alcoholic. And he knew for his job and for his hobby, alcoholic.
Yeah.
For a job as a deputy security for a bunch of rich people, you can't be an alcoholic.
Sure.
So
But if
he asked the doctor to prescribe him anti-alcoholic medication.
But this is strange. I mean, to me, if I can't imagine asking something like that to be prescribed for me unless I already have a serious drinking problem.
well, unless it runs in your family.
No, actually, I can understand this. So let's say, I don't want to go on to a long tangent here, but let's just say that we know that he had broken up from a relationship.
Yeah.
And so you find yourself for 2 weeks in a row every night going out and getting trashed and saying, wait a minute, this is not good. And I don't see any reason not to do this, but rationally I know that's a bad idea. I need to go see my doctor and get something done about that. And he did. He went to his doctor, and his doctor gave him Prozac to help with his moods.
Was it Prozac?
Yeah, it was
It was
Prozac.
Prozac, yeah.
And at the same time, she gave him the anti-alcohol medication.
Yeah, which,
Now-
by the way, doesn't bar him from drinking alcohol. It just makes it taste a little less good.
It's oh God, I can't think of what the common version of it would be in the U.S. But basically, it makes it so he doesn't enjoy drinking. It's not going to make him physically ill, but it's not going to make it that fun. Well, turns out in his room in the Ritz, they found the empty packets of that medication. Which,
Yeah, but didn't it take like a couple weeks to kick in?
Well-
it wasn't like you take it and suddenly booze tastes
That's
bad.
absolutely correct, but it indicates to me that they hadn't been in that hotel room very long. They had arrived. How long had they been at the hotel?
Well,
2
Doty-
days? Di and Doty?
Oh,
No, they
not even-
arrived that
just
night.
That night.
That
day.
night. Okay,
Yeah.
so
But
if
what's
there's
that? But wait, what's that got to do with him and his room, though?
well, but if in his room there are the empty packets from the pills, that means he had to have been taking them. And I don't think that means he started taking it that night. He had been taking it prior.
Yeah.
Those pills, from what I can tell in the research, they take ballpark 5 days to kick in.
Yeah.
And ballpark, after the fact, after you stop taking them, they're in your system for about 1 to 2 days. All right. We all good with that?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so I say this stuff has to be in some way, shape, or form in his system.
And it
Well,
was
and
discovered- it
of
was
course,
discovered
I
in his
understand that
system,
means
right?
that means dependent on the dosage and how long the dosage has been there. But
Sure.
he's got to be taking it.
The British inquest, also Operation
Oh, before we get
Paget,
farther into this?
Well, we're talking about things that were in his system,
Oh,
right?
yes, very true.
yeah, he had a drug called albendazole.
Albendazole? Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally know that
And
one.
it's-
No, is it
System.
albendazole?
Albendazole. That sounds more right.
You like that better? Albendazole?
Yeah, I like that way
No,
better.
I like my pronunciation
No.
longer.
Yeah.
It was unaccounted for. His doctor hadn't prescribed it to him. It was found in a hair sample of his, so they tested his hair, right, as well for his drugs, because you do
Got
that
it.
sometimes, right? Some
Yeah.
stuff doesn't show up in your blood necessarily. And it's a drug commonly given to homeless people in the United Kingdom, and it treats worm infestations like ringworm and things like that. No, you're laughing, but this is true, and it was found in his hair.
It's a worm medicine, which is just so weird to me.
Yeah.
That's why I'm laughing at it, because that's just so odd.
It's also odd that his doctor didn't prescribe it,
Yeah.
I think.
If you grind this stuff up and snort it, does it get you high?
I don't know. I didn't.
I doubt that.
That
It seems unlikely. Does it get the worms high?
Probably. The side effects there are some potentially serious side effects on this that include bone marrow suppression. That's not really that important. What is
No, who
important
cares
is
about
that
the marrow?
liver
Yeah.
inflammation has been reported, particularly those with liver problems.
Which we're going to talk about his
which
liver.
we'll talk about his liver.
Or we've talked about his liver a little bit.
Yeah. And then other more common side effects include, nausea, abdominal pain, and headaches. Not really the sort of thing that would really affect your blood alcohol level, but it might affect your ability to drive a car if you're having severe headaches
Yeah.
or abdominal cramps or anything like that. But also, super weird that they found that in his hair.
Why is he taking deworming medication?
That his doctor didn't prescribe. That's the other thing, I think, is that it seems that he had a fairly open conversation dialogue with his doctor. He was able to say, hey, I want this anti-alcoholism medication, right?
No.
So on top of that, for him to not mention, also I have ringworm, that's a little weird.
Well,
it sends up a little red flag. We're going to talk about why it sends up a little bit more of a red flag, because there are some conspiracy theories about the blood and hair and body of Henry Paul or Henri Paul that was found in the car. This is one thing that kind of feeds into that, I think.
I just had ringworm. Big deal.
But why didn't the doctor prescribe? It's not like an over-the-counter medication. It's a prescription pill.
Yeah. It's,
So it wasn't prescribed to him by the doctor. So why didn't he go see his doctor for this?
He went somewhere else anonymously and paid cash because he didn't want it in his medical records. That's all it is.
Which is silly. Because
well,
why? Because it's
of course.
ringworm.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No.
You get it from anything.
I'm just,
From petting the wrong dog.
yeah.
I mean,
So anyways, I
it's
thought,
highly communicable. Yeah,
I thought that was worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A little strange.
Okay, well let's go back to the night of the accident.
Oh, with him drinking and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay,
that. It's known that he was drinking. It's a fact. He was off of work and he was drinking. There are eyewitness accounts and receipts, eyewitnesses as in patrons in the bar and the bartender and the receipt from the bartender putting him in the hotel bar. So we know he was in the hotel bar.
The eyewitnesses were who?
The bartender
Yeah,
and a couple of patrons.
and a couple of patrons.
But they say that according to all of this, he had 2 Ricards. And I hope I'm pronouncing that.
I think it's Richard.
Richards? It may be.
I don't know why I keep thinking that, but I do.
Okay, well,
I don't
whichever,
know.
it doesn't matter.
I think it's Richards. I'm going to go with Richards.
2 shots of something.
well, I
Yeah.
looked it up. It's not. It's an anise-based alcohol. It's not super popular at the time, and it's kind of become more popular now.
Sure.
But he had 2 drinks of that, and I looked this booze up. You can buy it in it's a 70 centiliter bottle, which I think equates to like a 24-ounce bottle over the counter.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't see him in the bar getting a 24-ounce bottle.
Yeah, no.
So I've got to guess that what he got was a glass. So it had to be a mixed drink.
It had to.
Which it can't be a big mixed drink because it's a full bottle of booze that I was looking at on the internet to buy.
Also, yeah, if they're charging him for just, the shot of that, the mixer's free.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just drinking it over ice or straight up.
It to me is the equivalent of going to the bar and getting a shot of whiskey on the rocks.
But,
now,
yeah.
2 of those is not good.
Depending on the state of your stomach, really, don't forget about
exactly,
that. But also,
exactly.
don't forget this. I don't know if you've ever had a bar that you go to on a regular basis or not, but often it turns out in cases like that, especially I'm thinking at this bar maybe, you get what's called the bro deal, which is that you don't get charged for all the drinks that you take.
And that could be possible.
And
but
also, by the way, let's not forget, the bartender has a strong reason to not tell the truth later on because he doesn't want to be culpable for you driving drunk.
Right. But we're not going to go there yet. Okay? So I just want to stick to this 2 drink. And now, his BAC indicated that he had to have 10 drinks.
A million.
10 or 12 of these freaking things.
Yeah.
But I also want to talk about briefly the carbon monoxide
Yeah.
in his blood.
He was smoking cigars. Wasn't
Well,
he?
he was known to smoke cigars, and evidently that night he had been smoking he'd smoked 2 cigars, which for anybody who's ever smoked a cigar, that's a lot of smoking.
They were full cigars, not cigarellos or anything.
Yeah, they're the big
my
old
God.
giant things. I mean, I've tried to smoke a cigar, and I think I made it 10 minutes.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't
And
get
made
too far with
a
those
half
things.
an inch
Were
of progress
were
on that
you
stupid
inhaling?
thing. Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think that made me sick. That's why I
Yeah,
stopped.
uh-huh.
But that's a lot to inhale. And this guy is inhaling two plus cigars.
Yeah.
So that to me explains the carbon monoxide.
Yeah.
I also then, I'm operating on let's say what we have as evidence from the bar is true. How the hell can his BAC be that high?
It can't.
Okay.
Can it?
Actually, it can.
It can if he's got no food in him. But I started rooting around in a couple of things, and I actually found some medical studies, which, believe it or not, exonerate him a little bit or prove that maybe the numbers aren't right. There is, from a physiological standpoint, there is an interaction in the body between alcohol and nicotine. And I'd heard this from a doctor years ago that nicotine blocks your uptake of alcohol. Turns out there's a couple of scientists who did a study, and they took 3 control groups of rats. What they did is they injected the same amount of alcohol into all of them, and then Group A got a low dose, Group B got a high dose, or medium dose, and Group C got the high dose of nicotine. And go figure, the group that got the high dose of nicotine had a lower blood alcohol content peak number because the nicotine was blocking some of the receptors in the body that pull in the booze. So if this guy is huffing cigars all night long, it stands to reason based on this study, and I understand this is a study, it's not concrete proof.
Yeah.
But I've seen supporting studies of this.
Right, and just anecdotal evidence.
Right, but if this guy is sucking on a cigar all night long and he's had 2 drinks or 2 shots, he shouldn't be nearly as drunk as the guy next to him who's had the equal exact same amount of food and day and number of shots because the nicotine stops the uptake.
Sure.
But
highly weird, but it turns out true.
Okay.
But let's finish with my last thing that really, really makes me question if he was total guano house drunk.
Yeah.
Okay. In the hotel lobby, and you watch him outside.
Yep.
He's standing around. He's fine. He sees Di and Dodie. He walks them outside. He holds the door. He waves to somebody.
The paparazzi, it's suspicious.
Suspiciously. And then he walks to the car and he opens the doors and he gets in. Nowhere in that crappy footage does he suddenly go grrr and tip over drunk.
Yeah, he doesn't stumble at all.
No.
He's very solid.
Nothing about his behavior indicates that he is completely in the bag.
But there are people that can put away a lot of booze and still maintain.
But those people tend to have signs in physiologically, like in their liver that we talked about.
Yeah.
That would show that, yeah, you can maintain the face, but your body is paying the price, and he doesn't seem to have had that.
Well, just I mean, it takes a while to really start damaging your liver. So,
but it also takes a while to learn to operate that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. How many of you have known drunks? And for a while, the drunks, you don't know they're drunks because they're really good at operating like they're sober. And then suddenly there comes the point where they take a beer and they go, oh, blah, blah, because they're just so hose-bagged immediately that they're done.
Yeah.
And it's not a gradual progression, but physiologically, the signs are super obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So none of that showed up.
Yeah, it's a little mysterious to me. I agree that I think that it's easily explainable that he could have had the higher blood alcohol content, and maybe he drank outside the bar. He went back to his room or his office.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a bottle there.
I'm not going to disagree with that at all.
Yeah, although you still would expect there to be slurring, which apparently nobody noticed, and staggering, a little bit of staggering at that high of a blood alcohol content.
And for our friends who are going to jump on the conspiracy bandwagon, because I've seen this and say, well, the blood was switched out or accidentally confused with somebody else's blood in the lab.
Yeah.
That blood was sampled multiple times, and every time it came back with the same results. And to accommodate this screaming and hand waving of it's not his blood, they did a DNA test on it, and it's I gotta look at this number because there's so many digits. It's a 99.9997% match to his mother, which means
so in other words,
his
it maybe
blood.
isn't his blood.
So it's just his mom's blood.
Yeah.
I say it's his blood, although if I want to get in bed with it's the conspiracy, something's going on. Okay, he went out, he had way too much to drink, he passed out, and somebody took a vial of his blood.
Yeah.
I don't say that's what happened, but if we're going to fall into that camp, that's the next logical step
That's
after you find out it's a genetic match.
That's a pretty just amazing case of planning there too.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Oh,
like-
absolutely. Well, that's
like,
why.
like positioning your
Joe,
Fiat Uno in the tunnel.
That,
you know?
yeah, that falls
it's
back
amazing. It's
into
remarkable.
the MI6 involvement, which we've
Yeah.
already kind of blasted apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that I do think though that there is the what can I say? There's a compromise position, which is that he might not have been falling down drunk, but in the situation that they were in a dangerous tunnel that had these nasty columns in the middle that you could pile into. He lost control, which he can even do sober,
Yeah.
and his reflexes were a little dulled by alcohol, and boom, next thing you know, big time wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, he obviously was not sober.
Well, I'm not saying he was sober,
Yeah.
but I'm amazed that he was 3 times over the limit.
Yeah.
Because, Joe, we know the
seems like a
same
lot.
people who have walked out of the bar and fallen on their face drunk, and it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
holy hell, how did you drink that much that fast?
Yeah.
It's,
a lot
from a
of-
physiological standpoint, that, to me, I mean, the people I'm thinking of, that is a long-term problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
You guys ready for the next
Wanna
final?
talk about
Oh, let's have
let's
more
talk about another one. Yeah.
theory fun. Absolutely, let's have it.
I mean, this one is pretty homegrown, and I think I might be the only one in this room who likes this theory at all. We'll go down it.
I'll put my hat on it.
Least. Yeah, this theory I started to think about. We've been researching this episode for a number of weeks now, but
Lord, yes.
We-
last
Years.
week we talked about Sneha Phillips, and Steve brought forward the theory that maybe her husband did it.
Oh, yeah.
And that got me thinking, what about Muhammad Al-Fayed?
Because he's the only one making all of the claims.
170 some odd claims,
Uh-huh.
right? So either you have somebody who's proud of the fact that his oldest son was dating Princess Diana, or you have somebody who is trying desperately to shine the light literally anywhere but himself.
So he was ashamed, essentially.
Maybe not ashamed, maybe trying to cover something up.
Oh, okay.
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 And so he had them murdered?
It's possible, right?
Yeah.
Muhammad Al-Fayed's history is a bit weird. We mentioned that he's close with an arms dealer in Dubai.
Yeah, true
right?
that.
He's a very ambitious businessman. He was the biggest person who was involved with the Cash for Questions scandal,
Oh, yeah, this was
which you're going to have to
Pinky.
Google if you're like really, really interested. But the Cliff Notes quick version is that Al-Fayed bribed, through a third party, lots of members of parliament to ask parliamentary questions, which are apparently like a huge deal. And it was like a pretty huge scandal that broke in 1994 in Britain. One of Al-Fayed's claims for one of the 170 some odd claims was that he didn't think that anybody wanted to see Diana dead, but instead that she died after a plan to frighten her had gone wrong. A plan to scare her into breaking up with Dodi.
So they put on like white bed sheets and pretended to be ghosts.
Ooh. No, I think the fear was, let's have her be in a car accident, and she would think, oh my gosh, something's gone wrong. I don't know. I don't understand necessarily
That's the first thing when I get in a near miss. I think I got to break up with her. That's
Yeah. This is the reason. Yeah.
I know.
But I guess we'll put a little bit of perspective on this. We've kind of skirted around the issue, but Diana was a member of the Church of England, and Dodi was, he was part of the Islamic religion. Diana was kind of a strong, independent woman, though she was maybe not the smartest of the women. And she did have 2 sons, and one of which was going to eventually be the heir to the throne.
Yeah, he was in
of
line.
England. He was in
Both
solid
of her
line.
sons are in line.
One more than the other.
Yes, but both are in.
They are. Dodi was Al-Fayed's firstborn son, so he would have been kind of the heir to his fortune. Even if Diana wasn't pregnant, the idea of her raising Dodi's potential children could have been upsetting to Al-Fayed for whatever reason.
The flip side of... Do you want to get into the flip side of that?
Sure.
Okay, so this is one of the documentaries that I watched that I'm pretty sure was funded by Al-Fayed.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I looked through all the credits, and very conveniently I didn't find his name, but it really seems like all of the internal interviews... Okay, Short version is the opposite is true. Diana has 2 sons that are part of the Church of England and in line for the throne of Britain. So, what a terrible thing if suddenly they have a half-sibling who is Islamic.
Yeah.
And could potentially have an influence on them.
Yeah, and I don't think, to be fair, none of us are saying that.
No, I think
We're
that
just
I think that
saying
both of those
people-
are ludicrous.
I agree. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So
no.
here's a fun fact about Dodi Fayed that I know I mentioned to you guys before we
Oh,
started
yeah, I love
recording, and
this.
both of the shock on both of your faces was awesome. Dodi, he was actually engaged already when he was dating Diana.
Mm-hmm.
He
yeah.
did we didn't mention that, did we? We didn't.
No,
yeah.
I don't think we mentioned that
Yeah,
before.
he was engaged
She's not dating
to
a gold digger.
an American model named Kelly Fisher. He had, in fact, purchased a house for them in Malibu and proposed like a couple months before he started dating Diana. He denied that he was dating Diana to Fisher over the phone. She actually has recordings of this because she felt really jilted and she was going to sue him. So she called him to confront him about it and recorded the phone conversation. And on it, he vehemently was like, no, we're not dating. We're just friends. We're not dating at all. Which is what you would say to your girlfriend, right? If she found out about your other girlfriend.
But that also explains the ring. The ring that he everything
purchased.
says. Dodi went to the ring, the jewelry store, and he was getting this ring for Diana to propose there and set up their engagement.
Think it wasn't for Diana?
I don't think it was for Diana. I think it was for her.
Yeah, for Fisher.
Yeah, because it was a diamond encrusted, freaking huge, obscene ring.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense that, we're engaged. And, honey, I've just got back from this trip from France, and looky here.
Here's another thing.
Look about me garnering your favor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
Well,
it's a bit of a
anyway.
side tangent, but,
Yeah, but,
I guess the point is that Al Fayed certainly had the means to orchestrate this. He knew where they were going. He employed the man who crashed the car. He could have easily dosed Henri with something, causing him to be more inebriated than he was.
So now in this series, he wants Dodi to get killed?
Well, in that instance, right?
No, he wants to scare them.
Well,
It's not intentionally killing them, but let's scare the holy living bleep out of them
he could have.
so that Diana leaves.
Yeah, and he could have just said to Henri, like, hey, could you scare them a whole lot on your way over there, and we'll see if Diana kind of bolts, and things got out of control. Maybe he didn't know that Henri was inebriated in any way, and Henri took it, like, to the extreme. There was ample time and ability for Al Fayed to have planned something. He was one of the only people who really knew where Diana and Dodi were headed, right? He could have organized for a white Fiat Uno to be in the place in the way that Henri was
So
taking
that's
them.
pretty dramatic.
It's
planning.
dramatic. It's absolutely dramatic. But I think that at the very least, we owe it to mention that. I don't genuinely think that there's good motive. I don't genuinely think that Al Fayed would have had his oldest son, who he probably just adored. I think that while we're mentioning all these other crazy, ludicrous things, we may as well mention this one as well.
What the hell? I mean,
Yeah.
I think that, it might have been too. I mean, look at this. Maybe he felt like his Diana was a tart, and that Dodi was bringing dishonor upon the family. And,
It's all there's
and it was
so
an
many
honor killing.
You can find a lot of reasons, and I don't personally find any merit in any of them. But
No, not really.
there you go. So
Yeah.
that's I think our last theory.
I'm kind of doubting that he did it.
I agree.
That's our last theory?
Yeah, I don't think.
Thank God.
I also I don't think that any of those are awesome theories.
No.
To be fair.
I have one more theory. It was a shadowy coalition of regular guys who were really, really sick of hearing about Diana.
No.
So they decided to opt.
Nope,
No.
that's definitely not it.
No.
That's definitely not it,
No.
sir.
I have to
So-
say that the biggest mystery for me in this whole thing is seriously the whole Diana obsession. Always left me cold and always made me wonder what the hell
I think
are
a lot of
finding so fascinating about
It's
this.
a cultural thing, though, Joe.
Ah.
We're in the U.S. We're in the Western states.
Yeah.
We don't get that.
No, no,
But
no.
it is a total cultural thing. Like all of Britain got into it, and then it spread from there.
I'm not saying that the Brits are nuts or anything like
No,
that.
no,
I
but
know
why
in
is it
America.
Diana, is what you're saying,
Diana. People in America went berserk for Diana. I mean, we heard about nothing else. It wasn't just the Brits that went crazy for Diana.
Well, I think that part of what happened is people ignored the fact that she was a lady, right? She was from a well-off family. Her story was kind of billed as a rags to riches Cinderella story.
Cinderella. But,
and I think people really bought into that.
Yeah.
It wasn't true.
No. But even so, the thing about it is that it's one thing to package something like that into a 90-minute, 2-hour movie. It's another thing to package it into 20 years of tabloid crap. I mean, which is what people did, and I never understood it. That why people were even remotely interested in Diana or the royal family.
So if you know
why, for me, it was a mystery. I mean, yeah. If you know why, send us a letter or an email.
Please. Yeah. I don't like any of these theories. I'm left wanting.
I think that it's just. I think car crash. I mean, they happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, and we won't know ever.
And by the way, Paris, put some friggin' guardrails in that tunnel.
For real, though.
I mean, seriously.
Dude,
seriously.
What the F is going on with your roadway system in that one tunnel?
Uh-huh.
If you can't tell, we're tired now.
We're tired and cranky.
We're getting cranky and grouchy, so we're going to go ahead and wrap this thing up.
Yeah, because I did all the things that we're trying to come up with not to swear.
Yeah. So some of the links to our research will be on our website. That's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can stream us there. You can also find us on iTunes, which is probably where you found us. If you are finding us on iTunes, please leave us a comment and a rating, and don't forget to subscribe. You can stream us on just a crazy amount of the streaming services. I think we're on almost all of them now. In fairness, you probably know where you're finding us because you're listening to this episode, and you've made it to the end. Somehow.
It took them 3 days, but they made it to the end of this episode.
Yeah.
If this is your first episode, by the way, the other ones usually aren't quite so long.
They're not so long. Yeah.
Please, God, no.
You may or may not have already connected with us on social media. We are on Facebook. We have a group and a page. You can find us, friend us, like us. We are also on Twitter. We sometimes post some things about things on Twitter. We're thinking sideways, not thinking sideways. And then you can also always send us an email. We get lots of emails. Send us a suggestion, comments, concerns. If you're an expert in something, send us that. The email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Don't forget, we also have merchandise. Swag, if you will. Shirts, phone cases,
all kinds
night
of
lights.
stuff.
You can find the link to that on our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. It's on the right-hand side, right above the donate button.
Whoa.
With all of that being said.
Are we actually done?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Joe just said it all.
He did.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here.
Yeah. Ta-ta. Till
Love
next
you.
week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. This week's episode of Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by another fantastic sale by the Sofa King. Instead, it's brought to you by... Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, recognize that? The theme from some Western TV show that was on forever. And, you too can have a hand in creating an iconic intro theme for a series. You can work on our intro. We have a music intro right now, which everybody loves, but not everybody quite loves 100%. And so we've decided to have a contest among all of our listeners to create a new one. For the rules, go to our website. That's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. The rules are all there. All you got to know is the deadline is July 31st, 2017. So get your entries in as quick as you can.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
Uproot the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am your host, Joe, joined as always by
Steve.
and
Devin.
and today we're going to bring you another fantastic mystery.
I'm mad at you guys, actually.
Yeah,
So I
what?
don't know if I can do this
What?
episode.
What?
Problem?
Devin.
You're forgetting about something very important.
Is it your
What,
birthday?
you got your haircut?
No, it's our anniversary.
It's what?
It's our anniversary.
Oh.
We've been doing the show for 4 years,
yeah,
like today.
I knew that. Of course, I knew about that. Sure.
So, did you have anything planned? Are we going out to a nice dinner? Like, what's going
well,
on?
actually, no. We had a big plan to do a special anniversary episode, right, Steve?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It was a surprise.
We haven't forgotten anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You sure? Okay. Now. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, no, seriously, we would never forget our anniversary, Devin. No, come on. What are you saying here? What kind of guys do you think we are?
I don't
We're
know.
smarter than that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess we have something planned.
Yeah, something very special.
Okay.
Of course, I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Okay.
It's just like the ring in the bag on the top of the TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but and
The ring in the bag on top of the TV.
Sorry. I don't know why that was so funny. Keep going.
yeah, no, I'm teasing our listeners here because you guys have something really fantastic, but you got.
It's not a ring in a bag on the top of the TV, though.
This is just like in the TV news, and they tell you about that fantastic story coming up, and you know what that means after the commercials.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay, and by the way, before I forget, this topic has been suggested actually by quite a few of our listeners.
It's a popular one.
Oh yeah, it's a huge one, and I'm not sure this list includes everybody, but
It does not.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But I have on my list Brooke, Joe, David, Kay, and Matt. And as for all the rest of you that suggested it and didn't get added to my list, I apologize deeply.
We usually do about 5, and then we're like, okay.
There's only so much room in the Google spreadsheet for
true.
names, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But our mystery is about the Villisca Axe murders of 1912.
I can wait. Do you hear it? Can you hear them all cheering?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can too.
Yeah, big surprise to you. You didn't know about this because we put this little thing on the front of the episode that says generic mystery. And, so
I really should make that the description
You
for this
should.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Villisca Axe murders they're kind of a big one. 8 people were killed in their beds, and so that's pretty big, wouldn't you say? And this involved the Moore family of Villisca, Iowa. Villisca, by the way, is a little small town at the time in 1912. Was about, I believe, 2,500.
Because that's when our mystery takes place, is 1912.
Yeah, it was in 1912, and it was a town back then of about 2,500 people. I think it's actually shrunk a little bit since then. But it's in southwest Iowa, and of course I've looked at it on Street View. It seems like a pleasant little town. Unfortunately, damn you Google, you can't drive past the actual murder site itself on Google Streets. I mean, really.
It's just like Google.
I know. When I say "damn you, Google," I am kind of looking a gift horse in the mouth. Yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay, let's talk about the Moore family. They include Josiah Moore, who's also known as Joe Moore, also known as JB. He was age 49. His wife, Sarah Moore, aged 39. They lived with their kids in a house at 508 East 2nd Street in Villisca, Iowa. And so you can look it up on Google the way I did. It's still there. And it's a tourist attraction, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the house has been restored.
Yeah, it has been. It sort of fell into disrepair there, but somebody did restore it. It's now on the list of historic places.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of cool.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Their 4 kids were Herman, Mary, Arthur, and Paul. That's from oldest to youngest. Herman was 11, the oldest, and Paul, the youngest, was 5. So small kids. I mean, old enough to operate farm machinery, sure, but I mean, not
in
old enough to
1912. Of
drive.
course, yeah.
Yeah.
Son, go get the thresher.
Totally. Don't fall under again. Joe Moore had a farm equipment business in Villisca, which was reportedly very successful. He had started out years before, I think about 1900, working for a guy named Frank Jones, also of Villisca. Joe worked for Frank for 7 years before he left to start his own business. He was the top salesman at Frank Jones's farm business, but he left in 1907, reportedly because he didn't like working from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. 6 days a week.
What?
Yeah,
That's
go figure,
crazy
huh?
town.
I know. Yeah, and when Joe Moore left, he took the John Deere account with him, which apparently didn't endear him to Frank.
Surprise again.
Yeah, that had to be a pretty valuable account.
Oh, I'm sure it was. Yeah, John Deere was probably the biggest account in town. Yeah, John Deere's big in the Midwest, and
so
actually,
basically that means it, because usually stores sell certain brands. He was the only store selling John Deere.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that's what I understood by taking the account. That's what that meant.
I don't think John Deere really wanted to have more than one dealership in any given
Yeah,
time.
Especially a town of that size.
Yeah, and so So I'm sure that was a blow to Frank, although as far as I know, he stayed in business. Frank Jones went on to he was still fairly successful. He became a state senator, although this whole thing kind of scotched his political career just a little bit later on. But well, we'll talk about that a little later. But yet another reason for Frank Jones to really dislike Joe Moore, and they didn't get along. And typically they were known to cross the street when they approached each other on the sidewalk to just avoid each other.
Yeah, that's good terms right there.
Yeah, really good terms. And the only reason I bring that up is that if anything unpleasant were to happen to Joe Moore and his family, I'm not saying it would, but if it were to happen, well, Frank might be somebody the police would want to take a look at. But just saying. But more on that later. I should also mention or at least describe the physical surroundings of the Moore's house. As I've said their address previously, 508 East 2nd Street, which you can see on Google. It's on the eastern outskirts of Villisca. There is some new development to the east, but not a lot. They're kind of on the outskirts of town. And from what I've heard, in 1912, there were a few houses there to the east of them, and that was it. That was the edge of town. And the house was also on a large lot, had a barn. There was room for some farm animals, which included at least some horses and some chickens. And I don't know anything else about any other animals, but they apparently did not have a dog. We can guess this because, well,
what happens? Yeah,
if they had a dog, maybe things would have turned out differently. Who knows?
Probably.
Yeah,
we'd never know about this family.
And last of all, if you look on Google, you'll note that they are 6 blocks north of the railroad tracks that run through town. Not that has anything to do with anything, but at that time in 1912, about maybe 30 trains a day passed through the town.
It's not nothing.
That's not nothing, and you're that close to the railroad tracks. Well, hey. And lastly, more about the town of Villisca. It's one of those little towns that you think of as people never lock their doors. And although I've heard in other places that actually most people did lock their doors in Villisca at night. But, I don't know.
Hard to say.
It's really hard to say. And because people wonder about this because they wonder how the killer got into the house, and why, and also why did he pick that particular house to begin with?
Right.
That's up in the air too.
Yeah.
So now that I've told you all about the family, I guess it's on to one of you guys. I guess you guys have done a little research on this whole thing yourselves.
Of course.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were doing this, so I didn't prepare. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No,
ready.
It was supposed to be a surprise.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the night before the murders, because there's some stuff that goes down. So that would be Sunday evening, the 9th of June, 1912. The family had gone to the Children's Day service at the Presbyterian Church, which they were members of. And apparently they were accompanied by 2 neighbor children, Lena and Ina Stillinger. I believe that's how you pronounce that. And those girls,
I think it was Ina, actually.
Ina?
Ina.
Okay. So Lena and Ina, and Lena was 12, Ina was 8, and they had their parents' permission to stay overnight with the Moore children. So what they did is when they went to church, they were going to the end of the year Sunday school program that was called the Children's Day service. And Mrs. Moore, I understood that she was directing it, so never mind, or part of it anyway. So never mind that her children were participating, as were just about every other kid in the church. But she was involved in that way as well. According to accounts, this is what I'm not 100% clear on. It says that everything ended at 9:30, and I don't know if that means that the Children's Day event or service ended, or if that's when they left the church. Because, those kind of events, people go in, the event happens, and then you stand around and you chit-chat, and you catch up with your neighbors. So regardless, though, it always says that they left at 9:30, and at that point, they would have walked home, which was not very far. It was about a 5-minute walk, if I remember correctly. It was 3 blocks, so yeah, it was even closer than that. But when they got home, everyone had a small snack before going to bed, cookies and milk.
And martinis.
No martinis for the children.
Well, maybe for the adults.
Maybe for the adults. And again, not entirely clear when they went to bed, but based on the ages of the kids and the time at night, I'm guessing that they were probably all in bed, probably 10:15 or 10:30, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, this was back in the day when there was no internet, no TV. So
limited lighting. So
they're also children.
That's what I'm getting at. They're 12
kids.
and under. They get exhausted pretty
frankly,
quick.
even if you're an adult, what's the point of staying up? I mean, there's just nothing to do. So you might as well go sack out.
Exactly. But so it's after that, at some point in the night, it's believed past midnight, but we're not 100% positive, that the killer took the axe that was left sitting in the backyard and attacked a family. The next morning, so this is Monday morning, Mary Peckham, who was the neighbor, she's 63, she got up at her normal time of 5 a.m. and started her routine. She said that she noticed the Moore house was surprisingly quiet, which was weird because normally Joe Moore would get up and go take care of the horses in the backyard before going to his office. And Mrs. Moore tended to wake up the kids before sunrise to get them ready and to do their chores. And when you've got 4 kids, they make a fair amount of noise in the morning. So
they'd be out there screaming and throwing rocks at each other.
Or whatever
stuff.
the case may be, playing because they're kids. So there should have been those noises, and none of that was happening. And by 8 o'clock that morning, she hadn't seen any of the family. So what Mary did is she went over to the house and she knocked on the door. Nobody answered. She tried to look through the windows, but they were drawn and shuttered, so she couldn't see anything.
I saw that there were 2 windows in the entire house that didn't have shutters or curtains or anything on the inside, and they had clothes tacked up. Did you also see that?
I don't remember seeing that.
There were, my understanding is that the windows all had clothes tacked up on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clothes, towels, whatever.
Yeah.
It appears that somebody, we don't know who,
was trying to hide whatever.
maybe covered the windows.
Right.
Yeah.
Or somebody in the family did it for privacy reasons because somebody broke the blinds.
That's possible too.
I know people whose children have pulled the blinds down and they've had to hang a sheet for a couple of days till they get a replacement.
Yeah, such things do happen. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so Mary, she goes over and she looks and she can't see anything. So she goes to the family's chicken coop, lets chickens out, so at least the chickens can be let out for the day, and goes home. Just figures, well, maybe Joe's family got ill and they had to leave in the middle of the night, and that's why they're not there. She's justifying what's going on is what she's doing. So after that, Mary goes back to her house, and here the events, I've read a couple of different versions of how this went down, and in the simple version, one of Joe's employees came over to the house to get his boss, couldn't get into the house, couldn't see anybody, and then left and said something to Mary. And at that point, then Mary placed a call to Joe's brother, whose name is Ross Moore. So that's one version that I've heard. Mm-hmm. I've also heard that unbidden by anybody, for reasons we don't know, Ross just came over on his own to see the family.
Yeah, I don't think that was the case.
I don't think so either, because it does sound like there was, a lot. I mean, people were trying to figure out where's Joe, what's going on. So what happens, though, is Ross comes over and he does exactly what Mary did. He tries to look through the windows. He can't see anything.
Knocks on the door. Nobody answers. But, of course, he has the one thing that Mary didn't have, which is a key.
Yeah.
So I thought you were going to say a crowbar.
No. So he unlocks and opens the door.
And he goes inside, where he sees
dun, dun, dun.
Nothing good. So Mary waited on the porch while Ross went into the parlor. He found Ina and Lena's bodies in the bedroom, in the guest bedroom on the bed. Ross at that point...
And that's on the first floor.
It's on the first floor, yeah. So Ross at this point calls to Mary and says, hey, go get Hank Horton. He was kind of like the police chief. He was the primary peace officer of the town at the time.
Yeah, the town marshal or town watchman or whatever you called him in those days.
Something. The person in charge, basically.
Probably one of those things where it's a kind of he's got a day job also. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what happens is, Ross finds bodies, so he's, either goes back out or calls to Mary and says, go get Hank. Mm-hmm. And then Ross waits, from all the reporting I can see, waits until Hank shows up, and either Mary called her. The details are not clear here on how Hank got
Summoned.
there. Yeah, if she went and ran to get him, or if she called, or what. But he was somehow summoned.
I'm gonna guess it was a phone call.
I think they called, yeah.
I would guess that as well, but I don't know where Hank. I mean, maybe Hank lived 2 doors down, and so she was like, "I'm
Maybe.
just gonna run down
That's
there."
a good point.
Anyway, Hank gets back. Hank and Mary and Ross all go into the house, and upstairs they find the entire Moore family had also been bludgeoned to death. I didn't say that Ina and Lena's bodies showed signs of being bludgeoned to death, but there you go.
Yeah, they were.
They'd been bludgeoned to death, and as had the entire Moore family.
Yeah,
I've
I don't even think at that initial look, I don't even think they peeked under the covers. I think that the first person that I've heard of pulled the covers back to see that they were bludgeoned was like the doctor that they brought later on.
There was just a lot of blood.
That was just like,
everywhere.
hey, see these bodies in the bed, there's blood everywhere. And
You know what's happened.
You know, I'm not sure if it's bludgeoning or shooting or stabbing or what, but yeah, they look kind of dead.
There's some killing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I've heard a few different ways, but I believe that the axe that had been used in all of the bludgeoning deaths was found in the guest bedroom with Ina and Lena's bodies.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Mm-hmm.
So doctors were obviously called as well, and they examined the bodies and the crime scene, and here's what they found. They concluded that the murders had been committed before 5 a.m., but after midnight, probably closer to midnight, so in the early hours of, the 1-2 hours of the morning, not the later ones.
Mm-hmm.
The creepy factor is, of course, upped when they found 2 cigarette butts in the attic. I'm not totally sure why they were examining the attic in the first place, but they found 2 cigarette butts up there.
That would make sense
that
too.
seemed reasonably spent.
Because they'd heard of Hinterkaifeck.
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly.
Sorry, I said reasonably. They seemed recently spent. They weren't, it's not as though the kids had been sneaking up there to.
Although this is,
smoke or
and
anything
I know
like
you will find the cigarette butts in the attic thing on Wikipedia. But what I've heard is that Wikipedia is wrong on that count, and that the entrance to the attic, which the investigators did find the day of the discovery of the bodies, is actually in the closet of Joe and Sarah's bedroom in the upstairs, and it was blocked off by boxes and clothing and stuff like that. And so, if there were cigarette butts there, they weren't left by the killer, because the killer, again, when they found the bodies, the closet was full of boxes and clothes, and so if he had hidden there, he would have
Not been able to get out.
murdered them, and into the closet and stuff, and before he left the house.
Unless there was an entrance externally.
Maybe some other
entrance
entrance
hanging
somewhere
out in the
But-
attic to be able to hear what was going on in the house.
Or maybe that too, but I mean, it's like, there's a few places have said that he hid in the cellar. Same thing though. There's no internal entrance from the house. So if he's in the cellar, he's got to exit the house and come back into the house.
Which is not
and
like
same thing
crazy
with the attic.
to me.
No, not insanely crazy, but that's just what I've heard though, is that the whole wiki thing is not exactly correct.
So the killer was Spider-Man. Okay, got it.
So and actually I've heard another account out there. I got to start taking better notes. Another account, which may have been a little bit of conflation with Hinterkaifeck, because it's very Hinterkaifecky, is that of course the Moores did have a barn with their horses, and they found evidence that somebody had been sitting on a couple of hay bales there, and in close proximity to a knothole in one of the exterior walls that afforded a view of the house. And that maybe the killer was hiding in the barn and watching the house from the barn. But again,
that's very circumstantial.
Yeah, well, and again, I think that this might really be a case of where over the years it's been sort of conflated with Hinterkaifeck a little bit, but same thing with the attic and stuff. So anyway, Devin, sorry to interrupt your narrative.
So the killer's hanging out somewhere, I guess. I don't know.
Was hanging out somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe he just came walking up out of the darkness and went right into the house.
So the massacre started in the master bedroom with Josiah and Sarah. Josiah was really, really badly beaten up. He'd been hacked. He'd actually been hacked. Most of the victims had just been bludgeoned with like the blunt side, the butt, what you would call the butt of the axe. But he had actually been cut a number of times with the blade of the axe. In fact, he was beat so badly that his eyes were apparently missing, which is
that's normal.
That's pretty intense. Next, the killer, because we don't actually know if there was only one killer or not, moved to the children's room. Sorry, they bludgeoned Sarah as well.
At the same time, right?
At the same time, right. Then they moved to the children's room. This is where Herman, Catherine Boyd, and Paul all were. They were all beaten with the butt, as previously noted. Then, after returning to the master bedroom to beat up on Josiah and Sarah a bit more, the killer, or Z, went downstairs to the guest bedroom where Ina and Lena were, killing them. Lena, it seems, may have been awake when she was murdered, and that would be different from all of the rest of the victims. It looked like they were all asleep when they got bludgeoned, which means the bludgeoning had to have happened pretty dang quickly, especially the children, when you're talking about bludgeoning 4 children to death without waking any of them up in the interim.
And they were sharing beds, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, it's 4 kids, and you're not a rich, I mean, even a well-off family at that time. It was not uncommon to just stack them like cordwood in a...
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Totally, yeah. Lena seems to have had signs of defensive wounds, maybe cuts to her arms. There's also speculation that Lena may have been sexually assaulted. She was found, the other reason that people think that she was awake was because she wasn't found laying next to her sister in the bed. She was laying across the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And her nightgown was pulled up to her waist, and she wasn't wearing any underwear, which may or may not be some kind of evidence against something. She was the oldest child.
Mm-hmm.
She was 12.
Right.
So other than Sarah, she would have been the closest to
adulthood,
I guess. So if
I was trying to think of a delicate way to say that. And there's not.
But if if the killer was
a pervert,
even more disgusting than just a murderer, that might have been a thing.
Can I just interrupt just really quickly about her nightgown being pushed up? What I never understood, or what I always wondered about, is what I couldn't, because of course obviously there's no photographic evidence out there of the bodies. I always wondered, was her waist like on the edge of the bed? Because I could see if a body falls and then starts to slide towards the edge of the bed, her nightgown would then naturally ride up.
Well, that's
to put it around her hips rather than the
that's true. And gravity could bring it down over her head or something like that.
Right, instead of the insinuation of somebody pulled it up to then do some naughty business.
The other thing is actually he covered everybody's faces. And so there might not have been something immediate. It might have been the closest thing to cover her face with was just the nightdress that she was wearing. Just grab it and pull it up over her face and cover,
Okay.
So it might have been that too.
Got it. Cool.
But, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say, is that just because her nightgown and she wasn't wearing underwear, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were removed. Plenty of people sleep, without underwear, especially in those days when you didn't necessarily have 20
18
pairs.
changes of clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might just take it off and then put, the same pair on and again the next morning.
That's how I do it.
Yeah,
The one-
for a month.
The one other weird thing that I want to bring up is that Dr. Lindquist, who was the coroner at the time, he was the one who was examining the bodies. He reported there was a slab of bacon on the floor in the downstairs bedroom laying next to the axe.
This is what I've heard.
He said that it was about 2 pounds and it was wrapped with what he thought might be a dish towel. And then a matching set of slab of bacon was found in the icebox, so it could have been pulled out of the icebox, but I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
That one's
takes
extra
the bacon
weird.
to go.
That's kind of...
But it wasn't to go. It's just sitting there. It was left.
Well, what I mean is get it ready to take it to go, and then how often have you forgotten your lunch?
Well, exactly. That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking that. Yeah, I think maybe the killer was going to take it with him, and it was apparently what I heard is it was left in the guest bedroom next to the axe, which was leaning against
Yes.
the wall.
Yeah.
And he might have
wondered-
just forgotten it.
Well, I almost wondered if, and again, it's hard to get a sense of the layout of the house or whatever, but I would almost wonder if the killer went in not knowing that Ina and Lena were there, or at least that they were in the guest bedroom, and went upstairs, did all his murdery stuff, came back down, grabbed a slab of bacon, kind of walked by the guest room and was like, oh, there's 2 more people in there.
Well, I gotta finish the job.
Gotta go finish the job, and then for whatever reason, set the bacon down, beat the girls. Maybe he did end up
forgot the
raping
bacon.
Lena at that point. Maybe he put the
Yeah.
bacon and the axe there, thinking, okay, I'm gonna grab those as I leave, raped her, and then just totally forgot because he, I don't know, was ideally just so disgusted with all the horrible things he'd just done, he just had to leave. But
Maybe it killed his appetite.
maybe,
I think another theory is that perhaps he was an early animal rights activist. He was making a statement about the condition of pigs in slaughterhouses.
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe that's it.
Possibly.
Could be.
So yeah, that was the scene of the bodies. Scene of the murder,
Plural.
I guess.
Yeah.
And a
Scene of
killer
the
or
crime.
killers. Who knows which.
And then one last sort of weird thing is that all the mirrors in the house have been covered.
Well, and as we
Right.
mentioned in passing too, all of the bodies had been
The
covered.
faces.
All the bodies,
The
their faces were covered.
But I
and-
think mostly it was with sheets.
Yeah, it was with sheets.
So it was mostly most of their bodies.
Yeah, it might have been kind of a respect thing or something like that. Because apparently,
Yeah.
according to the doctor's testimony that I read, one good reason to put a sheet or a towel over somebody's face before you beat their head in is to keep the blood spatter down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But apparently, they were placed after.
They were.
Yeah, they were placed after
Yeah.
after the death.
The other thing that we haven't really mentioned is Devin brought up the fact that the sharp end of the axe was used on Joe, but he got
the worst. of
He
it.
got the worst
Well,
of
that's
it.
what I
there
was
was like
kind of-
40 or 50. He took 40 or 50 whacks or something like that.
Yeah.
Crazy. It was some huge number.
Well, and that's that was the thing, the murderer went and murdered the children. And I almost wonder if he hadn't really finished the job the first time, and Joe was starting to make noises, and so he thought, well, I gotta go kill the kids so they don't wake up and then
He's moaning.
come back.
Yeah.
But he went back like after every single one. It seems like the murderer killed Joe and then maybe killed Sarah, or hit Joe, maybe killed Sarah, killed the kids, then came back and wailed on Joe a bunch more.
He wailed on all of them a bunch more. Essentially, he whacked them all. I whacked them all at least once, and then when he was done, then he came back and just started
Made sure the job was done.
starting with the parents, just obliterated their faces. and
But
then went back.
not nearly as bad as what happened to Joe.
Joe got the worst. No,
Yeah.
he did. But all of them, their faces were essentially obliterated.
Yeah.
All of them. Yeah. And it looks like he made the first pass all the way through, then came back, did all the obliterating, and then he was done.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the what is it from Zombieland? The triple tap
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
or the double tap? I can't remember which one it is, but yeah.
A little more than that, really. And then apparently, like I said, he covered all the mirrors in the house, which may or may not be significant. And also hung out a little bit. There was some stories I've heard. There was a plate of food on the table, and there was also a basin that was filled with water, and that had blood in it. So maybe he washed up after the fact. Wanted to wash all the blood off, which I can't blame him. I want to wash up.
Depending on where you're gonna go,
He'd be fairly disgusting looking,
Yeah.
by the end of your whole thing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then apparently he left the house it appears, through the front door and locked it behind him and took the key with him. Because they know this because the front door had been locked, and the key was the only thing that was missing. So it was gone, so they just assumed he took it with him. Nice of him to lock up.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the word I would use.
Yeah, All right, well, that pretty much sums it up. Before we head into our theories, let's take a really brief break. On a summer night in 1967, among the chaos of the Detroit Rebellion, a group of young people were detained inside the Algiers Motel by the Detroit PD. By the end of the night, 3 of them would be dead, innocent lives lost, and an entire city changed forever. Directed by Catherine Bigelow, catch the premiere of Detroit, starring John Boyega, Anthony Mackie, and Algie Smith, premiering in theaters August 4th. And created in collaboration with Annapurna Pictures as a companion piece to the movie. Be on the lookout for a new podcast called Rebellion in Detroit, which is coming soon. It's set in the same period as the film. It's a 3-part miniseries about the 1967 riots in Detroit, and it's hosted by actor and Detroit native Courtney B. Vance. Listen along to his podcast and find out what really happened on the streets of Detroit over that hot week in 1967 and why. So remember, Detroit, directed by Catherine Bigelow. And we're back. Okay, we have a few theories here for you, so with no further ado, here we go.
Hi, this is Nick.
And this is the Captain.
From True Crime Garage. Congratulations on putting out a stellar podcast for the last 4 years.
We're both big fans, so cheers to you, mates. Let's grab a chair, grab a beer, and let's talk some true crime.
Henry Lee Moore. First off, he is no relation to the Moors that were killed in Villisca. But in our opinion, he is a great suspect to be the perpetrator of the Villisca Axe murders.
Henry Lee Moore didn't actually live in Villisca, so how could he be a great suspect, you ask?
Well, the Axe murders in Villisca were not the first of their kind. There had been a string of Axe murders going on nationwide. The Axe murders in Villisca. 9 months earlier, in September of 1911, 6 victims were murdered by way of axe in Colorado Springs.
Then in October, there'd be a triple murder in Illinois.
After that, the Showman family of 5 were killed in Kansas. In fact, just days before the Villisca massacre, a husband and wife were slaughtered in Kansas. And there were all similarities in these crimes, but the obvious ones were these were all families being killed in their homes and being taken out with an axe.
In most of these cases, the authorities don't have a suspect.
Until a federal officer, this is M.W. McClary, he decides that they must be dealing with a transient maniac. Using that theory, he also noticed another commonality in the string of killings. The houses were all located at various points along the Southern Pacific Railway.
Now, our suspect, Henry Lee Moore, he worked for the railways. Not only that, but he was a bad, bad man.
On December 18th, 1912, this is the day after Henry Moore tells his roommate that he is traveling to Columbia, Missouri to visit his mother, who is taken ill.
Henry Lee Moore's mother and grandmother lived together.
This is Mrs. Georgia Moore and her mother, Mary Wilson. Their neighbor sees Henry Moore enter his mother's home. A short while later, he goes to the neighbor's house. He says he has just arrived into town and wondered if the neighbor could tell him where his mother was. She says that she believes they would be at home. Henry goes back to his mother's house. Then he comes back to the neighbor's house once again and says, "You've got to come with me and see what happened."
When the neighbor gets there, what she sees is Henry Lee Moore's mother, dead, and grandmother, dead, murdered by an axe.
They were hacked to death in their home. The grandmother was found in her bed. Henry's mother was killed by the back door. She had a horrible gash in her neck and a deep cut on her forehead that penetrated the brain.
They'd find an old axe with a blunt edge and a broken handle, and they'd consider this the murder weapon.
Now remember, Henry said that he had arrived into town that morning, and upon his arrival he had found the women dead. He was arrested after authorities learned from the neighbor that Henry had entered the home through the back door more than once that morning. They also found blood on him and on his underclothes, and later learned that Henry had rented a room at a hotel the night before under a fake name.
Getting caught in these little white lies and his story not lining up is not looking good for Henry Lee Moore.
Furthermore, neighbors would report that Henry's mother was not ill at all, and she was in her normal health.
Henry Lee Moore will be found guilty of these murders.
Yes, he's sentenced to life in prison for the death of his mother and grandmother. Many at the time suspected that his motive for the murders was in fact money.
He'd also received his family's property once his mother was dead.
One investigator, M.W. McClary,
it's actually pronounced M.W. McClary.
Well, he decided that the motive for the murders was in fact that Henry Lee Moore was a serial killer that rode the rails, and he would go to these different homes, break in, and kill the families in their sleep at night. And that he was motivated by the act and thrill of killing itself, and he was a sexual maniac.
So what would be Henry Lee's motive? Just the thrill of killing, or possibly sexual assault, and then covering up his crime.
And regarding the murders in Villisca and the other axe murders that took place in that short time period, well, Henry Lee Moore worked for the railroad. He would have had the means to be in those areas.
And the fact that he was found guilty of killing his mother and his grandmother, it would prove that he had the capability and the know-how to create a double murder.
Look, there are certainly many good suspects in the Villisca axe murders case, but our guy, Henry Lee Moore, should be considered one of your prime suspects.
Thank you guys so much again for letting us be a part of this 4-year anniversary. It was so much fun to meet you and hang out with you and drink some brews with you at CrimeCon this year. Look forward to drinking with you again next year.
First round's on you guys. Cheers.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a very special episode of The Trail Went Sideways. My name is Robin Warder, and I am the host of the true crime podcast, The Trail Went Cold. The Thinking Sideways crew have asked me to help them out, because not only has the trail gone cold on this case, but the trail is completely frozen solid. I got to meet Joe, Steve, and Devin at CrimeCon, and we all went out to lunch together, and since they picked up the check, they demanded I reimburse them by appearing on this episode. Nah, just kidding. We had an awesome time hanging out that weekend, and I am beyond thrilled and honored to be a guest on their podcast, which is one of my all-time favorites. Anyway, the theory they've asked me to cover for this case involves a suspect named George Kelly, the only suspect who actually stood trial for this crime. And what makes Kelly such an unusual suspect is that he was a minister, an unlikely candidate to be an axe murderer. Reverend Kelly was originally born as Lynn George Jacqueline Kelly in England before he and his wife moved to the United States in 1904. After serving the Methodist Church for years, Kelly suddenly decided that this denomination wasn't for him, so he enrolled in a Presbyterian seminary in 1912. On the evening of June 9th, Kelly was invited to attend the Children's Day services at the Presbyterian Church in Villisca, which, of course, also happened to be attended by the Moore family and the Stillinger sisters right before they were murdered. At 5:19 a.m. the following morning, Kelly left Villisca by hopping on a train back to his hometown of Macedonia, and it was about 3 hours later when the victims' bodies were discovered. Now, Kelly put himself on the radar as a suspect when he started writing a non-stop series of rambling letters about the murders and sending them to the police and the victims' surviving relatives. It seemed like being in Villisca when the murders took place caused Kelly to develop a pretty unhealthy obsession with this case. In fact, 1 week after the crime took place, Kelly returned to Villisca and went to the trouble of convincing the police to give him a tour of the Moore home. Anyway, one private investigator decided to write Kelly back and ask him if he knew anything about the murders. Kelly responded with a pretty eye-opening story about how he'd been walking past the Moore home that night when he heard what sounded like the thud of an axe, and that a man who was likely the killer briefly stepped out onto the porch. Naturally, this made investigators suspicious, but there was no direct evidence that Kelly was involved in the crime, and since he had a history of mental illness and erratic behavior, it was hard to know if his story was actually true. So Kelly dropped off the radar for a while, but he got himself in a bit of trouble in 1914 after he placed a newspaper ad for a stenographer. When a young woman expressed her interest, Kelly wrote back and essentially said that the position was hers as long as she was willing to type in the nude. Well, this woman was mortified, so this letter was turned over to the authorities, and they proceeded to send Kelly a series of dummy letters in which they pretended to be her. This prompted Kelly to respond with some more sexually inappropriate letters, and their content was apparently so offensive that Kelly was arrested for sending obscene material through the mail. I guess this was essentially the 1914 version of sexting, and he had to spend some time in a mental hospital for it. Well, by 1917, the investigation into other suspects in the Villisca axe murders had completely fallen through, so they decided to focus their attention on Kelly again. The police brought Kelly in and interrogated him non-stop over the course of an entire night until he finally broke down and confessed to the murders the following morning. He claimed that God had commanded him to kill every person in the Moore household that night, and that he essentially did this while in a trance-like state. Of course, Kelly soon recanted his confession, but he still went on trial for the murder of Lena Stillinger. It seems like he was specifically charged with that one particular murder, because in addition to the incident involving the obscene letters, there were a lot of unsavory rumors about Kelly being a peeping Tom and abusing his position to ask young girls to pose nude for him. The logic seemed to be that since Kelly was a sexual deviant, that's why Lena was found partially nude. Maybe Kelly had become fixated on her at the Children's Day services that night, so he decided to follow her to the Moore home and then proceeded to kill everyone inside with an axe. The evidence against Kelly at trial was his confession, the letters he'd written about the murders, and the fact that he'd sent out a bloody shirt to be laundered only a week after the crime took place. There were also witnesses who claimed that they'd heard Kelly discussing the murders on his train trip from Villisca to Macedonia on June 10, 1912. Remember, this train had left Villisca at 5:19 a.m., 3 hours before the bodies were discovered, so how could Kelly have known about the murders unless he had been there? Well, the problem is that the witnesses who supposedly heard him talk about this changed their story, and given how questionable Kelly's confession was, this was hardly an airtight case. As a result, the jury wound up being deadlocked at 11-1 in favor of acquittal. So Kelly had to go on trial again, and this time he was acquitted, and that pretty much closed the books on him. This also kind of brought the investigation to a dead halt, and that's about as close as they ever came to solving the Villisca axe murders. So I guess you could say, the trail went cold. So here's my personal take on Reverend George Kelly as a suspect. He is most definitely a strange person and a major pervert, but I really don't think the evidence is there which points to him being the perpetrator. From the sound of things, the police only decided to charge Kelly 5 years after the fact because they'd gotten pretty desperate to close the case. You're going to hear other podcasters discuss the theory that Iowa State Senator Frank Fernando Jones hired a guy named William Mansfield to commit the murders, but after the investigation into them fell apart, I think there was a feeling that somebody had to go down for this crime, and Kelly was a convenient scapegoat. In fact, there were rumors that Senator Jones pressured investigators to orchestrate a frame-up job on Kelly in order to take the spotlight off himself. Now, Kelly's alibi on the night of the murders was that he was asleep, but it's not like anyone could officially verify it. During his trip to Villisca, Kelly stayed at the home of a local minister named William J. Ewing. On the evening of June 9th, Ewing claimed that he showed Kelly to his bedroom at 11 p.m. before he went to sleep, and that Kelly was already gone by the time Ewing woke up the following morning. We know that Kelly's train departed at 5:19 a.m., so he would have had a window of about 6 hours to commit the murders. Ewing and his wife were called in to testify at Kelly's trials, and they stated that they believed his bed had been slept in that night. Now, Kelly was left-handed, and the coroner believed the blood spatters at the scene indicated that the killer swung the axe left-handed. However, the biggest point in Kelly's favor was that he was a pretty small fellow at only 5'2" and 119 pounds. So would he really have been capable of murdering 8 people with an axe single-handedly? The fact of the matter is that there's no direct evidence placing Kelly at the scene. All we really have is a coerced confession, unreliable eyewitness testimony, and a strange guy who developed a strange obsession with this crime. I'm not saying it's absolutely impossible that Kelly could have. He just seemed like nothing more than a convenient scapegoat, and if there hadn't been so much pressure to solve the case at that time, I'm not sure he ever would have been charged. So I'm inclined to think that the Villisca axe murders were committed by someone else. Anyway, thank you everyone for listening, and thanks again to Joe, Steve, and Devin for having me on here.
Charlie and Allie here from the Insight Podcast. We are covering one of the suspects who made maybe the biggest news, partly because of who he was in the community.
And that suspect is Frank Jones. He owned a large and successful store in Villisca, and Josiah Moore worked for him for something like 9 years. He helped found a bank in the town and was, at the time, serving as a state representative, and he later became a state senator. He spent 25 years as a superintendent of Sunday school for the Methodist Church. I know, something that you would look at as a murderer for sure. Now, the reason people looked at him as motive...
After working for Frank Jones for years, Josiah opened his own hardware store, and he worked in direct competition to Frank. Not only that, but he took the John Deere portion of the business with him when he left. Some people who work in corporate jobs today, they have to sign paperwork when they're hired that they won't take clients or accounts with them if or when they leave the company. This is why. Non-compete clauses have prevented many axe murders. I am sure of that. And according to one source I read, the two men, who obviously didn't speak to each other, would go as far as to cross the street to avoid each other.
And then there was gossip. Frank Jones had a daughter-in-law named Donna. Donna had a reputation for meeting with men without her husband or a chaperone present. Back in those days, you couldn't just make a private phone call. You had to go through a central operator who could, should she choose, listen in. She could then, should she choose, tell the whole town about your business. Now, it is rumoured that Donna and Joe arranged their meetups by telephone. So a business competitor and rumoured to be having an affair with his daughter-in-law, that there was dual motives for Frank Jones.
Eventually, the rumours of Frank Jones' involvement led to an investigation into him not being the murderer himself, but rather being the money behind a murder-for-hire plot. The man they thought wielded the axe is a potential serial killer named William Mansfield. Mansfield would later be suspected in the murder of his own family years later. One man in particular really believed this theory. James Wilkerson, a private investigator, was convinced that Frank Jones hired William Mansfield to kill the Moore family. He also believed other killings across the Midwest were connected, and he connected them all to William Mansfield. He said that he could prove Mansfield was in every area on the nights of all of these murders.
Frank Jones, tired of the rumours, which eventually escalated to posters hung up around town accusing him of the crime, he sued Wilkerson for slander. The best defence to slander is to prove what you said is true. So the defamation suit became kind of a mini murder trial for Frank Jones. Wilkerson had various eyewitnesses who saw and heard things related to the crime. This civil trial, however, happened in 1916, so 4 years after the murders. So why did no one say any of this at the time of the murders, and why are they only saying it now? One witness who had years previously testified at the inquest that he saw nothing unusual was now testifying, saying he saw the son of Frank Jones enter the Moore home while the Moores were still at the children's program.
In the end, Wilkerson was found not guilty of slander. Now, that's not to say the jury believed Frank Jones was involved in the murders, but that there was enough evidence that accusing him of being involved did not rise to the level of slander. A grand jury was convened, and the state sought an indictment against Mansfield. The details are private, as they tend to be with grand juries, but in the end they failed to indict Mansfield, reportedly because he had a payroll receipt, and it proved that he was in Illinois at the time of the murders. This essentially ended the legal case against Frank Jones, but this widely held belief that he used his influence to sway the investigation and the results of that investigation away from himself, it ruined his political career.
Now, to me, Jones had a lot to lose if it ever came out that he was involved in the murders. And I can't see, look, even if he was, I imagine he would have had it all sewn up tight so it could never be traced back to him. But honestly, I think him being tied to the case is just a case of Mansfield's obsession with the murders.
One of the things that really leads me away from him is that slander case. He had to know, with his own background, that taking a defamation case to court, he's saying I'm a murderer, I'm not a murderer, that was going to turn into a de facto murder trial for him. And if he had something to lose, I don't think he would have done that.
Because a lot of dirt could have come out in that defamation case. He was risking a lot.
Right. And I don't think he would have risked it over a defamation case that was already going to be difficult to win, because defamation cases are famously difficult to win.
I'm Nina from the Already Gone podcast, and Villisca isn't the only place for an axe murder. How about Blue Island, Illinois, 1914? Blue Island is in Cook County, just south of Chicago, and on July 6th, there was a gruesome axe murder of a family. Jacob Neslesla, his wife, their daughter, and their infant grandchild were killed. The survivor of the attack? Jacob's son-in-law, William Mansfield. Mansfield was working out of town when his family was killed, and we know that 2 years later, in the summer of 1916, Mansfield was working for the railroads in Kansas City. Now, Mansfield was thought to be a troublemaker because of his work as a union organizer. This Detroit girl knows how poorly union organizers were thought of by those in positions of power, particularly at the start of the 20th century. James Wilkerson, of the Burns Detective Agency, he felt that because of what happened in Illinois years earlier, Mansfield was good for the murders. He was convinced that Senator Jones hired Mansfield to do the deed. Wilkerson went so far as to hang up hundreds of flyers on lampposts all over the city, labeling the fair-haired, blue-eyed Mansfield William Blackie Mansfield, and implying that Jones had hired him to commit the murders on his behalf. Mansfield was arrested and brought before a Montgomery County grand jury. Mansfield's attorneys, they produced payroll records and witnesses that placed Mansfield in Illinois at the time of the Villisca attack. Mansfield was released, and he filed suit against Wilkerson and the notoriously anti-union Burns Detective Agency. He received $2,200 in damages. In today's money, that's a $50,000 settlement. Devin, Steve, Joe, congratulations on 4 years of making the magic happen. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Hey everyone, this is Michael from the Unresolved podcast. The Villisca axe murders remain one of America's most enduring mysteries because of the brutality of the crimes and the eerie mystery that followed. One of the theories that surfaced in the days afterwards hinged on the witness statements provided by Faye Van Gilder, the daughter of matriarch Sarah's sister, and it involved the inclusion of a man known by the name of Joe Ricks, who was found the very next day with circumstantial evidence. Faye Van Gilder, the 16-year-old niece of Joseph and Sarah Moore, had stated that she had seen a man on the morning before the murders. Faye told investigators that this man had been demanding to know where the Moore family lived. When she gave the rough description of the man to her aunt, Sarah Moore, hours before the older woman's death, she was told that a man matching that description had been hanging around the area suspiciously. So it stands to reason that whoever this man was, he was likely involved in the murders, or at the very least, should have been suspected of them. At least one other witness in Villisca recalls seeing a man who would call himself Joe Ricks in the town of Villisca that day, asking for directions. This would become relevant the day after the murders on June 10th of 1912, when Joe Ricks shuffled off of a train wearing bloody shoes. That's right, you heard me correctly. Joe Ricks had traveled to Monmouth, Illinois, from a town just 15 or so miles south from Villisca, named Clarinda. When he got off of the train, a state away, other travelers became alarmed by the blood on his shoes, meaning that it must have been somewhat noticeable. Police were contacted and Joe Ricks was detained. Faye Van Gilder, the niece of the murdered family, was transported out to Illinois along with a county attorney to identify the man. She did not recognize Joe Ricks as the man she had seen the day before, but I'd like to remind everyone listening how trustworthy eyewitness testimony can be. If someone asked you to identify a person you briefly saw a week beforehand, could you? Especially if that person had done anything to change their appearance whatsoever, as Joe Ricks could have possibly done. Either way, Joe Ricks told investigators that he had obtained the bloody shoes in a trade with another passenger on the train. A tramp, so to speak. Does that sound fishy to you? Because it sounds pretty freaking fishy to me. I mean, who would trade for bloody shoes? After Faye Van Gilder was unable to identify the man she had seen on the morning before the murders as Joe Ricks, police never further investigated him and just simply let him go. I personally think that this was a major mistake in the investigation, and it's a reason why the story is still unresolved.
Hi, we are Thin Air Podcast, which is me, Daniel Calderon.
And me, Jordan Sims.
If you haven't heard of us, our podcast covers cold missing persons cases and the social issues behind them. So when our friends at Thinking Sideways asked us to discuss this creepy, murdery case, we were like, yes, awesome. But it's also somewhat different from what we regularly do.
Our podcast usually features one missing persons case at a time. Daniel and I take turns telling each story, so we don't really interact with one another in our episodes. So what we're going to try today is, I have done some research on this case. Daniel is going to kind of come in blind.
Yeah, I don't even know the name of this case, actually.
Right, so it's going to be an interesting experience to kind of see how it goes. The way that we're going to talk today is not the tone of and structure of our regular show. We're much more serious. We don't talk back and forth, but today we're experimenting.
Trying something new.
Yeah, I'm excited. If you want to check out one of our regular, normal episodes that are not like this, we would love for you to check us out over at thinairpodcast.com. We're also, Facebook, Twitter, the whole shebang. So yeah, feel free to check us out.
So what is the case that we're talking about today?
It's a very horrific, notorious crime. This happened on June 9th of 1912. In the house this night are Joe, Sarah, their 4 children, and the 2 sisters who are spending the night.
Someone comes in with an axe and kills all 8 people?
Yeah, so these were really grisly set of murders. They're known as the Villisca Axe murders. And today our task is not to go into detail about the specifics of the crime itself, but specific theory was the theory of George Myers. So we're going to launch into that right now. This is where we flash forward 19 years or so to March 28th, 1931. This is when a man named Leroy Robinson, also known as George Myers, I think he's more known as George Myers.
Okay.
He's sitting in a jail in Detroit, Michigan. He burglarized a house. All the reports I could find online, we used research at the time, so newspapers around this time, said that he was burglarizing a home and he had been trapped inside, which to me is like kind of a stupid criminal
trapped
thing.
inside of a house?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like in a chimney, or like you get your foot stuck in the dishwasher?
Like you close yourself in a closet hoping no one sees you.
And then you get stuck in the closet, locked in the closet.
You get trapped in the closet. So to me, this says he's not the smartest man alive. If you're getting trapped inside a house you're robbing, you're not like a master
But the
criminal.
thing about the Moores person is that, were they smart?
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't like that was like this super high-tech criminal mind thing. But
I mean, he covered all the windows, though, and took all that time.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, okay. Just because he got caught doesn't mean he couldn't have committed this crime.
Sure.
But to me, they seem sort of incongruous. Can you tell me how to say that word?
Incongruationals?
Okay, perfect. So he's sitting in this jail. Detroit police receive an anonymous letter. And this letter basically says... I have the exact thing. I should probably read it. If you go to the Wayne County Jail and interview a man named Myers, you will learn something about a murder in Villisca, Iowa, 19 years ago, a particularly horrible murder.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's obvious what murder they're referring to.
I mean, right. It also says murder. One. When you say murders...
I mean...
Or would you all roll them into one?
I guess it could... Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Tricky noun.
Tricky noun. So they go to Myers, Leroy Robinson, our guy, and they say, hey, did you do this? We got this letter. And at first he denies it, and he's sort of, no, you're not going to pin this on me. How dare you? I've never been there. And then he confesses. Newspapers at the time published what he said, and I've taken a selection of that. So this is a direct quote from his statement, his confession. The basic story is that he, at the time in June of 1912, was in Kansas City, which is about 2.5 hours south by car from Villisca. A man approaches him. So here's his statement, just to set it up.
Sure.
I just got out of jail, I guess. I was having a drink when a man walked up and looked me over. After a few drinks, he told me there was a family in Villisca he wanted to get rid of, and that it was worth $5,000 to be done. I agreed to do it. He said he didn't care how it was done, except that there must be no shooting as it would make too much noise. For me, the plot thickens with this stranger because why would you have a vendetta against an entire family? So there's the theory with the senator who had this very spiteful relationship with Joe Moore. So maybe this stranger was somehow connected to the senator. But it's like he specifically says, I have a family that I need taken care of. Why on earth would you want a whole family of people killed?
What did these kids do to you? You don't need a whole family murdered for a particular reason.
It's
I can't think of
parents.
an example
where
a whole family would need to be...
For vindictive reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second part of George Myers' statement was this. He says that he met the man in Villisca on June 9th, so the same day as the crime. He takes a train there. He meets him there. And this guy says, all right, here's $2,000 for this crime. I'll give you the rest tomorrow. And here is his quote on his statement of committing the actual crime. I walked around a while and found an axe. I picked it up, thinking it would be a good thing in the killing. That night, I got into the house with a knife. I saw a man asleep in a downstairs bedroom. I hit him once with the axe. His wife moved a little, so I hit her. Then I walked upstairs and saw 4 children in bed. I hit them with the blade side of the axe and ran out of the house, dropping the axe downstairs.
So, semi-consistent, but with what actually happened, but not entirely.
There's actually quite a few inconsistencies in his original statement. So the first major inconsistency, and I think this was a big thing that later made people go, he didn't do this, was he only confessed to killing 6 people. He never talked about the girls downstairs. To me, another inconsistency is the idea that he drops this axe as he's running out of the house.
Yeah.
To me, this was not a fast, there's no running involved in this crime. It seemed slow,
methodical.
Exactly. The axe was found downstairs, like he says. So he says he drops it downstairs, which is accurate. That's definitely a fact that would have been published in this crime. He says that when he went to meet the man the next day, that he never showed up, and he was so mad that he just left town.
Okay, you killed 8 people,
right?
And you didn't get your money,
right?
And you're just gonna
the only reason you did it, allegedly.
Like, I would get what's your name? You know,
at the very least.
Yeah, what's your name? How can I find you? How can I get a hold of you? Like, I'm not letting them get away.
He's discredited pretty quickly.
Okay.
I don't think people took him seriously as a suspect after his confession was out. He got so many details of this case wrong that even looking at the theory, I kind of go, yeah, I don't think he did it. For me, the bigger mystery is why would you confess to a crime you didn't commit, and who sent this letter to the jail about him? To me, that's kind of this bigger mystery.
Yeah.
Because why would you confess to this horrific crime that you had nothing to do with?
So I guess one of the only questions that I have left is, whatever happened to George Myers?
So the only thing I could find was days later. So it seemed like this story was totally hot for like a moment. And then on March 30th, so 2 days later, he's sentenced to 14 and a half to 15 years in prison for this burglary that he commits. There's a note in there that he, around this time, attempted to jailbreak with 10 other inmates. And that's basically it. Only a note that he was never charged for the crime in Iowa. That's it.
And then gone.
Gone.
Wow.
For me, I mean, I don't buy it.
It doesn't hold up for you?
No, I don't think he had anything to do with it, but I don't understand. I don't understand the letter, and I do not understand why you would confess to this if you have nothing to do with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, so, I mean, those are all the questions that I have remaining about.
I mean, that's basically all there is about our friend George Myers, Leroy / Leroy Robinson. So
well, there you have it.
There you have it.
If you've enjoyed listening to our banter and want to listen to our podcast,
that's scripted and not interactive in any way, a lot different,
go to thinairpodcast.com and listen to some of our reports on unsolved missing persons cases.
And thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
We've loved doing this.
Sideways team.
This is Aaron, and with me is Justin. We're the Generation Y podcast.
How are you Thinking Sideways folks doing tonight?
Talking about the Villisca axe murders.
One of the suspects they were looking into was a man named Andrew Sawyer. Nothing to do with the character in the show Lost. How this comes about is there's a man named Thomas Dyer of Burlington, Iowa, and he's a foreman for the Burlington Railroad. Andy Sawyer is looking for a job. He's a transient, and he approaches Thomas, asks if there's any work to be had. They describe Sawyer as clean-shaven. He was wearing a brown suit. His shoes were dirty, and his pants were wet. They said that Sawyer would purchase a newspaper about the axe murders and was very interested in the story. Dyer says that Sawyer slept in his clothes and kept to himself a lot. Now, maybe he slept in his clothes because he didn't have any other clothes. I don't know what they're getting at there. But the real creepy issue is they say that Sawyer slept with his axe. Do you sleep with your axe, Aaron?
I don't have an axe, Justin, so I don't know if I would or not. I would say I probably wouldn't.
Sawyer had a lot of information about the axe murders and would brag to Dyer and the other workmen about how he got away and precisely where he ran from. He describes the area where a man jumped over a manure box and said that's how he escaped, and pointed at footprints in the ground. And he even took Dyer's son, who is named JR, over to the other side of the car to show him these footprints and an old tree. So we have a guy who is very interested in the murders, who sleeps with an axe, which is the murder weapon used, and seems to have some inside information about the details of how the murderer got away. That seems kind of suspect, right?
Right. Well, and as you said, he was looking for a job. It wasn't even just this that he was talking about this case, but they said that his eyes looked mad. They looked glassy. So he was not really fitting in well with the other guys that were working in this area. They were all nervous of him.
Yeah, one night he jumps up and says, "I'll cut your goddamn heads off." I don't know if he was actually saying it to anybody or just saying it in general, but that's crazy town.
I think you have to take him at his word. You have to really respect what he's saying and take heed, because They said when they first tried to put him to work, they could tell that he had lied about his experience. You know, they asked him if he was good with steam engines, and he said, oh, yeah. But he had no idea what he was doing. So then they had him sharpening piles. They were driving these poles into the river. They said with his axe, he could sharpen things up pretty quick. So he was obviously good with his axe. You know, the one he slept with.
The only reason why I guess I don't feel he's a legit suspect is the officials say that he was arrested for vagrancy in another part of town the night of the murders. So if that's true, obviously he has a pretty good alibi. I guess we're all into true crime. We're all interested in activities that go around us. So him buying the newspaper and reading about the murders maybe shouldn't be that suspect. Maybe he read something in the newspaper that talked about the escape route that the murderer took. I don't know.
Well, his coworkers contacted the sheriff, and the sheriff spoke with him, but they didn't arrest Sawyer. They let him go. And it seemed as though at least his coworkers thought he could have committed these murders because they thought he was crazy and he loved his axe too much. But he ended up quitting and going back home to his family, of all things. So he did have a family. It wasn't like he was just off on his own. He was just looking for work.
I guess if they vetted him properly, then I'm going to disregard him as a suspect. But if that's only going off of the arrest for vagrancy.
Yeah, they did vet his stories. The sheriff supposedly went through with him his timeline, where he was, what he had been up to, as best they could. In the end, there will always be people who look at Andy Sawyer and say, oh, he's a very good suspect. But at least as far as law enforcement at the time was concerned, he doesn't really check out to be a good suspect. But if you're looking for someone just crazy enough to commit such a horrible series of murders in a home, like as to what happened in this case, yeah, I mean, he does seem crazy. But these are the accounts of his coworkers. And just like any other case, we don't know what he was going through at the time. And so since we don't have interviews with people who knew him for years and years, we don't get a good, complete picture of Andrew Sawyer. We just have, what was he like around the time of the murders? Well, he was crazy and he slept with his axe.
Happy anniversary, Thinking Sideways.
Did you guys like that?
Okay, well, that was pretty awesome. First off,
very fun. Thank you.
That was
thanks.
totally cool. No, and some great theorizing there. And first off, I think we had to thank the Captain and Nick from True Crime Garage, Robin Warder from Trail Went Cold, and gosh, who else? Allie and Charlie from Insight.
Nina from Already Gone.
Nina, thanks, Nina. And of course,
Michael from Unresolved.
Yeah.
Jordan and Daniel from Thin Air, and our besties, Aaron and Justin from Gen Y.
Yeah, you guys.
Once again, we've got him interning.
Yeah,
so, you guys,
perfect.
Yeah, no, great job. Way to point the finger of guilt. I mean, all of you, and we like that. No.
Yeah.
And so, well, you guys have any favorites yourselves among the suspects?
No. I don't know. It's hard because I mean, really, honestly, I think they are all good suspects, but none of them are great.
Well, and there appears to be a lot of axe murdering going on in that neck of the country at that time. So it's really difficult. You know, you think about like Henry Lee Moore, and there's killings, but then there's Andy Sawyer who likes to sleep with his axe. So I mean, Andy's kind of my favorite just because the weirdo factor.
I don't know. I don't think he was necessarily
it's the weirdo
doing this sort of thing. I mean, I think he just had some issues going on, you know.
Well, actually, if I lived in a time when there were axe murderers running around all over the place, I'd probably sleep with my axe too, if not a revolver or something.
Yeah,
I can't really blame Andy for that. I don't know. The only one of these people that actually went to trial was, of course, the Reverend Kelly, who actually confessed, although his confession is of dubious quality.
Very dubious.
I had heard that he actually confessed to the sinking of the Lusitania. No, seriously. I mean, seriously. I think this guy had some issues.
Everything.
Yeah.
I think he had some issues.
I agree.
Well, he was also a big perv, so.
Yeah, I wanted to throw in one more suspect, by the way.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, one more suspect. My murder suspect is Josiah Moore, who, by the way, was never actually positively identified. I mean, I read the testimony from the doctor, and they were all essentially, they went into the bedroom, and they pulled back the covers, and they saw him all with his face obliterated and everything, and the doctor said, yep, that's Joe. And that's it. I don't think they ever actually, obviously dental records are out. Facial recognition is right out.
Also 1912, so it's not as though like fingerprinting was in its infancy.
No, his fingerprints would not have been on file anywhere. How did they identify the body?
But if that's the doctor may have seen Joe with his shirt off, and I don't know, maybe Joe had a set of scars or birthmarks or something like that. Very defining features.
My understanding from the testimony was that it was just assumed right off the bat by everybody that it was Josiah and Sarah in the bed dead.
Okay, well, here's a question.
Yeah.
If it was Josiah, why would he commit this series of murders when the neighbor girls were over and kill them too? If he wanted to kill his entire family, what?
He snapped. That Children's Day service just pushed him over the edge.
Right over the edge.
Exactly. I'm not saying this theory has no holes in it. But I mean, it does.
Like Lusitania.
I was going to say it's kind of like Swiss cheese.
It does. But that would explain one thing, which is why the killer went to extra lengths to obliterate his face more than anybody else's.
True.
Of course, it could be the killer especially hated him.
I think you're making this up.
Or it could be the killer had. It could be. And here's another possibility, and one that I actually think is the strongest one, is that I think it was a random serial killer.
Huh.
And it may have been this guy might have had issues with his own dad, and so dad and his family came in for a little extra abuse. But if you look at some of the other axe murderers, and I'm not the first person to actually try to tie this in with a lot of other random axe murders that took place across the Midwest.
But there was a lot of murdering going on.
There were a lot of them, and what they all had in common was their proximity to railroad tracks. Actually, riding the rails was a common way to get around back in those days. And so, without getting into incredible detail about all these other murders, let's just say that I think that there might just be a tie-in there, and it's entirely possible this was just a random thing. This guy might have gotten off the train, walked up the street towards their house, trying doorknobs until he found a house that was unlocked and that didn't have a dog, and just walked in and did his thing, and then just walked back down to the train tracks and left.
I mean, maybe. My question then would be why the master bedroom seemed to have been the furthest away from the door. So why go all the way in and murder your way all the way out on the chance that somebody might wake up and notify the rest of the house? Why wouldn't you start from the beginning and work your way back?
I see what you're saying. I think that if it were me, what I would do first is I would identify probably the parents and kill them first, because those are the people, especially the dad, who are most likely to have a gun
or be able to overpower you,
or whatever. Yeah. So that's why I would definitely kill mom and dad first.
Fair enough.
I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not a killer. I don't know, but
yeah.
So
that we know of.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Yeah. And you guys, that's why you guys should be glad we're doing commercials, because that means I have a financial incentive not to kill you.
True.
Yeah. So keep those commercials coming, kids. Otherwise, enough of those dark theorizings. But that's my theory essentially, is that it probably was a random dude. You guys? No? Okay. Well, let's wrap this one up then.
Right.
First of all, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
You guys too. Thanks for doing something special.
Oh yeah, just for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you probably have your own theories out there, so you can reach us via email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. We also have a website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can find our episodes and download them. And there are also links to merch at Redbubble and Zazzle.
Mm-hmm.
You can get shirts and mugs and all kinds of cool stuff. And where else? We're on iTunes. Find us on iTunes if you haven't already, and you probably have. But if you are so inclined, give us a rating and a review, preferably good ones. And you can stream us from all kinds of places, including Stitcher is a big one, and a lot of others. And where else? Social media, Facebook. We're on Facebook, where you can join the group and like the page. That's the order it works in?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, and of course we're on Reddit, where we are Thinking Sideways, and we are on Twitter, where we are thinking sideways. What am I forgetting, guys? Yeah, can't think of anything.
That's it.
I think that's all
about
of
it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you did that all from memory. Good job.
I know. I'm getting better. It's only taken 4 years. But that's it. And again, we want to hear from you guys. If you live in Villisca or nearby, we'd love to hear from you, especially who your favorite theories are. My understanding is that the town kind of split between Methodists and Presbyterians after this whole thing happened, because the Moores were Presbyterians.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief accusee was Frank Jones, who was a Methodist, and so there was apparently it was a big controversy for years in this town. But other than that, okay. So if you're either a Methodist or a Presbyterian from Villisca, we'd like to hear from your side of the story. All right, until next week, toodaloo.
We'll talk to you later, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hello there. Welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Devin
and
Steve.
And as you know, if you've never listened to us before, what we do is we solve unsolved mysteries. We find a mystery, we pound it into the ground until it finally cries, "No mas, no mas!" And then we tell you how to find us on Stitcher and iTunes and stuff.
He's lying.
Yeah.
That's the worst description of the show I've ever heard.
In 80-some episodes, we haven't solved anything.
Well, we solved a few. We solved Lost Boy Larry.
No.
We didn't solve that one.
I think we did.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, according to Joe, we've solved them all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not actually what happens.
Okay, but occasionally we'll shed a little bit of ray of light on something. We might add something to it. Okay, well, so let's move ahead here. Let's talk about our weekly mystery here. The mystery is the Count of Saint Germain.
Woohoo!
I know some of you may have heard of this guy.
I've heard of the liquor.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Germain.
This show this idea was actually a listener suggestion. Unfortunately, it was suggested by a whole bunch of listeners and not just one. And so usually we give acknowledgement, but in this case we're not going to. Because
you know who you are.
Yeah.
You know who you are, and thanks a lot. We
and I would say fortunately, not unfortunately.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. So the Count of Saint Germain, nobody knows precisely when he was born. Some sources say 1710, some 1712, some say 1690, some say before Christ.
Mm-hmm.
He was a European dude who claimed he was the son of Prince Francis II Rákóczi, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, of Transylvania. He was prominent in high society in the 18th places too. He hobnobbed with a lot of famous people, including Kings Louis XV and Louis XVI of France. Voltaire, you probably heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
Giacomo Casanova, you've heard of Casanova, I'm sure.
Yep.
And in fact, Casanova mentions the Count in his memoirs.
He does.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
And also Catherine the Great of Russia, and lots of other people. Supposedly he spoke lots of languages very fluently, and he played the violin and the harpsichord like a master. He wrote opera songs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy was what's the word I'm thinking of? Polymath. The guy was like, kind of like Benjamin Franklin, some of those guys, and just geniuses at all kinds of different things. He knew a lot about science and philosophy, and Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel, that's in Germany apparently, said that he was, quote, one of the greatest philosophers who ever lived, unquote. What else? He was into alchemy, and he claimed to have had great success. He claimed to have, invented all kinds of little powders that would make you immortal and stuff like that.
So basically he was kind of like the full package.
I know, and yeah. Great conversationalist, charming fellow. Lots of people reported, hanging with him and enjoying his company a whole lot. He was apparently rich, never short on cash.
Which is why people hung out with him.
Yeah, probably. Although
yeah.
The people he was hanging out with were royalty, and so they weren't hurting for cash either.
True.
Oddly, no one, or at least very few people, ever saw him eat any food. He would have dinner with people, and he would just spend the whole time talking and not eat a single thing.
Did he drink?
I don't know.
Presumably.
Presumably he did.
I remember something about him drinking a special tea.
Yeah.
That was noted in some of the writings, but that was the only thing I ever saw.
Yeah, he supposedly invented something called Russian tea. But He also apparently abstained from sex. He didn't, even though women found him very, very charming, he didn't actually pursue women or have a wife or a girlfriend or anything like that. He also was rumored to have been a member of some secret societies like the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, the Knights Templar, and some other ones.
All the big ones?
All the big ones, all the big scary ones, the Illuminati and stuff like that.
The big three.
Yeah, I know. And it seems to me that he played a fairly major part in shaping European politics in the 18th century. But his biggest claim to fame is for being immortal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if not immortal, very long-lived.
Extremely long-lived, yeah. As I said earlier, his date of birth was put at around 1710, maybe 1712. Accounts vary. Nobody really knows. And the count was notoriously hard to pin down on stuff like that. He didn't exactly say when he was born or where he was born or anything. It was only later in life that he told Prince Charles of Hesse-Cassel that he was the son of Prince Francis II of Transylvania. But other than that, he tended to evade questions about his origins. But there were people who said that they knew him in 1710, and at the time he was around 45 years old. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And there, another guy who's called Baron von Stolch, said that he knew the count between the years 1715 to 1723, and he was about 45 then. And in 1735, a guy named Monin, a French guy, saw him in Holland, apparently had seen him at some time in the far previous past, like 1710. His statement reported he hadn't aged a day that time. So
that's odd.
That's kind of strange.
Was he the original Benjamin Button? Is that he was just aging backwards?
It could have been that, yeah.
I think he was in stasis, not aging backwards. It's not like, I haven't seen you in 20 years and you look younger. It's, wow, you look exactly the same.
You know, it's probably one of those Portrait of Dorian Gray kind of dealios, or so made a pact with the devil kind of thing.
Or just Keanu Reeves.
Could be Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I know. Quick aside here, he went by a lot of different names, which is not unusual at the time, apparently. Some of his aliases were the Marquis de Montferrat, Count de Bellemare, Chevalier Schöning, Count Velden, Count de Saltikoff, Graf Zarg Roji. I gotta say that again.
A lot of consonants.
Yeah, Graf Zaroji and Prince Rakoczy, and I mispronounced most of those, I'm sure. Yeah.
You did miles better than I ever would have.
Yeah. It looks like the rumors of his immortality, nobody can say exactly when they seem to have started, but they may have begun in 1760 in Paris. A certain Countess von Georgi had known the Count in Venice in 1710, apparently. And when she met him again, she was amazed to see that he hadn't aged at all, and asked him if it was his father that she had known in Venice. And he said no, that it was he who had known her. And apparently he was able to discuss in enough detail with her what the things that they had done together in Venice, that she was convinced.
That it wasn't him just saying, oh, no, yeah, that was me.
No, he recounted conversation and events and stuff that they had seen together.
Yeah, and she was amazed and said she couldn't quite believe it. And he just said, Madame, I am very old. So maybe it was. So I'm going to go through his life a little bit here. He traveled a lot. In the years 1737 to 1742, he was in Persia studying alchemy. Yeah, and then when he returned, he went to Versailles.
Well, and when he was in Persia, he was good friends with the Shah at the time.
Supposedly, he hung with the Shah. Yeah, the Shah.
So again, he's hobnobbing with the elite of wherever he's at.
Yeah, wherever he goes, he seems to work his way right in. In the mid-1740s, he lived in England for a while. He was arrested in 1745 on suspicion of espionage, but they didn't have anything to really hold him on, so they let him go. And who knows, he might have been spying. He showed up in France in about 1748 and worked his way into the court of Louis XV. And Louis XV would send him on diplomatic missions.
So, maybe he might have been a spy.
Yeah, he could have been a spy. I mean, diplomats always, often do spy.
Yeah, those two are kind of synonymous with each other.
Especially at that day and age.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Less now, technically.
Technically. Supposedly.
Supposedly.
Well, there's still plenty of people in the embassy who are spies, but not all of them are.
Evidently.
Yeah. In 1755, he went to India
Mm-hmm.
In 1760, during the 7 Years' War, he went to Holland, where he tried to open peace negotiations, supposedly, between Britain and France. The British ambassador wouldn't deal with him unless he had credentials that came directly from Louis XV.
Now, which war was it that was going on at that time?
The 7 Years' War?
Okay. I couldn't
War.
remember exactly which one, but he was there, 2 or 3 years into the war?
Yeah, I think about...
It hadn't reached its
was
full
about-
title of 7 years at that
Yeah,
point.
no, at that point in time, it was about halfway, so maybe 4 years in, I think. And it was destined to go on a little bit longer,
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I actually learned something interesting recently, which is that the French and Indian War, you've heard about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually part of the 7 Years' War. The 7 Years' War actually...
How?
Basically, the 7 Years' War was a clash between miscellaneous European powers that took place all over the world. Some of the clashes took place in Europe. Some took place in North America and Central America. There were all kinds of battlefields in the 7 Years' War, which I had not known. I've got to read a book about the war because
I was going to say, so basically if their forces ran into each other, they immediately started fighting.
Yeah.
They're like brothers in a bar, basically.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, the 7 Years' War. I am going to read a book about that and get back to you guys. At this time, there was a certain plotter whose name I'm not going to try to... Well, it's the Duc de Choiseul.
Ah.
The Duc de Choiseul. Choiseul is French for hazard, so the Duke of Hazard. So this schemer, this plotter, the Duke of Hazard, convinced Louis XV to disavow Saint Germain and request his arrest and extradition by the Dutch. The Dutch saw this as just internal French politicking, and they didn't really want to get involved in it.
So they saw it for what it was.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bunch of BS.
Yeah. So instead of extraditing him back to France, they got the British ambassador to Holland to issue the Count a British passport.
Which they called it a blank passport?
Yeah, they
Is
gave
that
him a
the
blank
correct-
passport so he could fill in any name he wanted to.
Yeah,
Isn't that
of
nice?
course at
I
that
wish I could
time,
do that.
You didn't have to have it wasn't like it was issued and it had a photograph in it and all of that. It just said who you were. You could steal somebody's for all I know, and they would accept it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. But
Also crazy is, right, Britain was like, oh, hey, we're going to arrest you. Because
Years later.
Yeah, and then years
we'll help you
later,
out.
here's actually just a blank passport.
Yeah. I know.
We're over it. I guess.
Well, people were more relaxed back in those days. Yeah. I read, and apparently this is true. I read the books, the Master and Commander series by Patrick. What's his name? The film Master and Commander.
Right.
Is like, yeah, and they're very authentic recreations of that period in history during the Napoleonic Wars, and his they get captured. Our heroes and the crew get captured by the French, and the French let them go but just said, you have to promise not to take part in any more fighting in the war, and we'll let you go. We won't keep you captive. And so I said, okay. And they honored the request. They didn't take part in any more battles. They just kicked back and watched the war go on around them. So things were just a little bit different back in those days.
I can't see that happening
No,
today.
I don't either.
No, not quite. Okay, that was an annoying aside. I apologize. So he, on his blank passport, got to travel to Britain and escape the clutches of Louis XV and all of the court intrigues there.
Great.
Yeah, nice. Okay, 2 years later, he goes to Russia, where supposedly he knew Catherine the Great, and he was involved in a conspiracy to overthrow Tsar Peter III and place Catherine the Great on the throne. And apparently that did happen.
It did happen. It
he
worked.
was involved. Supposedly, he also later advised the commander of the Imperial Russian armies in their war against Turkey.
So among everything else, he's a great strategist.
Apparently.
Because he's figuring out how to maneuver political stuff around, as well as armies and forces on the field of battle.
I guess some could argue to a suspicious degree.
Yeah.
Right? That it almost seems less that he is good at strategy and more that he just knows what's going to happen.
That's possible.
Little prescient. Is that the correct word?
That's it. He did make some predictions. He made all kinds of interesting predictions, and a lot of which came true. Yeah. But we're going to talk about that in the theories.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to jump
that's
ahead.
Okay. Oh, no worries. In 1774, he returned to France. Louis XVI was now in power, along with Marie Antoinette. He allegedly, at this point, warned them that a revolution was to come about 15 years in the future.
Y'all know how that ended.
Yeah, that did not end well. Uh-huh.
10 years.
Well, yeah, it did.
It did not end well for a lot of people that were previously in power.
And a lot of other people besides. So blood flowed freely, let's just say.
It really did.
I was here for liberty, égalité, fraternité. Yeah. Okay.
Still happening, apparently.
Yeah.
In this room.
In 1775, this is one source that I found, and I haven't seen this anywhere else, but this one.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, he claims that the Count was in America, where he was known as the Professor, and supposedly he was involved with all of our revolutionary founding father guys. And in 1776, he supposedly gave a very stirring speech in Independence Hall to the assembled delegates who were about to sign the Declaration of Independence.
That sounds like somebody trying to prove that he's the doctor.
I was thinking the same thing and held back.
Sounds just like a Time Lord.
Yeah, but think about this, because, I mean, at the time, these guys were putting their names on what was a treasonous document. I mean, they were risking their lives.
Oh, absolutely.
And their fortunes by doing this. And apparently their morale was kind of so-so. So it might be the Count bucked up their morale sufficiently with his stirring speech that he actually caused that declaration to be signed and caused America to come into being.
Have either of you watched the, it's Paul Giamatti, and I cannot think of, it's a mini series basically, but it's like 5 or 6 1-hour-long episodes.
The John Adams one?
The John Adams one.
I didn't ever watch it.
I want to see that, but I have not seen it.
But they do a really good job of illustrating what we were talking about, of all of the reluctance and the infighting and the hesitance of, wait, are we really going to leave England? Do you realize what this is going to do to us? And it's the first time that I've read about it. I think we've all read about it, but it's hard to imagine. But they get some great actors in it. You're like, oh, I totally get this. I feel really dumb for not figuring that out ahead of time, how disturbing that idea would have to be at that time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that there was, and a lot of people who, if you read our history books, they're considered kind of traitorous because they sided with the Brits. But you can see how they would feel some loyalty to the crown.
I am a descendant of one of the Declarations of Independence signers, so it's
Paul Giamatti?
A bit of a Okay. Yeah, he's my dad.
Exactly.
So yeah.
But yeah, anyway, it was not a given that we were going to achieve our independence at that time. So it was a pretty brave deal in those ways. So we have the Count to thank for this.
Well,
Merca.
I kind of feel like he's shoehorned into that story.
I think so too, actually.
Merca, either way.
Merca. Yeah. In 1779, and I'm leaving a lot out of his timeline. He actually was bouncing around all over the place.
The timeline is amazingly dense.
Yeah, and considering how slow travel was in those days, I mean, he really got around. It's amazing. Halfway around the world. In 1779, though, he went to Hamburg, Germany, and became buds with Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel, who I talked about earlier. And he lived as a guest in the prince's castle at an unpronounceable town. I'm going to call it
Eckernford.
Eckernford. Okay, we'll call it that. According to local records, he died there February 27th, 1784. He left behind some clothes, a little cash, personal items like combs and razors and stuff like that. But no gold, no jewels, or anything else particularly valuable.
So that's where our story ends.
Yeah, but not quite.
Oh.
Yeah, turns out he returns from the dead.
Oh.
Yeah. In 1785, now let's remember he died in 1784, he shows up at the Masonic Convention in Paris. Apparently was actually on the registry there and everything, so that's interesting. Supposedly in 1786, he had a meeting with the Empress of Russia. Presumably that's Catherine the Great.
I would presume.
I don't know. Yeah. In 1788, he sends a letter to Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette with a warning, which is let's remember it's only a year until the start of the French Revolution. I'm not going to read the entire letter because it's kind of long. I'll read the first sentence or two. The time is fast approaching when imprudent France, surrounded by misfortunes she might have spared herself, will call to mind such hell as Dante painted, and on and on and on from there. It's pretty dire.
It's not a happy letter.
Yeah. Anyway, so and they apparently didn't heed his warning. And
Yeah.
maybe there really wasn't much they could do. In 1788, two other people reported running into him also. I'm not going to tell you their names because I can't pronounce them. Yeah.
So they ran into him? So they saw him somewhere and talked to him, ran into him, or saw him at a distance?
No, the first one claims to have spoken to him. Another one claims to have met with him. And he said, oh, this is an interesting one, too. His name was Baron Linden. He met with him, and the Count said that he was on his way out of Europe, headed for the Himalayas. He, quote, I will rest, I must rest. Exactly in 85 years will people again set eyes on me. Farewell. The words of the Count. But he must have fibbed because he actually showed up a little earlier than that. But yeah, he had a flair for the dramatic. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he meant 85 days.
Could have been. Yeah. In late 1789, the Countess, another name I don't know how to pronounce, so I'm just gonna murder it here. It said Dodimer.
Yeah.
Countess Dodimer. I don't know.
You're the best
the
of the pronouncers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So she got a letter from him saying the sun had set in the French monarchy. And it was too late. His hands were tied by, quote, one stronger than myself, unquote. He prophesied the death of Marie Antoinette, the ruin of the royal family, and the rise of Napoleon. So, yeah, this guy must have had a time machine, huh?
Kind of sounds like it.
Yeah.
Or Marty McFly gave him a book of history, one of the two.
Yeah,
that could have been. In 1793, he again wrote a letter with a prophetic warning about Marie Antoinette's death. Said in 1793 her fate would be death, and that's how it turned out to be. And the Countess asked, this is again the Countess with the unpronounceable name, asked if she would see him again after he gave her the prophecy, and he replied 5 more times, do not wish for a 6th. Apparently that means the 6th time is going to be when she dies. Yeah, I know. So the first of the 6 was the assassination of Marie Antoinette, when she ran into him again. An Englishman saw him in 1798 in a prison in France. In 1799, he was seen by that same Countess we just talked about at the 18th Brumaire of Louis XVI. That was the coup d'etat in which Napoleon overtook the French consulate and began his coup.
So most of these are that one Countess saying, "Oh, I saw him again," right?
Well, it's a lot of them are her.
Is it substantiated by other people at the same time? Is that there are other people who are also saying, "Oh yeah, I saw him too, and it was a weird thing"?
Well, there are. Actually, I'm going to skip over some of the rest of this particular Countess's things. In 1820, Albert Vandam, who's an Englishman, wrote in his memoirs and talked about a person who bore a lot of resemblance to the Count of Saint Germain, but he called himself Major Fraser. But he just sounds a lot like him. But we'll skip that because he didn't actually say that it was Saint Germain. So no more of that. And he met with a certain Lord Lytton, whose full name is Edward George Earl Lytton, Bulwer Lytton.
Well, that's not a tongue twister.
Yeah, not at all.
I'd hate to be a kid and have to learn how to write all of that.
Oh, I know. Imagine that every time you sign a check.
Somehow I don't think there was much check signing happening.
Probably not. But Lord Lytton was an English politician, poet, and a novelist. He was very popular, and he coined some really kind of, what's the word I'm thinking of, cliched phrases these days. Words like the great unwashed, the pen is mightier than the sword. Yeah, but apparently, so this is a guy who said that he met with the Count. He was seen in 1867 at a meeting for the Grand Lodge of Freemasons in Milan, Italy. In 1870, Napoleon III became so interested in this undying Count that he had a special commission put together to gather information. They were stationed at the Hotel de Ville. In 1871, the Hotel de Ville burned down, destroying all the records. So the Count is apparently an arsonist.
Or just trying to hide his trail.
I know. In 1877, he was seen in Milan, Italy, again at a Freemason meeting. In 1896, somebody named Annie Besant claimed to have met the Count. In 1896, also somebody named Manton Blavatsky claimed to have met the Count and said that she was in frequent contact with him.
So hang on just a second. I just want to clarify. So we've got and these are a couple of things. So is he identifying himself as the Count, or just people say, no, that looks like the Count?
Well, that is the deal. Now, I think in these cases, these are people who say they met with him. In other words, they didn't just run into him or see him in the street. They actually met with him. And apparently,
Wait. When was the last one that you just said? What was the date on that?
That was 1896, I think.
He would have been in his 90s.
No, he would have been...
late 80s.
No,
if
he would have been...
He would have been...
1896, he would have been 186
Yeah,
years
he'd been
old.
200 years old at that point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Sorry.
that's where I'm saying is like, well, these people couldn't have met him before.
Mhm.
There's no possible way that these regular human people could have met him before. So I'm just trying to figure out if they're saying that it's the Count because A, he said he's the Count.
Mhm.
B, they've seen a painting of him and the likeness is striking.
Mhm.
Or if it's just anecdotal, I'm trying to understand because I could never get a good handle on why I said, oh yeah, he was the Count.
Mhm.
What drove that?
Well, I kind of suspect that, and I'm half serious here, I kind of suspect that there was probably a standing joke among the nobility and the higher classes in Europe about the Count. I think he became kind of famous, and I think that maybe it was just a joke. Then you run into somebody and say, hey, you seen the Count? And they say, oh yeah, I saw the Count at a Rosicrucian convention in Baden-Baden. And it's all just a joke,
Right.
He's become the Dos Equis guy.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it's as simple as that. But you're right. I mean, at a certain point, when it's like 1793, well, sure, he could still be alive, and there'd be people around who knew him. So that all makes sense. But then when you're getting up to the closing of the 19th century, that's a little different.
Well, and that's what I could never get a clear line on was how what interaction when it was written down and then transcribed and rewritten, yada yada yada. What actually happened? And that's and I know that the records are a little sparse and inconclusive, and we're probably not going to get the answer to my question that is driving me bonkers, but I've got to ask it anyway.
Yeah. But there is a ton of stuff on the internet about this guy. I mean, he's really, really excited a lot of people's interest. Web pages there are. The more opportunities for what's the word I'm thinking?
Embellishment?
Mischievousness. Yeah.
Misinterpretation?
Or mischief.
Trolling?
Mischief. Yeah, trolling. There's that. But here's the deal. And this is what we really need to figure out, is that if the Count truly is immortal, that means he's still alive today. And that means at least one of these websites is his website. We need to figure out which one that is.
Which one it is. It's probably that one that had the purple background with the purple text on it.
The one that I love so much.
Yeah, it's probably that one.
Yeah.
He probably made that one for himself.
Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a way to figure out which one is the Count's website. That would, and we'll deal with that in a future
We'll have
episode.
to do a domain registry search.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just spit out a couple more things here. There was a strange encounter in World War I in August 1914. 2 Bavarian soldiers captured a man in Alsace. During the interrogation, their prisoner got irritable and started to rail about the futility of the war. He told his captors, throw down your guns. The war will end in 1918 with defeat for the German nation and her allies. And then he said, everyone will be a millionaire after the war. This is something I think somebody made up, actually.
Yeah. It's too easy.
Yeah, everyone will be a millionaire after the war. There will be so much money in circulation, people will throw it from windows, and no one will bother to pick it up. You'll need to carry it around in a wheelbarrow to buy a loaf of bread.
Which is actually...
That's true.
It's totally true, because when the German economy was collapsing and inflation was running rampant, nobody kept cash. It was worthless. I mean, they made the... what was the $1 million mark or whatever it was? The mark that was... Actually, there was 100,000s and $1 million because it was just so worthless that it took so much to buy so little that nobody could carry it.
Yeah, I think it was only very recently in time that Zimbabwe started printing their $1 million note, $1 million Zimbabwean dollars or whatever they are, because it became so worthless. I would love to have $1 million bill. Wouldn't that be cool?
Well, those old notes, I mean, people literally were burning them to heat their homes. That's how little value they had.
Oh, yeah.
And very few of them have survived.
Which is
The value of those bills now, those weird denominations that they kept putting out just because of inflation,
I know.
are collector's item, and they are worth a lot of money. And I've
Right.
seen pictures of them,
I don't know.
and it's amazing to see not a joke, but a true note that has that many zeros on it, and it looks like Monopoly money because it's just got such a huge number written on it.
I know it's sad. My uncle was in the war in Europe, and he brought back the only souvenir he brought back that I know of is a Walther automatic pistol, which he gave to me years ago. So that was nice of him. I thought it was a really generous gift, actually. But I really wish he'd picked up a few of those notes and brought those back and given those to me too. That would have been cool.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
I believe it's what they thought was worth anything, and it wasn't the note.
Yeah.
Anywho, again,
Yeah,
we're
let's
way
get
off
back to
track.
our story. Some other meetings, but I'm not going to beat on this too much. In August 1930, a guy named Guy Ballard supposedly met him on Mount Shasta in California, and this started the IAM activity, which you can, if you Google that, there's a wiki page on it. It's IAM, and AM stands for Ascended Master. Yeah,
Oh,
and so, I know. Yeah, we know.
He's an ascended being, essentially.
Yeah, he was also supposedly spotted in the 1960s at a conference in Berlin. And last of all, in 1972, a guy named Richard Chantry went on French television claiming to be the Count. That was discredited.
Well, didn't he said he knew how to turn lead into gold, and he did it in front of everybody on a camp stove or something like that?
Yeah, I would like to learn. I'd like to be able to do that.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, it didn't turn out very well for him.
No.
No,
I'm shocked.
Everybody turned against him because they knew what a fraud he was, and he ended up committing suicide, which was terrible.
Yeah, I know. So, just goes to show you, be honest.
Don't troll the world. They get mad.
Let's get into some theories as to what the Count was all about. Was he immortal or not? So the first theory is he was just immortal. You guys have any thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot of stories about supposed immortal beings through history.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is kind of a consistent theme, and we can bring it to modern times with things like Doctor Who, as we've been joking about, or the Highlander, things like that. You know, these guys are from way back on and have lived far, far in the future, but it's
not quite credible.
No, because here's the thing. Okay, this is something I've always had a problem with say, the Highlander series. I swear I've seen episodes of that where they were sick, but let's just say they don't get sick, so they don't get diseases, or even worse, sexually transmitted diseases, but let's just say they get a hand chopped off. Now you get to go through eternity
with them missing
as
your hand.
Lefty. I mean, this doesn't make sense.
You're not very well brushed up on your Doctor Who canon, are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because he loses a hand at one point.
Well, I know the Doctor can regenerate, but I'm
Right.
going more towards the Highlander reference.
Sure, that's fair.
Because that, to me, is, while still far-flung, a little more grounded.
Well, obviously, the Highlander guy comes from the same sort of class of beings as the Doctor, so he can regenerate too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a Time Lord too.
Yeah.
I just counterpoint with Keanu Reeves just constantly. No, I mean, genuinely, I mean...
Keanu actually does look a little older than he used to.
He looks a little older than he used to. That's definitely true. I guess it's not serious. I'm not serious. I don't actually think Keanu Reeves is immortal.
No.
He doesn't age a lot, but that's explained by a lot of different things. But I do think to 100% discount the idea of immortal beings in our world is... I'm not willing to totally discount it. I think there are a lot of weird things in our world, and I just,
Yeah, but I'm kind of wondering what, because part of the aging process isn't just breakdown in cell regeneration and stuff like that, but also just gravity.
Yeah.
That's why you get you get kind of jowlier and saggier as you get older. It's not just because you're aging; it's because of gravity.
Right.
So imagine what a 20,000-year-old person would look like.
Well,
that's
why they have to rest.
That's
right?
why they have to rest and maybe
sleep
get,
upside down
get
for
plastic
80 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've got an uncle who I've known for 30 some years that he's been in my family, and that guy you see a picture of him 20 years ago and now, and he looks maybe 10 pounds heavier, but otherwise identical. So there are people who don't appear to his age as much as others. And I wonder if maybe that's part of it, where all your friends are working in the field or all your servants are toiling and they're killing themselves and they're aging quite rapidly. And then you've got this one guy who's kind of living a life of luxury, and he kind of hits his stride of what he's going to look like at about 30, but really hasn't done any strenuous outdoor activity for 30 years, but stayed in okay shape. He's going to look the same for all intents and purposes, and people's memories are notoriously shoddy, so they won't notice the couple of bags that you have that aren't that big compared to when they saw you 20 years ago when you had none under your eyes.
It's also possible to kind of lied about stuff like when he was in Venice, for example, when he met that countess who had known him supposedly. Maybe it really was his father that she had known, and he just lied to her about it.
Also, Portrait of Dorian Gray, we kind of mentioned before, too. Maybe you just have a painting that ages for you.
Yeah.
That takes care of gravity.
That would be kind of cool.
Magic is a thing.
Yeah, who do I get to go to for one of them?
I don't know.
Well, let's move on to our next theory. This has actually been posted. Some people have actually suggested this, that he is the Wandering Jew. Yeah. Again,
explain to everybody who the Wandering Jew is.
Yeah, the Wandering Jew is apparently there was a Jewish guy who, when Jesus was heading off to his crucifixion, carrying his cross, as some Jewish guy taunted him. So Jesus threw a curse on the Wandering Jew, which is that he was to walk the earth until he returns, until the second coming of Christ. So the Wandering Jew wasn't quite immortal. He's going to die sometime when Jesus comes back. But in the meantime, he's stuck on this planet. So the Wandering Jew is who he is. So,
but there's nothing ever said about him not aging. He just has to live that long, right?
That's true. I mean, maybe he has to spend like the next 10,000 years in a rest home.
Yeah.
And that's how depressing that would be. Oh, Jesus, you're mean.
That's mean.
Actually, the Wandering Jew thing didn't even come into currency until I think the 13th century. It's not like that's documented or anything like that.
Right. That was a story that got spun up. But this is my whole thing about immortality. And people always glamorize, oh, if I was a vampire and lived forever, or if I was immortal, or whatever way they go about becoming immortal. Nobody ever thinks about, and I've seen this dramatized in a number of places, of what a lonely frickin' existence that would have to be after about the first 150 years.
That's why you find your tribe, man.
Maybe, but everybody everything you're used to, it's gone. It's changed.
You got to go make new friends.
You're
got to go find a new wife.
Up with it.
But think about this: is imagine. If there was, I don't know if you ever watched that TV show Alias.
No, I never watched that.
That was actually kind of fun. It was created by J.J. Abrams, and there's this uber bad guy whose name I forget, and he's trying to amass all these artifacts and stuff from this one particular mad medieval genius. The idea being is that if you get all these together, and I forget, it's been a while, and wave your hands over them and say the right words, you achieve immortality. And so, in the ultimate episode, the ending episode of the show,
spoilers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's going to watch that show. It's been years since the show was on.
Just saying, spoilers.
Oh yeah, spoilers.
Just in case you suddenly found Alias.
Yeah, and so this guy goes into this cave, and he has shot. Our heroine's father is also a regular in the series, and so he shot him and left him for dead. But he's not quite dead.
Of course.
Goes into this cave and finds this little room in the cave that's got the final piece that he needs to achieve immortality. And then he achieves immortality, and then suddenly Dad pops in the doorway, and he's got like a dynamite belt that he's holding up. And he kills him. He dies, of course. And, of course, the cave partially collapses. And so this guy, who's now immortal, has to spend eternity trapped in a cavern pinned under a boulder.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was like the ultimate comeuppance. But anyway, I'm totally getting off the
Yeah,
mark
we
here.
are really bad about staying on topic.
Yeah,
today.
okay. So much for the Wandering Jew. As I said in my notes here, he's got black hair, which is fair enough. But he was also described as having pale skin, and especially in the days of Jesus, the Jews did not have pale skin. No, yeah. They looked like little small Arabs, and the Arabs were small back in those days too. I mean, this is like 2,000 years ago.
True.
Everybody was probably 5'3".
Yeah, that was a tall person.
I mean, have you ever seen, like, you go to England, you see these suits of armor that are on display?
And they're itsy bitsy.
Yeah, it's like these were the big guys, the really big guys that got to push everybody else around, and they're about as tall as Devin.
Yeah. Everyone was my size.
Yeah, I know. People were small back in the day. That's
So
'cause
what's next?
Okay, our next theory: suspended animation.
Well,
So the count.
Wow.
Yeah, so the count would go out, meet with people, get his face out there, and then go back to wherever and jump into his suspended animation capsule and just, not age for 20 years or so.
Yeah, that's dumb.
No, it is dumb. I know.
Sorry.
I just threw it in there. Next one is time travel.
Yeah.
Suppose he was a time traveler.
It would make sense.
That would make sense. He was able to foresee things that happen in the future.
Tried to warn people,
Tried
stop
to warn
them.
people, yeah.
He couldn't actually intervene, but he.
Yeah, so it's not like in this scenario he had a normal lifespan, but he was able to spread it out over a great number of years because he was bouncing around between points in time.
To the important points.
Yeah. So I'm assigning this one a 90. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
90%.
Yeah. No, not 90%. Just a 90.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A 90A. Yeah. Okay. Next up, and this kind of fits. He was a vampire.
Yeah.
Because he didn't eat food. Didn't have sex. Oh, is. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
He could be dead.
Well, fair.
I mean, he could be dead by now.
Buffy could have got him.
Yeah, I know. So if he was a vampire, that explains why he wouldn't eat food and why he wasn't having sex with women. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you got? And he was also very pale.
So this is going with the glittery vampires, not the Dracula vampires. In other words, he can go in the sun. Because
But glittery,
the Bram Stoker Dracula can't go in the sun or he bursts into flame. This guy is like hobnobbing and going around. I'm assuming that if you read some of the accounts, he's hanging out in the day with people, which makes me think that he's going the, like I said, the glittery vampire.
Like Twilight.
Yeah, the Twilight vampire. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have expunged the name of that series from my brain.
I'm glad I was able to put it back in. Ha ha.
Wait, what show?
In fairness, Twilight is not the first work
I
to
know.
explore vampires as being able to go into the daylight.
But yeah.
Just saying.
I kind of prefer vampires being kind of limited.
I agree.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's much safer.
Yeah.
What was the other one that would?
Well, Queen of the Damned has some stuff in that too.
Oh, well, I know
But there's
that-
a lot of other. I mean,
I know that, if you were say of Lestat's stature,
Mhm.
then he actually was able to go out in the sun and toast himself and still survive it.
Right.
But a young vampire couldn't survive
right.
it. Yeah.
But you have to argue if the Comte de Saint Germain is a vampire, he's obviously of at least Lestat's stature.
Oh, hell yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, just saying.
And I don't know how much time he spent, outside versus inside and all
Right.
that stuff.
I think this has probably got the most pop culture references ever for any episode.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think so. Yeah, actually,
I
though,
never thought we'd talk about an Anne Rice book on this show.
Yeah, no, actually, her vampire books were pretty good. Yeah, I enjoyed them. They were entertaining. Next theory, he just told a lot of tall tales.
Oh, he was just a liar?
That could have been.
Fair.
Yeah, he made a lot of very dubious claims. He told people that he was 500 years old. Voltaire called him the Wonder Man, and sarcastically. Casanova was another doubter. He met the Count numerous times, and he, as I said, was in his memoirs. The Count was in Casanova's memoirs, that is. And here's a small quote from. He had more to say. Quote. This extraordinary man, intended by nature to be the king of impostors and quacks, would say in an easy, assured manner that he was 300 years old, that he knew the secret of the universal medicine, that he possessed a mastery over nature, that he could melt diamonds, professing himself capable of forming out of 10 or 12 small diamonds one large one of the finest water without any loss of weight. All this, he said, was a mere trifle to him. Notwithstanding his boastings, his barefaced lies, and his manifold eccentricities, I cannot say that I thought him offensive. In spite of my knowledge of what he was, and in spite of my own feelings, I thought him an astonishing man, as he was always astonishing me.
And Casanova said that.
Yeah, I know.
Right? It's
Yeah.
not... We're
Yeah.
not saying some Puritan or some Casanova.
Yeah, he said, this guy was just a crank and an
Yeah.
imposter.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, I got to be honest. Anybody who says they practice alchemy, yeah, that just sounds like I tinker in the garage and I play with these chemicals, and I can make gold out of lead, and I made this elixir one time that made me immortal, but I can't figure out how to do it again. Because of course I'm so brave. I made this thing that I didn't know what it was going to do, and then I just drank it.
Well, but what if it's real, though? No, but, I mean, genuinely think about if alchemy was real and people knew about it. If you knew how to do that, would you be broadcasting it everywhere and saying, I know how to create all of this wealth? Or would you hold
No.
that in and just secretly work your way up into the upper echelons of society and just comfortably stay there?
Yeah, well, you'd be nuts to actually let that secret out,
Right.
because if anybody can make gold out of whatever, then pretty soon gold's not worth a thing.
Right.
So, yeah, you'd obviously want to keep it close.
So,
But
I'm just
alchemy
saying-
has got kind of a poor track record as
Oh,
far
yeah.
as I can see.
Well, yeah. There's been what did Casanova say? What's the term? Quacks.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of quacks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand the desire to create gold out of nothing or lead or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but a lot of people wasted a lot of time trying to do that.
I just continue
And a
to
lot of
argue
people
that
don't- money.
if you were actually successful with that, you wouldn't be trying to tell people that you were doing it.
You wouldn't. No, you would not tell people.
You'd be
that,
hiding
no.
it.
Same thing with the diamond. I can take 10 or 12 small diamonds and
Yeah, you
make
wouldn't
one.
tell somebody
yeah.
that. No.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, and then I mean, take a couple hundred diamonds and make the Hope diamond out of it. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really awesome.
Just do that. It's probably how the Hope Diamond was formed.
Yeah. And one last thing, there at the time was an English comedian who called himself Milord Gower, who was at large in Paris, and he used to impersonate the Count of Saint Germain in Paris salons. Yeah, and he made up even crazier stories than the real counts, like that, like he had advised Jesus and stuff like this. And so that stuff gets repeated around, of course. Next thing you know, people are repeating it like it's true.
Are mixed up with who said it.
Yeah. And so yeah, I think this is all just a big hoax. Yeah, I think.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think it's stories mixed with stories mixed with stories. And once they get mixed up, you can never pull them back apart. This guy is telling these tall tales. This other guy is making fun of him, telling even taller tales. And then as Joe made the good observation of, is saying, I'm Count Saint Germain is a bit of a gag, just adds fuel to the fire.
Yeah, I think that really his legend probably was such that I really do think that it probably became a standing joke. Hey, seen the Count? And I think that might have been it.
Your refrigerator running?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the idea of somebody being, I'm not going to say immortal, but extremely long lived. So let's just say a lifespan of 400 years. I mean, there's a little bit of romantic appeal in terms of getting to see things and experience everything. So I like the idea. I'm not going to discount the idea at all, but I can't back it.
Yeah,
No.
I agree.
No, I can't either. So sorry. I don't think he was immortal. But anyway, if you are the real Count and you beg to differ, you can contact us via email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And really, seriously, we would love to hear from you, and we will totally eat crow on our show.
We will.
Yeah, we totally will.
Yeah.
Just a few other odds and ends here. You can find our website also. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can leave comments. You can find our links to our episodes and also links to all the material that we cover in our episodes. You can find us on iTunes. That probably is where you found us, but you can subscribe, leave us a review, and a rating. We would really like that. You can also stream us. There's a lot of different streaming places. We used to say Stitcher, but now just stream us from anywhere. There's all kinds of places.
We're all over.
Too many places.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's getting scary. Yeah. And, of course, you can find us on Facebook. Find us. Like us. Friend us. And, make comments. I don't know.
make comments or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you do on Facebook.
Whatever Facebook
whatever.
is.
What's going on with Facebook?
Joe's old. He doesn't know things.
No, I do Facebook. I just don't.
Joe still has a MySpace account.
Yeah. He's a live journal.
Yeah. Oh my God, no, seriously, I don't. I just kind of gotten away from Facebook. I used to be really into it, and I'm kind of over it now. But it's still, I mean, it's fun to go out there and read some of the stuff that some of our listeners leave for us. So
Yeah.
I check it more often than I check my own personal Facebook. Oh, and last of all, Twitter. Yes, we are on Twitter, but we're a little different. We are Thinking Sideways. That's thinking without the G, so Thinking Sideways on Twitter. So follow us on Twitter, and that's about it for this week. So any further thoughts? That all?
No.
Awesome idea.
Yeah, no.
Love the suggestion.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it for now. Count, please. Send us an email, and we'll see you all next week. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand. You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there. It's time for a little unsolved mystery action. You guys up for that? Woo! Woo! Okay, well, first off, my name's Joe.
I'm Devin.
I'm Steve. Okay, let's get rolling here. So our story starts in the early 70s. There was a break-in at the Hughes Corporation. The break-in led to the revelation that a ship that had been built by the Hughes Corporation, the Glomar Explorer, which was ostensibly built for the exploration and mining of manganese modules from the ocean floor, was not actually built for that purpose at all. It was actually part of a CIA project that the Hughes Corporation was providing cover for. So the Glomar Explorer was, it turns out, not mining manganese modules at all. It was raising a Soviet submarine.
Wait, what's a manganese module?
I'm not even sure what the hell that is. But apparently there are manganese modules on the ocean floor, and manganese is a rare metal that's worth a lot of money, I guess. And so, if it weren't so darn expensive to go retrieve those things off the ocean floor, then we could actually be grabbing those things and, utilizing them. But apparently we're not, because it costs too much money.
Okay.
So anyway, as a little aside, the cover story was so effective that some major corporations actually put a lot of money into researching how to actually retrieve manganese modules themselves from the ocean floor. And whoopsie, the joke was on them. So anyway, so let's go back to 1968. In April 1968, the Soviet submarine K-129 sank in the Pacific, about 800 miles northwest of Hawaii. It was an early Soviet boomer, and I'm sure you all know what a boomer is, but for the few of you who don't know what a boomer is, that's a submarine that carries nuclear missiles. The idea being that, if somebody launches an attack on your homeland and wipes out all your land-based missiles, well, you still got some hidden out at sea to fire back at the enemy. We've got them. The Soviets have them. The Brits and the French have them. Chinese have them. So anyway, that's a boomer. So this was one of the earliest attempts at a boomer. It was a diesel submarine that had been lengthened. The sail had been made larger to accommodate 3 vertically mounted nuclear-tipped missiles. They were liquid fuel, and that's probably why the submarine sank, is because liquid fuel rockets tend to be a lot more prone to accidents, which is why we use solid fuel rockets on our boomers. So anyway, it sank. We didn't know about it at first. What happened is the Navy noticed a huge surge of Soviet naval forces into that part of the Pacific, obviously looking for their lost submarine. And so that caused us to go back and review our SOSUS records. And I'm sure you all know what SOSUS is. But SOSUS, but for the few of you who don't, SOSUS
Scratching my head.
Yeah, is an underwater network of sonar receivers that we've got in certain strategic places around the world. And so we actually pick up all kinds of noise and run it through computers and figure out what's going on in the ocean.
Oh, is that how we heard the bloop?
The bloop? Probably.
Oh, yeah, it's a giant listening network.
Yeah, it's a big underwater listening network.
We'll talk about the bloop later.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I remember the bloop. But so anyway, in response to this, the U.S. went back and reviewed all of its SOSUS records and determined that, yes, indeed, there were some sounds. There was, first of all, a big boom associated with an explosion, and then somewhat after that, some other sounds associated with the implosion or the death of a submarine. So apparently they probably had a problem with one of their rockets. They surfaced. It exploded. They probably had a problem with one of their rockets. They surfaced. It exploded. And then eventually the ship wound up sinking in about 2 miles of water. And so using triangulation, et cetera, we were able to figure out roughly where it had gone down. So at that point, and by the way, the project was eventually named Project Azorian, although they codenamed it Project Jennifer. It was codenamed Project Azorian, but they told the press it was Project Jennifer because that's just the way they are, the government.
I really wanted there to be 27 of them.
Yeah, I know. Right? So everybody thinks everybody thought it was Project Jennifer, but actually it's Project Azorian. Yeah. There's there's a guy who was part of the whole thing. He was on the Halibut, which was a spy sub that went out looking for the wreckage of the submarine. Eventually, many years later, like in the 90s, he wrote a book about it called Spy Sub. And in his book, the Halibut was called the Viperfish. Exactly. Everywhere it was, he couldn't, and everybody, the Soviets, Chinese, everybody knows it's called the Halibut. We all know this, but he was still required to call it something else, so he called it the Viperfish. That's how silly they are about this stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, I know. So the guy's name was Roger Dunham, and he was on board the Halibut, and the Halibut was equipped to trail an apparatus behind it, which they called the fish. And the fish was basically, remember, this isn't like the early 70s. We didn't have digital photography and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So what they had to do is they had to trail this thing underneath the sub and behind the sub and do racetrack patterns, just go up and down in a grid pattern over the ocean floor, and then regularly haul the thing up back into the boat, pull out the film canisters, and develop the film.
God.
Yeah. And so eventually the day came, and they were down there for weeks looking around, and eventually the day came when, hey, we spotted something. And so they had pictures of something on the ocean floor, the K-129. So they had found what they were looking for. And so at that point, that's when it's time to figure out what to do with it. It was laying on its side. One of the missiles had slid out of the top of the sail. And there was this thought got around that we should probably try to raise it. And so the Glomar Explorer was built for that express purpose of raising that submarine to explore their missile technology, maybe get a look at the code books, whatever else is going on. And so the Glomar Explorer was purpose built for this very mission. It had this thing called the Claw that was, and it had a moon pool in the middle of the ship. The moon pool was just a big pool that was open on the bottom. It had closing doors that could close, but it could open up, and it was 199 feet long. And then at either end of that, there were these crane type arrangements. What essentially they did was they would lower down these big steel pipes, slowly lower them down. And there were these other big machinery pieces that would grab the next piece. These were, I believe, 60 feet long piece, and they were threaded on either end. And so you would lower this thing down all the way, these two pieces of steel that are attached to the claw, and then the cranes bring up two more big, huge tubes of steel, and they're threaded into the ones below.
Like making a tent.
Yeah. And then those things are slowly lowered, and then the next pair of tubes are brought up, threaded in, slowly lowered. So the process of actually getting the claw down to the K-120, and bringing it back up took many days. And so it was revealed many years after the fact that what had happened, the claw had 5 claws to it, essentially. It was like there were 5 individual claws that could grasp the submarine and then bring it back up. And so unfortunately, they had an unfortunate incident, according to what the Navy said. They went down too fast. They slammed the claw into the ocean bottom.
Oops.
And then they managed to maneuver it over to the submarine. I don't know if I mentioned the claw actually had like propellers and stuff on it, so that they could actually, because they were such a long ways away, there was nothing they could do from their end as far as like pushing on the pipes or anything to guide this thing. So they had to, basically using underwater cameras and lights and everything like that, they would use propellers that were mounted on this thing to pull it in various directions to get it centered over where they needed it to be. And they got it centered over the wreckage, and then they hooked the wreckage with the claw.
Yeah, no, this makes me think of, have you ever taken a tape measure and run it out to about 6 foot and it's trying to bend and not quite break, and you're trying to get it over to touch something, and that's difficult, and that's just a 6 foot tape measure.
Oh yeah.
This was 2 miles down?
Yeah, a couple of miles down. And it was a long ways down. It was like a very difficult operation, and yet somehow,
tedious, I think, is the word that comes to mind.
Mm-hmm. That too, and yet somehow they, alas, on the way up, some of the claws broke and the part of the submarine fell. Apparently,
so they actually managed to hook it.
Yeah, they actually managed to get this thing wrapped around the sub. The claw was really like holding onto the sub, bringing it up. And unfortunately, some of the claws broke on the way back up under the stress, and most of the submarine was lost. Essentially, the nose remained, and the rest of it broke away.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is the official story. But of course, there's a lot of problems with that story.
Did they get the nose? They bring it up? They keep bringing it up?
They did bring the nose up. They brought the nose up. They actually found the remains of some Soviet sailors, and they gave them a burial at sea, supposedly.
Wait, didn't they already have one of those?
Yeah, they did. That's a good point.
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah. And they didn't find much of value.
But his pupils are giant, too.
Okay. There's several problems with this story.
Okay.
The K-129 was 328 feet long.
The sub that they were retrieving.
Yeah, 328 feet long.
328 feet.
328 feet long. The moon pool of the Glomar Explorer was 199 feet long.
Huh.
Now, given that it was purpose built for the mission of raising a submarine that's 129 feet longer than the moon pool, you kind of got to ask, exactly why they didn't make it a longer moon pool. But when questioned about that, a Navy spokesman said that the plan was to haul it up and then have divers go down and cut the ends of the submarine off, because they were mainly interested in the middle part where the missiles were.
They were just going to cut it off?
But that's more than half of the sub, isn't it? They would have to cut
about
off.
half.
Almost half. I mean, 328 feet, they would have had to cut it down, I'm assuming, to no more than 190 feet. Let have a little bit of play, right? 195 at the most. Yeah, so they're losing a lot of sub there.
Well, and it's a sub. It's not as if it's just a shell and you cut the outside shell and it falls apart.
Exactly. I mean, the process of cutting the ends off is, you're talking weeks.
At least.
Many weeks because there's framing, there's decks, there's all kinds of, there's piping and tubing and all kinds of stuff.
That's the sort of thing they do for, months on a dry dock on a ship.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine doing that underwater and, especially,
at sea.
At sea with waves and everything. But the next problem is that somehow the nose remained. In the claws, and the rest of the sub broke away, but it seems rather unlikely